last night. Now you're lying in my bed. Must have been a dream last night, but I can hear what you're saying. You were shot to death last night. Where's my cup of coffee? I was dreaming something bad last night. Can't you hear what I'm saying? One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you. You were shot to death last night, and I thought of someone else. Didn't care about your life last night, at least less than about his. All our dreams were shot to death last night. I see the clock stand still. Nightmares at your heart sometimes, but this is unbelievable. One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you.
Show me what you got. Back up, 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 back
Welcome back to day number 3 of the VCT Game Changers APAC Last Chance Qualifier, where by the end of today, we will see our very first team qualify through to Elite from LCQ. Before we get there, I'm your host, Reirachu, and with me on the desk is the lovely Daks. Daks, how have the games been for day 1 and day 2?
They've been absolutely solid here, Jenny. I was waiting though. I was gonna test you real quick. Your intro is always first name, IGN, last name. I'm like, does Jenny even know my real name?
Hey!
But it's okay. It's okay.
Look, Mr. Rosales.
Well, at least you got the last name right. But it's great to see you here, Jenny, from LA to LCQ. You are just going to be tuning into, of course, some of the most amazing matches we have seen, especially for the standouts from the open circuit and beyond. Like, okay, we have teams who have qualified for Elite already, but these teams have been grinding all year just to get this chance. And here at LCQ, you already said it, we're going to have one team today at the very end of this broadcast between MLT and Neons, who will move on to Elite as well.
Yeah, and we've got a pretty exciting lineup. I've always said that, like day number 3 of the Game Changers APAC schedule is always the most exciting. It's always the one I look forward to the most because we've got not 1, not 2, but 3 series coming up for you guys. The first 2 of the day are going to be elimination matches, and then the final series of today is going to be that best of 5 series.
I mean, it's a long day, that's for sure. Especially that we're going to be doing the lower bracket first. But of course, guys, if you don't know the roadmap as of yet, we're already done with the open circuit. Open 1, Open 2, Open 3, all incredible. And then we're here for LCQ this time around. 2 teams going to qualify. And Jenny, where they're going to be playing once everything is said and done?
Wow, okay, so Elite, that's going to be coming up. That's the one that all the teams have been gearing towards for the entire year, right? And also, I mean, we don't want to talk that much about the prize pool because it's not about the money, Daks. It's not always about the money that motivates you, but of course, Elite has that $35,000 prize pool that goes such a long way in helping these teams, just prepare for the next year. And also, it's a pretty good reward to cap off the end of the year. It will be in October. As you mentioned, we're done with Open 1, 2, and 3. This is the last chance qualifier that does end tomorrow, and we've got a really exciting, I think, roadmap. Like the schedule is always a bit compressed towards like these a couple of months. So just every single month, pretty much, there's been a Game Changers Open or last chance qualifiers, and Elite coming up next month as well. These are the 8 teams that did make it out of the Swiss stages this time around. Be My Team, Bot, Deviant, Topaz, MLT eSports, Nana and Friends, Neds, Nyx, as well as the Hero KDA. Of course, we've already said goodbye, unfortunately, to a couple of these teams. We won't be seeing them anymore for this year, but of course, we've still got 6 teams left in the competition.
Absolutely. Great effort there from Be My Team as well as Bot from yesterday, but unfortunately eliminated. Such is the nature of the bracket. And of course, who's awaiting the victors here of LCQ? Our top 6 teams that have been impressive all throughout Open 1, Open 2, and Open 3. Team SMG, your 3-time champion, of course, all the way to top seed. You got Orangutan X, Pulsed Sapphire, RQ Kaguya, Sight NWJ, and Global Esports Phoenix. So I wonder here, Jenny, any matchups or some of these teams perhaps, are they eyeing certain teams all the way in Elite to target or to prepare for immediately?
Wow, yeah, that would be a banger of a storyline. I think that we've spoken to pretty much players from every single one of the already 6 qualified teams, right? We do have those sweet post-match interviews that we do get from them. I think for most of the girls, their focus is pretty much on themselves, and just doing as well as they can do. But we have seen a couple of them go up against some of the teams that are still in LCQ. Notably, I think Deviant Topaz, the Hero KDA, just really showing up in the last Open 3. So that will be a very exciting matchup if these teams do make it into Elite. But yeah, there's the prize pool on your screen, and I just love how Last Chance Qualifier has the same $10,000 prize pool as the previous Open 1, 2, and 3. Kind of like, the top 6 teams have already qualified through Open 1, 2, and 3, and now we're just left with a lot of these teams who have very close, like they're very close in terms of strength, in terms of ability, and I think that's what we've been seeing on day 1 and day 2, which is just a lot of very close matches. So just absolutely great for them that, you know, they're going to be fighting for a chance at the 10,000 prize pool, as well as 2 slots, the 2 last slots for Elite.
Wow, last slots in the last chance qualifier? Say it ain't so, Jenny. But you make such a good point that we had so many close games, especially in the upper bracket. Look at yesterday's games. Nyx and MLT going 3 maps. Same case for Neons as well as the Hero KDA. And at the very end, MLT and Neons are the ones looking to play for that initial slot into Elite. On the other hand, we're going to be kicking off the day with the lower bracket. Big surprise that the Neon KDA, the team that had a flawless record from the Swiss stage, down in the lower bracket facing against Nana and Friends. On the other side, it's Nyx versus Deviant Topaz. And I kinda wanna ask you, Jenny, in these upcoming matchups, which are you most excited for, given the fact that, you know, 2 more teams are being eliminated today?
Wow, I mean, you're putting me on the spot
Of
here,
course.
Daks.
Welcome back.
Yo. Okay, hear me out. Before day 1 of last chance qualifiers, like, I would have bet you anything that, like, Deviant Topaz, the Hero KDA, they're probably gonna be like my top picks coming into LCQ. But I mean, you know, we've seen some of these teams struggle here and there, and just very close matches. We've seen a bunch of these series go to overtime. That Neon series yesterday, 14 and 12, that has gotta hurt as well. So I don't know, man. I think any of these teams, realistically, I think 4 out of like 6 or so of these teams have a very good chance of taking those top 2 slots. What do you think?
Honestly, I'm more surprised of what we have in the upper bracket. MLT, the newest team formed specifically for LCQ. Neons finding the right moment here in LCQ to get that dub. And you said it yourself, that overtime win. When we saw Yamroll get such an incredible ace clutch, basically, that was just the writing on the wall and blew all the expectations aside. And given the fact that some of our favorites, the Hero KDA and Deviant Topaz, are in the lower bracket right now, they have a chance that they can be eliminated by Nana and Friends and Nyx Kyosei respectively. They're gonna have to face off against each other if that's how the bracket works out for them. And who knows, it just really goes to show that some of the powerhouses that we already established so far, one of them isn't gonna make it to Elite.
Absolutely, but I mean, the rematch storyline, how cool would that be? Absolutely love it to see it. And also, we didn't mention this now, but I also did want to just shout out the number of teams that we got to register for this LCQ, because we had 38 teams that registered to play in the Swiss stage for this LCQ. But guys, we're going to take a look at the lineups for both of these rosters, starting out with the Hero KDA, Ashling, Hannah, Lulu, Snooki, as well as a Strawberry Bag. I mean, these girls, they have fought so hard, especially Open 2 as well as Open 3. They started out really strong coming out of the Swiss, I think 6-0, but then they 2-1 bot on LCQ day number 1, and then just barely missing out on the upper bracket final spot yesterday to Neons in that 12-14. And I gotta say, I just kind of feel like today, this first match is going to be a test of their mental, right? About whether that 12-14 sets them back a bit, or if they're going to be out for blood coming into today's first series.
Yeah, it's a perfect point there, Jenny, because it's really their mental that was cracked because of those last 2 rounds in overtime. But on the other hand, Nana and Friends are still surviving and are still thriving. If you notice, some of these players very familiar in the open circuit that we had already. You got Izzy, Cupcake, Nuki, Sendari, as well as Angela. And from what I remember, some of these players came from that Capybara gang squad from Open 1, Cappy G, by the way, and they formed up to make a team called Savage. They did okay in Open 2 and Open 3 in the Swiss stage. Wasn't enough, though, to qualify. And eventually, now that they're as Nana and Friends, they have made their way to the LCQ. And my eyes, really, when I look at Nana and Friends, it has to be Izzy. She's just an incredible Killjoy player, top fragging consistently for the squad. And if this can be Nana and Friends' day to suddenly surprise Hero KDA, it might be up to what Izzy, what Cupcake can really do in this matchup.
Yep, for sure. I mean, Izzy, just what a huge player for this team is their IGL as well. And there's been so much debate online this entire year, pretty much since Valorant came out, right? Just about how hard it is to IGL as well as play on the team. The fact that you're IGL and you're also like one of the star players on the team, it just, girl, I don't know how you do that, but she's putting up those numbers. She's making it happen. As you're saying, you know, they've had a couple of mixed bag results from Open 1 to Open 3. I think they've had anywhere from 8th place to like 14th, 17th-ish place finishes this entire year. But now that the top 6 teams are out of the competition and already through to Elite, you know, this is definitely their chance to snag one of those last spots.
I mean, it's going to be very interesting because if I remember correctly also, back in Swiss Stage Open 2, Hero KDA and Savage, which is pretty much Nana and Friends now, they did face off. They had a game that went 19-17, Jenny. An overtime that far on Haven. So there is a bit of that familiarity. Hero KDA took that dub. And as of right now, of course, they're still walking into this lower bracket matchup as that initial first seed. We're going to be getting our maps though, Ascent, Split, and Fracture. So what do you think about this one? Because I'm really eyeing that Fracture map later on into the pool.
Yeah, I think Fracture, if I want to say that if it does get to that map 3 Fracture, then Nana and Friends better have cooked up something in the bag, because Fracture is the Hero KDA's most played map. It's probably why Nana and Friends, you know, they were out of bans by the end, you know, so they're leaving it to map number 3. If it does get there, I think we're all gonna favor the Hero KDA if it does come down to that. But Ascent makes a lot of sense. I believe it is the Hero KDA's second most played map and Nana and Friends most played map as well. So it's definitely comfort that both of these teams have gone for. They do play pretty similar compositions on Ascent as well. So there is a potential for that mirror matchup. I think unless Nana and Friends want to go for that Astra, but it is looking like it's going to be Ascent and Split map 1 and 2, both smaller maps. And yeah, I think both these teams have probably put in a lot of practice on this.
Yeah,
what do you think?
especially at Ascent map, right? There's gonna be a lot of familiarity for both Nana Friends and the Hero KDA. I think where the advantage happens here for the Hero KDA is playing that Split map. We haven't really seen that too much from Nana and Friends. I think they played it like once during the LCQ qualifiers. So the experience that the Hero KDA has, and of course the firepower, that's where they can get the advantage. Moving into Fracture also, something I wanted to point out was even though we did see the Hero KDA lose to Neons, it was really just that collapse by overtime. It was such a winnable position. They were incredible every single time we would see them get those plays, and especially what we would see from Hannah on the fade. She was one of the sharpest shots on the server yesterday. And for the Hero KDA, if they are able to manipulate the momentum of these games, that's where they can just pretty much set the tone moving forward in the series.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Hannah, she was so sharp. I'm pretty sure that the FSL Twitter clipped it and posted that highlight on Twitter last night when I was just like watching through all those clips at night. But it's great that you brought up how, you know, that is going to be the map number 3 for Fracture. That was what they lost on yesterday, because we're going to talk about mental. If you're going to be in that elimination match situation, which is even more high pressure than the situation you were in yesterday when you weren't playing for elimination and once again down to the wire on Fracture, I don't know, man, that would have to be the point where the Hero KDA have to step it up and prove their mettle. I'm super excited to get there. I love that you brought up Split as well for that map number 2, because if map number 1 on Ascent is all about that comfort pick, then map number 2 is going to be that map that neither of these two teams have played all that much, right? We don't have a lot of stats for Nana and Friends on Split. The Hero KDA, they've also played Split something like less than 10 times competitively if you don't count day 1 and day 2. So by far and away, you know, Fracture, Haven, Ascent are their most played maps, and then the rest for the Hero KDA, they really try not to play as much as possible. It's kind of one of the things that, you know, if you're playing in Game Changers, that tends to happen, because max we play that best of 3 series, and then if you do get to finals, then you play that best of 5. So I think a lot of teams, tops, they practice like 3 maps. So, you know, Split map 2 is for sure looking like it's going to be a toss-up. It looks like it's going to be exciting.
No, exactly that, Jenny. I'm glad you pointed that out in terms of the format, just because the Hero KDA, they've been throwing curveballs on their map drafts this LCQ playoffs run. We're giving the example of Split right now. I'll say yesterday when they brought out Pearl, they never played that map with their core like this. It was the old Indonesian core that played it back in Open 1, and suddenly, wait, they're picking it, wait, they're winning. Okay, that's looking very interesting. But now, given the fact that they're in these high pressure situations over onto the lower bracket, them going for a small gamble on the Split, I think what they're banking on right now is the unfamiliarity for their opponents, for Nana and friends. And we've seen so many times here for the Hero KDA, how do they get the wins in these games? By going on early streaks during the first half. Whether the attacking or the defending side, they set that tempo really well. They're one of the strongest teams that come out of the gates. And besides what Hannah can do, I look at Strawberry Bagel and her potential. She has been absolutely incredible here as well. We've seen so many strong Sentinel players here in LCQ, and with Bagel just being so primed and pristine with the shots, with the timings, it's one extra factor that the Hero KDA uses to just overwhelm any opponent.
Yeah, and talking about that overwhelming, that's I really think what their strategy is probably going to be coming into that map number 2, where when you pick a map that is unfamiliar on both sides, or where you're hoping that the enemy team has maybe as much or as little, you know, whichever way the pendulum swings, practice as your side do on that, then you're kind of going to hope that you win those aim duels. You're kind of hoping that it's going to be a skill diff that will win you those maps. And when you want to look for a squad that has the potential to skill diff the other team, there is so much hero firepower on the Hero KDA. What do we think?
I mean, it's part of the name, right? And one more thing, Ascent is a map that these two did play each other back in Open 2. It was the Hero KDA who took that. And moving forward, I think the biggest concern right now here for Nana and friends is if they're able to weather that first half storm. I've already talked about it. Honestly, Nana and friends, they can be the same kind of team where you got Izzy, you got Copycat, who is basically Nana, right? She's the one who said, I want the team named after me, but my other name. And given the fact that they took Ascent versus Be My Team, we saw how strong they were on the defense, running that KO, running that Astra together. It's just really about them stopping what the Hero KDA is planning, because when we look at the Hero KDA, on the other hand, they rely so much on what Hannah and Olulu can do just to provide that intel, and it's just gonna go down to the battle of those initiators, find as much value as can be, and maybe even vie for things like mid as much as possible.
Yeah, and talking about Ascent as well, we were saying that both of these teams tend to play similar compositions. The Hero KDA as well as Nana and friends do play with a very similar forecore of Jet, KO, Killjoy, as well as Sova. However, Nana and friends sometimes switch it up with Astra instead of Omen, but the Hero KDA tends to usually stick with that Omen to round out that 5-com. How do we feel about this difference between like the Astra and the Omen? What do you think?
Well, you're running, it's really just all about the KO and the Sova itself, right? Because if you're running the Astra, one strength that you have there is you can actually play a lot further and maybe anchor one side and still help out with the other using the stars. When you're running the Omen, the Paranoia is such a powerful tool. So in terms of executes, I do feel like for Nana and friends, they're gonna have a little bit of the lack in terms of speed, because they're not gonna have that immediate blind. They're gonna rely on the flashes courtesy of Nuki, look to find that opening. And on the other hand, the Hero KDA, if you're gonna be meeting the Astra and if you can actually cross through anyway, then what will the stars do against their push? That's the timing that really will boil down to becoming the win condition for both of these teams right now, Jenny. And as we get our agent select, it's perfectly read.
I'm a prophet!
The Astra, the Omen, apparently the crystal ball is with our host today.
Wow, wow. Turns out I do have a job, Daks.
Congrats, welcome back from LA.
My one job. Thanks, guys. But yeah, it's going to be the mirror matchup. Jed, Killjoy, Sova, as well as the KO. But the Omen on the side of Hero KDA, and then the Astra for the side of Nana and friends. So pretty similar compositions all around. And I think before we get into this map number 1, Daks, I gotta ask you for your predictions. How do you think this series is gonna go? I can go first, if that helps.
Okay, fine.
I can go first.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
The floor is all yours.
Okay, hear me out. Hear me out for a second. I'm gonna go 2-1 to the Hero KDA, but only me if Nana and friends win map 1.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I think Nana and friends, this is an absolute must-win scenario. If they lose this, the stats don't really help them moving into split, moving into fracture, and really the big matchup to watch for right now, besides of course the two controllers, Izzy versus Strawberry Bagel. Who will get more impact? We're gonna find out very soon.
Alright guys, well that's it for me on the desk. I'm gonna toss it over to the lovely Tashbunny, who will be casting this series with Daks. Tash and Daks, over to you guys.
Oh, this is super exciting! Dax and Tash is back on the desk.
I'm
Dax,
still here, by the way, you know.
Are you? You know, you have a desk. Now you have a desk.
It's L-shaped, you know. Are you trying to say? Are you trying to change the spelling of my name from Dax to Dask? I guess I'm the table now.
Yes,
well,
you are the table.
Look,
Okay.
Tash, we're gonna set it straight. This is a big matchup because you have the Hero KDA on one side,
Right.
Nana and friends on the other.
Right.
Elimination time. It's going down to the wire, and given that it's LCQ, this is truly their last chance to try and make it to
is.
elites.
It is. Now, I think that for Hero KDA, we saw them play in Open 3. Sorry, Open 2. They didn't make it to Open 3. And I think that for the Hero KDA...
Yes.
Sorry. Anyways, I got super distracted just now. Anyways, coming back here.
Good morning.
So, yeah, sorry about that. So, coming back here for the Hero KDA, I think their lineup is definitely a team that has some superpowers. They are definitely a team that have competed before. They've played together. And the fun fact about this team is that everyone flew into Singapore to play together, to be together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And think about it. Some of these gals are from the Philippines. So if you're Filipino,
So you're like repping that?
Like I wish, or as we like to say, sana all.
Sana all. Yes,
You-
that's right. That's
You
right.
remember that? You remember that we taught you?
Yeah,
Ah.
I would say Tara.
No, not here, not here.
I would say that there. I would say
Not
that
on
there.
broadcast. The
Not
two
on
magic
broadcast.
words.
But you know
Oh.
what? Tara broadcast.
Yes,
Yeah,
let's go, guys.
let's
Into
go,
the
guys.
game.
Into the
Lower
game.
bracket. It's time, and the Hero KD on the defense. Nana and friends looking to go for the attack. Top mid, though, to begin with. A slower start here for Nana and friends as they try to poke at least over towards the mid side. Sender here with his art, and well, as of right now, Nana and friends looking for a default to begin with.
It's gonna be the weaker side on A, B. Really, two members forward. They're taking the time getting on the side here. The smokes are down. Ashling moving to the backside, waiting to reconvene with the teammates. I think it's a really good hold coming through. You do have two on one side, but no commit quite yet. I think that if anything, NF is just still trying to feel it out.
Yeah, they're stacking here, though, for the Hero KDA. Prepared, perhaps, for that B take, and Nana and friends just crawling now towards mid. You see the Astra of Cupcake. That's going to be big value with the stars, especially if she can find a Gravity Well or two over on the opposite end. Olulu waiting here by Garden. Nebula being set on up. Flash at the ready. And the Hero KDA looking to go for a poke, perhaps. A peek here, but through the smoke instead. It's Cupcake with the kill. Bagel now down in hell. Angelo finding another target. Nana and friends, their patience bearing fruit. They've already gotten so many kills so far. It's 5v2 as Iceling fights back. Second one there, courtesy of Bagel, but in the smoke, it's going to be Chaos that works out in favor of NF.
Honestly, what an answer from Nana and friends. I think they did play this game, this map yesterday, and I really think that they learned a lot from this. Nana and friends have been a team that has been, I think, a little bit more into that default heavy sort of comp coming forward. They love this sort of game. They take their time, they suss out B, get that information, understand that okay, we might be on the I would say the stronger side. Let's go and pivot through mid and then straight into A. And even though you had Olulu holding with that flash, what they did was just wait for Olulu to shoot. They answer back and pick her off, and then suddenly it was just explosive onto the side.
Yeah, and just that's what Nana and Friends is all about. They have so much synergy, especially when they're all formed up and ready to go. We saw them play from the short angle just to push into the site, isolate especially, fights towards the hell angle. And NF here, they're going to be running the Bulldogs. A Phantom also here for Yuki, so an already interesting anti-eco. They're investing heavy here, Dash.
the turret. But unfortunately, they're already on to B. Stopped by immediately Strawberry Bagel. Does not let her shot. Nuki will be following up. And it's already a force, actually, with that Phantom. They are going aggressive and they want to snowball this.
Yeah, at the very least, NF, they have the firepower. Olulu picking up Bulldog, though, along the way. And now main taken here by the hero KDA. NF, though, getting the plant going. Yuki waiting for any kind of contact. Cloudburst, though, into play. Allows the hero KDA to go for the cross. And this might be an overwhelm on the Sentry, if ever. They're still keeping tabs of the CT side, though. Angela on the board. And it's NF now with the advantage. On site, Olulu versus Sentry. Big win onto the objective itself. And she goes with another one. Snooki also with the kill, and the hero KDA. They turn things around so quickly. These guns picked up scrounge so heftily by the hero KDA.
And you know what's even more crazy? The fact that Nana and friends bought a Phantom that round too.
Thank you.
They're crying. Nana and friends are crying. Their economy broken at least for the next 1.5, 2 rounds.
Oh no, this is just schoolyard bullying,
Oh
Tash.
yeah, at this
it's
point.
It's not just a Thrifty. It's a
is a
thank
Thrifty.
you, Thrifty.
Let's be real here, Dax. In the last few days, I've been
Mm-hmm.
on broadcast. There are some teams like Militant, like Nyx. They do so well on the eco round too. It's honestly illegal.
You're making the laws now, Tash.
I'm laying down the laws. If you win
the laws.
pistol, you're supposed to win the next round after. I don't make the rules. But as we go into this game, the one-way setup. Olulu moving back here, trying to provide support onto the mid side, leaving Ashling alone. But I think she'll be okay with this one way.
Look, there are no rules as game changers. Exactly that, right? We're changing how the game is expected. And now as NF is the one on the eco instead. Angela moving forward, trying not to make noise towards mid, but Alarmbot spots her immediately. So exposed now. The hero KDA thinking about swinging towards mid if ever. But we've seen this so many times already here, Tash, and just how NF plays Ascent. They love to use that timer to begin the map.
They take their time to suss it out. Good default coming through, but that tap from Olulu does get answered back. Sanderi, momentum from yesterday, still very much there. Recon doesn't tap onto anyone. Some taps out though. Angela already making it 2-3. A spray from Ashling. She holds her ground, does not move. Manages to dodge the shock darts at all. Paranoia out, no follow-up, but she gets to Hannah on the other side as well. As Sanderi, isolated here, will at least try and get the orb. Dies for it.
No way. You already know that Shock Dart had her number. And the hero KDA, this is the heroics that we expect from them all throughout the LCQ run so far. You have Olulu, who's won the sharp shot, sure, but Aisling as well. The biggest reason why it went to overtime on Fracture yesterday. She can handle any kind of pressure. And if you're playing somewhere like main there, the entry towards the site, you have to deal with both the left and the right angle. Watch the door, watch the main, and watch what she can do with these 4 takedowns already.
Yeah, fun fact for Olulu. Only started IGLing in Open 3. Hannah has been sharing with me that she's very, very proud of her. Decided that Olulu could be the IGL because she's apparently the loudest in the team.
that makes sense. So if ever we're playing right, Sash, I think you should always be IGLing. In the end, though, it's the hero KDA now with the operator in hand. Olulu will find out to Angela. Aisling also on the board. And Aisling, yeah, again, she has her in game. And the round is already over. The anchors here from the hero KDA. Strong corners to play from.
Honestly, good gamble since they put most of their players onto A. And how exactly they played this starts off with Olulu with that first contact, and she does immediately have help with her teammates. And I think honestly, all eyes on her Ashling. I think from last round to this round, she has been so good at standing her ground. She can hold on to one particular angle and look at and clear 3 different areas at the same time.
Yeah, she has so much firepower right
She
now.
does.
The hero KDA, such strong mechanics as a team, and I feel like throughout the year, right, they have been working on that teamwork, figuring out what configuration works best for them. NF though now, they go for the flash, keeping Snooki at bay. Could be a struggle for her to get out. Moves over onto the lane instead. Scanned up though, and Yuki have an inkling of what's going on the other side. Does NF there push this? Will back off for the time being with the lesser buy.
Whew, Ashling. Great first pick. As the other members of NNF, not necessarily in the healthiest of conditions, but look at their ultimates. Nuki, Sanderi, this could be huge if they do manage to time it right. Strawberry Bagel, though, watching this cross very well, gets spots out, but she does get a spray of 1, 2, and 3! Beautifully done! With 1 HP to go, she has to be careful moving forward. Fortunately, does not meet with everyone else, and Ari all alone, with only just a Sheriff in hand. We've seen miracles happen with her Sheriff. She can tap hits, but can she tap 5? Might be a little big too much to ask for.
Yeah, it's difficult. She's just crawling here by this point. Just amazing what Bagel can do. So consistent, such a stellar add-on here for the Hero KDA. The crossfire set, sure, but Bagel is ready anyway. With 1 HP, she gets 4 heads, and well, the Hero KDA, they do the same.
The Hero in KDA stands for Hannah Eats Roti Orange.
I was thinking if you can make it anything bread related just for Strawberry Bagel, but no.
Roti is bread, hello?
Okay, no. I'm like, why orange roti? Strawberry Bagel.
What do you want to put the
donuts.
O? Oh, what's the O stand for? Oatmeal?
Well, seems like, Tash, you want your breakfast to be here in this game.
Yeah.
A bit of a timeout, though, called for Nana and friends as we're just getting our bearings. And I do feel like for Nana and friends, they're just so red right now in terms of how they're playing this pace. It's a bit one-dimensional, that they're playing a bit slower, that the Hero KD is the one just able to find the timings instead, get that mid control. And from what we've seen so far, big step-ups from Iceling, big step-ups from Strawberry Bagel. This is what I was fearing for any team facing off against the Hero KDA. Once the Hero KDA gets this big win streak, then it just keeps going and going and going for the first half.
But look at the amount of ultimates that's been staggered by Nana and friends, and I honestly think that was a very good timeout. They really need to figure out like how exactly they want to approach this. Are they going to just let her rip, let all 4 ults out at the same time? Are they going to try and chain it, is the question. So for Nana and friends, I believe they are more reactive than proactive. They suss out the situation, they take their time, but this gives the Hero KDA so much space, and that's exactly what Snooki is doing. She takes out the entire side of mid. Angela, already on the site, nearly paths onto the site, takes her time and clears out the entire area. The rotations coming in from the Hero KDA might be a problem, but it's not going to be too much of an issue. They're going to break into the door, but the choke points might be a little bit too much to handle, but they do have an answer, which is the lockdown.
Yeah, the example is set, and Snooki does even more so. A lesson now to be learned perhaps here for NAF, as Iceling gets on the board as well. Snooki still keeping going. There you go with the lockdown as well, providing space.
Oh, she has
already
lineups.
applied, but the lineups, you mentioned it, Tash. Watch the skies, because Lightning is looking to strike. Gets the hit and gets the kill. Izzy on the board, making it 2v2. The push though there from the Hero KDA. Hannah holds it down, and in the end, it's still the heroics here from the Hero KDA. Despite NF having the position there towards main, it's still the Hero KDA with these wins.
Oh my god, I thought it was over for Hannah. Nana and friends had such a great crossfire coming around, but that flick from Hannah was just a little bit too much. Timing just not on their side, but you really gotta give it to the Hero KDA because they were just so proactive in having Snooki take up the entirety of mid. They knew exactly where Nana and friends were rushing through. They knew exactly how to do those retakes, and they knew how exactly to play with those ultis. And with that, despite Nana and friends having 4 ultimates, only 1 was used. I feel like they didn't have enough time to fully utilize their abilities.
Absolutely. They're already dead before anything else, and once the Hero KDA force that contact, that's where they get the advantage. This is why this team was flawless back in the Swiss stage. They are just such an overwhelming force to deal with, and NAF here is learning firsthand. So they're clearing out the wine for now. Bladestorm is ready for Angela to double hold though, anchoring here for the Hero KDA. Got Alulu and Snooki ready yet again, and they're really making sure that wine is emptied. Bottle drops down, and Snooki wants to go for the fight instead. Huge suppress. The blades are gone for the time being here, Tash, stalling even more so and allowing a flank to happen.
I love this cross from Tree, just to really give a little bit more space for Snooki if anyone were to push in. But I think what Angela was doing here is just dash to the side as it goes down here. She rushes through, but look at the amount of util dumps onto her. Sindari does have her back. Olulu is down. Loki answers back. But eyes as those Nuki. Nuki for 2. Nuki goes big. Hannah with the up. Can she get one more? No, she doesn't. And now it's down to Hannah once again. With this up, it's going to be incredibly tough for her to actually play this. 3-on-1. Is she actually going to answer or is she going to save? Is the question. I don't think she wants to do that. Shock dart. By some time, she has the recon, breaks the turret, clears down.
Pick
Heaven.
up the rifle, right? Oh,
Yeah, she
oh,
does.
no.
And now another shock dart. The lineups come through, clears out one side at the very least, chips the HP just for a little bit one more time. They're spraying out the top side, but time running out. They know exactly where she is. That recon from Sindari saves the day. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, not quite.
Yeah, well, this time around, it's Nan and friends who get such a strong execute. They make their way towards the site, yes, and we've seen so many times that if they still hold on to A main, that's where you really have to watch out for them. Given the threat on site is one thing, but just their mid-range gameplay has been something that they've been relying on so far. Lineups are one thing, but when they time the peaks and when they go for the hold on the archway, it's enough for them to win out those post plans.
Wondering, as soon as Nana finds an answer, I'm wondering what the Hero KDA would do. Would they just keep doing the same thing over and over, or would there be a readjustment? Yuki spots out. Will be taking the time. Angela Lofe playing in the backside here, playing so long, understanding the use of the rifle and just taking her time. But the Hero KDA only allows them to get that 2 picks as Noki answers back.
I mean, this is another thing that Hero KDA can do. They've had enough playing the anchors. Might as well go for the fight. They're confident anyway. But Sendari will humble Snowkey. Hannah on the board, sure. Sendari again with another one. Bagel now left a 1v1. We've seen multiple times how impressive her Odin has been throughout this tournament. And now she's ready to let it rip. Sendari, though, able to stay away from the stray shots.
She's running.
And she's running. She's rotating, trying to bring that spike towards A instead.
Just running for her life, trying to get out the side. She knows exactly where Bagel was gonna be. So Bagel, not leaving anything chance, coming through mid, clearing out too sure, but she already pretty much knows as timing comes. So timing looks like for both teams on time. Her bots are online. Will it get spotted out? Oh, barely misses her actually. I think she knows she's gonna break the door. She knows exactly where she is. She needs to get this pre-fire right. The pre-aim is going to be massive. They know exactly where she is. Doesn't matter if the recon is there. Gonna have to find a different way. Is she gonna make this a fake? Oh yes, she is.
She went for the L drone as well as the tap.
There she goes, the pre-fire. And what's happening? A little bit of a dancey dance. But Sundari wins in the end.
Yeah, Sundari just plays that so patiently. Not only does she try and psych out Strawberry Bagel with the spike itself, the Aldrone looked for intel as well. And while the Hero KDA, it was such a strong start for them. How they went for that beaming control, they still need to be careful against overheating. One team that we've seen for the Hero KDA so far is when they get those kills, they want to roll over the opposition.
They do.
Nana and friends, they just hold things back and just say, okay, cool, peek again, we dare you.
I think it's a good read by Nana and friends because they're understanding that they have rifles. And how can we punish them? Playing very, very back. How can we get full value? Here comes Adele Commando rushing through. Angela already at door, closing it down. The switch will buy some time at the very least with that utility. Bagel hasn't moved at all. Gets that pick. Beautifully done. On to the KO. One more time. A jump down. She plays with these corners so beautifully. Does get shot down by Eyes and will be going for that revive onto the KO. But Snowkey is not done. She gets the clicks onto the knives. She rushes out, spots one out, pops the head. There's still Eyes to worry about in a 1v2 situation. Where are you gonna look as Ashley seals the round?
Absolute shivers there from that round. The Hero KDA, they just rely yet again on how strong they are in the stone wall. And effectively, right, one thing that they do so well is figure out what can give them the time to isolate these duels. Strawberry Bagel had so many chances to just go for these 1v1s, moving and weaving in both house to just find Angela, to find the Sova, put down the KO as well. And from this point on, that's where they get the advantage. The firepower unreal from the Hero KDA, the anchor potential from Bagel even better.
Just great movement was Bagel, honestly. Snowkey spots out mid. Does give away her position, but thankfully Olulu not quite found. Wow! Through the smoke. Not quite sure if that recon actually did scan her.
I think the biggest concern here for NF though is when we look at them as a team, they need to flush out the Hero KDA more, and now they're doing so in this round. Humbled from the last. Hannah, though, holding mid still against Nuki. So as NF do get a bit of control in terms of the numbers, they navigate towards A instead.
I's just taking her time. They sussed out the area, got Ashling. Ooh, just get the pick. Paranoia, just to give her a little bit of space, does get out alive. Unpunished. A little bit of hesitation coming here from Nana and Friends, and I think yesterday one of the biggest downfalls was this indecisiveness to really make that move. And Bagel with the pre-fire, good timing, takes out some dairy.
I mean, she's brought back the Odin, and from this
She
point
hasn't
on,
let go of the Odin, let's be real here.
She loves to use that gun. She's actually really so stellar at
Small
it.
girl, big gun.
Well, I guess that's the way to go, but now we're still the points back. Halfcake and Izzy do go for the kills, and Izzy is okay, we see you. That's a bulldog, by the way, and she breaks the back of the Hero KDA.
Honestly, my eyes are on both these killjoys. Strawberry Bagel, so good at holding up down the area with that Odin. But Eyes has been so good with these multi-frags, with those lurks, with those holds.
I'm just impressed here for what NAF can do at a moment's notice. Here for Nana and Friends, once they set up on site, it's actually winnable in terms of the aim duels. And while the Hero KDA, their biggest tendency is to take those kind of fights. If NAF can keep up with it, then they're not going to need to flush out the angles. But in the last round, we saw the best of both worlds. Find the first picks thanks to utility, that shot through the smoke, one of the biggest examples of that. And later on, just the utter confidence to stare down an Odin. As of right now, it's the Hero KDA who has to wonder what can break the morale of NF.
I think if anything, on the defensive side, the Hero KDA wants to try and score as many rounds as they can, deny them that 4 score. Going into the second half with a 4 is, honestly, I wouldn't say the worst way to go. Honestly, I think it's safe. And they want to try and smash that. They want to try and get the last 2 rounds if possible. Sorry, the next round. This round, the next one. But Bagel, only a lockdown. Retakes might be a thing. Perhaps buy time, denial. But Nana and Friends in the greatest situation to seal this round. Hunter's Fury, great to just clear out or even deny the post plant. Have the lockdown as well as the Cosmic Divide.
Absolutely. I mean, they have the ultimates. They can just go for the push also with a solid setup with the Cosmic Divide. But with the confidence of those guns, and dashing now towards the switch. Bagel, though, breaking the doorway towards market. Needs a second clip for it. And as it shatters, NF already prepared for any angle onto the B side. So the plant should go down. The Hero KDA flanking instead to try and play towards main.
I think Bagel kind of has suspicion there is someone playing very close, but look at the weapons they have in hand. Not the best weapons. They will be utilizing that lockdown just to buy space. Will it be actually respected by the Hero KDA? Yes, it will. Star Bagel playing very close though. Angela, see nothing quite yet. But immediately here comes the first contact. Spots her out. Angela knows exactly that they're coming out here. Angela has stopped, but Snooki with the taps will be answered by Sundari. And now it's just getting so very sketchy. Ashling with the head taps finds Nuki, finds Sundari, but Cupcake saves the round. What a round, but a close one despite that.
Now she keeps it from crumbling, but you mentioned it, Sash. The fact that Nana and Friends were absolutely pressured, backed against the walls, staying onto the site just like that. And instead, we saw the Hero KDA pick them apart bit by bit. This is going to be big for this next round just because it wasn't the best economy for Nana and Friends anyway. Moving into the last one, Cupcake though, huge picks, allows her now still to have that Cosmic Divide. Hunter's Fury ready here for NAF as well. And I do wonder, with the Hero KDA having the guns, what kind of plays they want to make here. Some tendencies, though, very apparent already. Aisling loves to play towards main. Bagel with the Odin towards both house. And if NF have learned their lessons, maybe they have an idea of what's going on the other side.
Nana and Friends, what they want to do here is to punish any aggression coming out from Hero KDA. But this time around, I can start to see that the Hero KDA's momentum start to slow down. They're saying, yeah, we got punished 3 rounds in a row for going aggressive. And now we're just gonna play on site. They actually stacked 4 on A. But what they're gonna do here is gonna put 2 in the middle, just to really suss out if anyone were to come in through mid. Because the mid side, I'm quite surprised that they're leaving it quite open.
Yeah, I mean, they're just hanging around instead and playing a bit more passive here, perhaps because of what's been happening so far, that NF does find the answers.
You want to
especially
fight it!
thanks to the likes of Yuki as well as Angela making that space. Fragment lob though, and here comes the lockdown too. So the Hero KDA really trying to goad NF to come their way, and now they're gonna stall it for as long as they can.
I
30
think if
seconds
anything,
left.
Nana and friends don't want to fight this. If anything, they want to just pivot off. Just quickly rotate toward A. Is eyes already close? But look at the number of people already on the A side. Olulu might be caught off guard here. A flash come out here and she does land it. Hannah also finds one more and manages to clear close. One more pop flash coming through here. Nuki does spot out one more, but will be stopped by Olulu. It is just falling apart for Sundari right now. She can't save the day. 7-5 will be the halftime.
I mean, the Hero
Switching
KDA,
sides.
they just set it up so well. We're gonna toss it over though to the panel. I'll see you guys on the other side. Hey.
Why, hello panel.
Hello.
You're back.
I guess I'm doing everything today.
I was waiting for it. I was like, is he gonna let Tash do the toss, or like is
No.
it just gonna be all right, okay. So 1.5 minutes, Daks. Look like things were cooked for NF after they won the first pistol, and then it was a 5-1. They got the Hero Phantom round 2, dropped that round as well, but managed to end things 7-5. Pretty respectable half. What do we think going into the next one? Do we think NF have what it takes to close out the half?
I do feel like here for NF, they have a chance still in this game, despite that they're the ones a little bit down on the scoreline. We've seen them be a bit resilient in those firefights, but the problem is when Nana and friends are absolutely dictated by the Hero KDA in terms of the pace. We see how strong the setups have been for the Hero KDA. Just absolute standout plays from Iceling as well as Strawberry Bagel. And it's really been the game plan here for the Hero KDA. Rely on what they know, rely on what they're strong at, and the tendencies, it gave them that buffer from the first half.
So very similar composition as we were talking about, it's just going to be Astra for the side of Nana and friends. Do we see this making a big difference at all, if any?
I think when we swap on over, the Astra's going to be looking for the value of the stars as much as possible. We've seen it be useful for the cross, but beyond that, perhaps Gravity Wells, Nova Pulses, that can help them out.
All right, well, Tash, I'm going to go ahead and give you your partner back. Guys, take it away.
Well,
I'm just being bounced around by this point, aren't
at this
I?
point, you're just a tennis ball.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, and Valorant is my tennis court.
Wow, that was very deep.
Oh, I write poems in Starbucks when I have time,
No, you're right. Poems at Gelato. When you have time.
Gelato.
Yeah,
Well,
we're on ascent after all.
What's a place? Oh, I don't think you have it. We have a gelato place called Amici.
Wow.
Makes sense. Yo, yeah, it's fancy,
Gotta bring me,
See you.
See you in
here.
Manila.
Yeah, see you in Manila for what else will come our way. Anyway, though, second half's here. It's Nana and friends on the defense, and as the panel, aka me, was talking about that Astra, I want to see more of the concussions. I want to see more of the stall potential from it, and perhaps here from Cupcake, this is where she's gonna find more value playing on the defensive side.
I'm honestly quite surprised at the performance of these two teams, especially when they run these sheriffs. Both teams have been incredibly sharp, and we've seen thrifties on both sides, but again, with the Hero KDA, just trying to suss out the area. They have an idea that this might be the weaker round, but getting past that util is going to be the first mountain. Whether it be the Killjoy utility, the Nano Swarms, the Alarm Bot, and even those smokes. These chokes are very annoying to deal with, but no one pushing up through mid.
Mountain climbing dash at the ready, but the expedition is set towards B instead. Sendari, though, holding down Speedway well, stopped a little dead in their tracks, and another one bites the dust as Sendari is ready for everything and anything all at once.
Wow.
Izzy also
30
setting it up
seconds
well.
left.
They just had that boathouse to peek out from, and as Iceling is all alone, isolates one sure versus Cupcake, but a big task ahead of her. It's 1v4 and the spike out of her hands.
It's gonna be very hard. Look at the setup they've already have, and they have pretty much a good idea where she's gonna be. Timid's Heart gonna become another player.
Oh.
Surprised they haven't planted quite yet. They're just trying to wait here. She does get Timid's Heart out of the way. One down. Can he go for two? She gets two already. One by one, the numbers will dwindle, but one tap from Yuki is all she needs.
I mean, they kept tabs on that spike. As soon as it was dropped, Nan and the friends, they're happy to be like, okay, let's just defend this part of the map and let's call it a day. But Centauri, she's been one of the standouts here for Nana and friends so far. One of the most efficient players we've seen all throughout the LCQ. And truthfully, the Nana and friends roster, it really feels like as a team that they amplify their talents alongside each other. It's a standard that they set as an absolute unit, and biggest example so far, Sandari, Yuki, you know you can rely on them.
That's right. And I think that it's really important for them to make sure that if one teammate gets shut down, the others can step up, and that's exactly what's happening. Angela has been really good at taking up space. Unfortunately, she can't do more than that. Just immediately getting shutting down by the likes of Bagel, by the likes of Ashling or Lulu. So what can they do? Just try to slap on that band-aid and just try and mend it as best they can, and they've been doing phenomenal.
Look, Tash, it's not just the power of friendship.
What
It's
is
the
it?
power of teamwork.
Oh, is it?
It
Yeah.
is. Don't worry.
But you know, when you
They're-
talk about friendship, I really want to highlight the Hero KDA. Like, I feel like when they're having fun, it really shows in their gameplay.
Yeah, I think they're one of the most emotional teams also we have here. Once they're feeling it, they just keep getting the wins. Oh, we're gonna talk about our friendship Tash, but right now, it's all
my
smiles
God.
here for Nav. Cupcake is set, the Sheriff is stellar, 3 even along the way, and what can Strawberry Bagel do? Unfortunately for her, it's
Nothing.
best before this time. Nothing indeed, we're tied up.
Yeah, 77. Good equalizer, honestly. But I really think that for the Hero KDA, I feel like they are just... I understand this is an eco, but if you saw from round number 1, I just feel like they're not really taking their time to suss out what's going on. Mid-side, find out which area or which side has, is the weaker side or the stronger side. They don't really have a game plan or an idea on how to break this defense, and I'm wondering how many rounds can they give before they finally find the answer.
I mean, the rifles are ready, so at least this is where the Hero KDA usually step on up. But that's the biggest concern right now. Nana and friends, their positioning so far here on the defense has been stellar. And the fact that they have so many utilities here to anchor down these sites, that Astra is going to be such a big component for the stall. And case in point, the smoke is there, keeping Bagel at bay.
Shock Dart, just to be clear, buy time if possible, both used. Owl Drone, the only utility available for Sundari, but that hasn't really stopped her. Sharpshooting has been the name of her game, and she's been incredible at anchoring sites alongside her teammate. But look at this slow rotations coming through. They're already sussing out Snooki coming up from tree, takes out Snooki, and there you go. No more Julius. Bye-bye. Does know that Lulu is there, and she already knows that it's going to be a crossfire from the side of Garden, and she'll be pushing out Ashley and going aggressive. Does she know that someone in the corner? She just taps! Nuki takes her out of the way. The paranoia out just to clear out, putting down that smokes, and they're going to immediately get onto the site, and finally they break through.
Absolutely. Caught napping there for Yuki. Gives a chance here for the Hero KDA, but the scan is succulent, and Angela finding Iceling along the way. Gives the advantage back here to NF. Bagel though holding still by tree fragment right now for the stall, but keep an eye out of anyone else from the side of NAF to play from Garden, to play from the spawn. Hannah to find onto Angela. It's the Hero KDA trying to keep their opposition at bay, but yet again, the numbers in favor of NF are doing such a good job to have the advantage, but Hannah so sharp and at the ready again to go for another one. 3 for Hannah! And it's well done by Sindari in response. The Bulldog wallbang even just reading where her opponent was stuck at.
Who needs a Vandal when the Bulldog is doing so much value, at least for Nana and friends? We've seen it happen, 3 times this particular map. Now, Hannah did a spectacular job of holding, honestly. She has really good micro adjustments coming through, but I think that situation, she didn't have enough time to readjust, and everyone knows where she is at that point. And this situation, losing that round is gonna be devastating. Giving that bonus to Nana and friends and losing that lead, it's definitely rough.
Yeah, it's just falling apart here for the Hero KDA. And Nana and friends giving a taste of their own medicine here to the Hero KDA. This defensive hold is looking to be a potential snowball. So many times we've seen the response here from Nana and friends. Find strong angles to play from all across the map. Even if they need to play from main, even if they need to play from spawn, they will do so just to trap the Hero KDA.
Yep. spot out. Angela shock dart just to clear her out. Gets a little bit more space for her teammates, and they are just gonna immediately aggressive to the side, but will be stopped by Nuki. Cupcake from hell. Just drags Olulu down. Hannah, she knows she's there. She needs to get her aim right, but she has no clue. Hard to play around the smokes. But she's just gonna take her time, get some information, taps, but unfortunately whips, and Cupcake gets another pick for herself.
Oh, that's a rare mistake there for Hannah, and now it's Nuki and Izzy to wrap it all up. The timing there with the smoke. In the end though, Nana and friends still, just their overwhelming presence on these sites is throwing the Hero KDA for an absolute loop. They're struggling here for the Hero KDA to find their footing. Yes, there was an eco round still, but in any case, if Nana and friends are always in a good position, then you can rely on all of them to step on up when needed be.
Yeah. The Hero KDA, I think this is a good timeout because they have to figure out like what they can do with Bagels and Hannah's ultimate all 1 point each. In this situation as well, Aisling, perhaps you can use her ultimate for perhaps to really just move around the map quickly, just to maybe get some information gathering, or rather just to really hide the map as they just kind of aggress onto the site. But 4 rounds in a row can be mentally devastating. So whether or not the Hero KDA can pick each other up from that. And I think that's the whole idea on why they moved the entire team to Singapore for this particular event.
Yep, just communicate as quickly as possible. Playing at the same venue, it really makes a big difference in that aspect.
It's like me and you, Daks.
Yeah,
like
I mean,
when I fist bump you in person, it hits different, you know?
It's not the same
Exactly.
when we're online. And well, we can have that talk later. Right now, it's the Hero KDA who has talked things through. We've seen some standout performances so far from Aisling, from the likes of Hannah, but it's not going to be enough if the Hero KDA can't get the impactful kills at the right time. The kills are one thing in terms of the stats. The timing itself is the other.
This time around, mid will be what they're going to keep an eye on. Already seeing this 3-1 sort of play coming through. Yuki forced out of the way, paranoia as well, just really moves her out of her positioning. Snooki and her teammates will go and try and take the entirety of Haven, but will be taken down. Yuki answers 4-2, and Yuki has been massive with this multi-frags.
Yeah, this time around, Yuki was ready for the window take, and Hannah here over on the corner yet again. She's loving to try and play in cover, but we've seen from Nana and friends, they've done a good job to keep tabs of those angles. Aldron, though, awaiting her. Hannah has to back away towards Jenny instead, as the shock dart is lobbed. Yet as well, suppressed perhaps here from the Hero KDA. Give them a chance now to just deal with the dry contact instead. All this happens, it's a split approach. We get again the turret being set, broken quickly. Hannah still holding close. The dart is there too. And Izzy looking ready for this. The scan is perfect. And now it's Izzy getting 2. Angela also finding one more angle. And Nana and friends make it to double digits.
They finally know the answer. But the thing is, for Nana and friends, they're okay with giving away the site and playing retake, and that's honestly a very clean retake. It felt like for the Hero KDA, they weren't given enough time or didn't have enough time to fully prepare for that post plant. Their positioning was just not in a situation which allows them to crossfire or even trade each other. Meanwhile, Nana and friends, they have this 2, I would say, teammate going on, like a double swing coming through, where they're able to peek one by one and trade off one another like that and put in that damage.
They're just so synchronized.
They are.
This is the power of friendship, Dash.
I wish we had this friendship, Daks.
I wish so. I do so. I wish
But you're
we
just
had like little...
But you're just being so mean to me all the time, man.
No, I'm not. I was very accommodating when we went to Ascension.
Oh yeah, you are. I'm sorry. That was out of nowhere. But coming up to the side here, Angela playing aggressive. She finds one. Sindari as well for one more. Snooki not stopping aggression. Sindari hasn't moved at all. Olulu does answer back with that Spectre. Gets a little bit of an upgrade. Now slowly but surely, Olulu all alone. 1v4 gets tagged by the shock dart as well as eyes, and suddenly it looks like everything is falling apart for the Hero KDA.
Yeah, it's an absolute sonata here from
Not a
Nana
single
and friends.
round in the second half, Daks.
It's a perfect streak, but that round was even more so sublime. Did you see how Nana and friends played that to perfection? The fact that they're setting up these stations where they're going for that initial contact in a more advanced position, try to read the initial execute from the Hero KDA, but look at their fallback positions as well. Moving down back to the site, they're also anticipating any kind of aggressive push. As soon as we saw the last member of Hero KDA try to go for the swing towards B, it was a shock dart from Sendari and an immediate shot from Izzy. Those are the moments that give NF the advantage in this game.
This time around, they're trying to get aggressive through mid. The smoke is going to be a little bit hard to play through. They don't want to give any information, but the alarm bot, spot start, they exactly know where she is. Now, that lockdown will give them a little bit of space to breathe through, but the problem has never been getting onto site. The problem has been the post plan for the Hero KDA. Oh, what a recon!
Gun! They exactly know where their opponents are. It's mapped out immediately here by NAF. And as we see the Hero KDA try to play towards Pizza, it seems like it's just gonna be a raw deal instead for Iceling. Sendari though finding Alulu after the trade, and it's 4v2. And yet again, Tash, it's the same scenario. The plant is there, sure, but the numbers are in favor of NAF instead. They're looking now for an opportunity. Beautiful scan, though can't get the kill, and Bagel actually getting hit by the bullet instead. Sendari ready. It's Hannah versus the world, and there's no way she can handle that. Nana and friends have been perfect so far, and they continue the streak for match points.
It's just so unlucky, but you really... I am just so amazed at how much respect Nana and friends are willing to give to the Hero KDA. Lockdown, that's okay. Give them that space. We aggress as soon as it goes down. And because they know the timing so well, they give the Hero KDA little to no space to prepare for that post plant. And that has been the biggest problem that the Hero KDA has been. And honestly, I would love to see the Hero KDA take up more space, be able to take out mid, go for picks perhaps. Because in this situation, Nana and friends, it's always been strength in numbers.
Yeah, just the lack of components here for the Hero KDA. Once they make it towards the site and the spike, who is left in the end? They understand that here for Nana and friends, that synergy allows them to have more parts to play with. And this time around, the operator might be the signature piece. Shot though does find a target. Nuki here from the door even! And this is the scan to boot. Now they get the insult where the KO is at. The door is broken, and as the smoke dissipates, Nuki's ready for more. Nuki going nuclear so far. Shut down though by Snowkey as we have the blades in hand. This might be the chance to chill here for the Hero KDA. Nuki though eventually confirming Alulu from the grave. 3v3, and yet again casualties to begin with.
But right in hell, they know exactly where she is. The idea that it's going to be two in hell is already helping, but the last member, not spotted out. Suki, still very much aggressive. But here comes the Hunter's Fury just to really break down that ultimate, to give them that space. Does get tagged. Snowkey is quite low. Izzy, she knows exactly where she is. Takes one out. Hannah answers, but not enough. As the first series, the first game will be taken by Nana and friends.
This was 7-5. At the end of the first half, it ends 7-13, Tash. 8 rounds in a row. As perfect can be from Nana and friends there. And well, the cat logo says it all. Just absolutely cool, calm, collected.
That's exactly what the cat's doing, and we gotta do it. The perfect second half for Nana and friends. And you know what? Forget cool as a cucumber. Cool as a cat is what we're gonna talk about next. But I think in this situation, we can see a lot of pressure onto the Hero KDA, and I'm really curious to see or think what exactly they have to think about in the second game. But for now, I'm gonna throw it back to the panelists and Daks. See you in a little while.
Thanks, Dax and Tash. Nana and friends absolutely stealing the show, running away with it in the second half of map number 1. 7-5 straight to that 7-13 speed run. How do we think about Nana and friends just adapting well, I think, to the Hero KDA and really learning how to read them well in that second half? What do you think, Dax?
I mean, I made my thoughts very clear on the cast already, Jenny. It's just the synergy right now from Nana and friends. The power of friendship has just been incredible so far, and from what I look at here, it's just the way that they're able to play off one another's position and immediately cover it with utility. Biggest examples, just the synergy we saw from Izzy as well as Sindari, what we would see from Cupcake as well to solve for that kind of time. And so many times on the defense, we would end up in a post plan where the hero KDA were lacking some very important players, very important utilities basically, that made it so that as soon as Nana and friends would swing from the angles that they came from on the raid take, it just wasn't covered by the hero KDA.
Yeah, and I gotta ask the all-important question after seeing that map number 1. Okay, we're gonna get the MVPs. It's gonna be Nuki, KO on the side of Nana and friends. You know, I thought that Sundari was going to get that one. Yeah, I think she just got eked out by the ACS at the end. I'm pretty sure she was top ACS for like 2/3 of that game.
Yeah, pretty much the whole time. I think so. She even had one more kill. But again, case in point, look at how Nana and friends have basically worked so well with their backline. Angela making that space, going for that first contact, yes, but it still is just the linchpin of that KO and the Sova together. We've been talking about here, even on the panel, Jenny, because with the double intel, you need to make sure that you know exactly where your opponents are coming from. And not only we would see that from Nuki, from Sendari, but the anticipation and the prediction that they make. It's just some strong decision makings there from Nana and friends that gave them this dub.
Yeah, very well deserved dub. I'm just really impressed with the way that Nana and friends were able to read the hero KDA, because when we started off with that first half of map 1, you know, when they were 1 and 5, it just looked like they were scrambling, didn't have a game plan, but they just started to be able to read the hero KDA so well and just absolutely turn it around towards the end of that map 1. The hero KDA, it just looked like they didn't know what to do. It looked like they were not really able to make that decisive decision. And that just makes me really worried for them going into map 2. I know that we both here on the desk predicted that, you know, map 2 might go in the way of the hero KDA, but I'm a bit worried about that now that we've seen that map 1. MVP, map 1, of course, going to go over Nuki on the KO. I love her photo. It's really cute.
She has the same angle as KO. It just fits. It just fits. And
no, dude. You don't know that. Like, KO could take her mask off right now, and it could be Nuki underneath that mask.
That's true. That is true. You would never know. But I just want to say here, Jenny, that this was the map that Nana and friends needed to win. Just because you move on to split and fracture, maybe that's where the shakiness can come from. But the way that they won so far, it's a twofold thing. This is already some incredible teamwork from Nana and friends. But my biggest concern here from the hero KDA is, are they pretty much too reliant on the contact? It was one of the bigger problems near the tail end of their series against Leons, and for what we saw in the second half, they relied too much on finding the advantage early on with the impact frags, and Nana and friends just didn't give them that chance.
Absolutely. Well, guys, there's going to be at least one more map, and before we see if the hero KDA can make that comeback happen, we're going to go for a really short break.
money in the bank. Money in the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the hit you with the 808.
Welcome back to Map 2 of Series 1, Day number 3 of the Game Changers APAC Last Chance Qualifier between the Hero KDA and Nana and Friends. After Nana and Friends served up a pretty big shellacking over there to the Hero KDA, especially in that second half of map number 2.
Absolutely. Come on, Jenny. Second half, we had such a strong discussion after the match, after that map, just because of the incredible showcase that we saw there from Nana and Friends. And yet again, when we see them as a team, when they look so comfortable, they look so absolutely well-oiled. The synchronicity from Nana and Friends is one of their biggest strengths. And now, moving into Split, they're gonna need to rely on that teamwork yet again as they move into, I'd say, unfamiliar territory to them.
Yeah, and we were talking about this before the map number 1 panel as well, right?
I was
about
there.
how Split. You were here. Oh my god, that's not what I meant. Of course you were here. You've been here every day, Daks. Like, geez, don't you ever stop working? You need a break. You deserve a break.
No breaks here for now because we have so many incredible teams looking to vie for Elite. But you mentioned it, like when you talk about Split, it's one of those curveballs yet again by the Hero KDA. And from what I remember seeing on Pearl yesterday against Neons, is just that surprise factor of something new, something they whipped up in terms of scrims that can really put the other team under pressure. And for the Hero KDA, they still need to build something of that lead, a gap to stay away from the opponents, because we saw last time on that previous map, 7-5 wasn't enough there, Jenny. Nana and Friends, they always have a road to recovery, if ever.
Absolutely, and we saw during the map picks as well that I do believe it is Nana and Friends starting out on the defense side for Split, so they could very well build up that, you know, lead, that little safety cushion in terms of rounds going into the halftime, which I don't wanna curse or, like, you know, jinx things, but I don't know. I have no idea what the Hero KDA's mentality has to be like right now. We were talking before map 1 that Split is going to be really important in terms of both these teams playing on kind of unfamiliar ground, and maybe the Hero KDA wanting to go for that heat check, wanting to go for that hands check to win map number 2. But coming off of the back of this map 1, the fact that Nana and Friends also have defense, I don't know, Daks. I don't know how I'm feeling about this.
Nana and Friends came to play, and it just seems like everything is so planned out here for Nana and Friends, that what has been working for the Hero KDA, how they overwhelm the opposition, and the strength that they have, now it's falling apart in front of them. We saw those shades against Neons, we saw it in the second half, but once the Hero KDA gets back to the level that they're accustomed to, then you know that's where they're gonna recover. So really right now, them starting on the attack, because Nana and Friends picking up that defense, if we see them get a lead here, even if it's gonna be close, I do feel like that will be the point where the Hero KDA will say, okay, we can actually handle this map and look to go for a decider.
Whew, yeah, I mean, you know, we kind of predicted that 2-1 if Nana and Friends managed to win that map number 1.
So check, there you go.
Right? Oh my god, we're 1/3 of the way there. We're 1/3 there. I don't think it was on anyone's bingo card before today that Nana and Friends would 2-0 blitz the Hero KDA straight out of the competition in the elimination match today. But if it happens, I mean, the signs were there in that map number 1.
True, because they absolutely dominated. That wasn't the way we expected them to win. And now, we're going to be getting our compositions. The Hero KDA, I do believe this is something that they've run before with the Astra and the Breach together. But Jenny, come on, a Sage is out here for Nana and Friends. Double control as well.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so for the Hero KDA, this is their preferred composition, not just the Astra and the Breach, but just in general, the Killjoy, the Raze, the Sky. It's something that they're very comfortable running on this map. But Nana and Friends, as you were saying, right, they do generally tend to run Sage on Split, which does sound weird, but So they have like a 3 core of comps on Split. They've got Raze, Sage, and Sky, and then they kind of switch things up between like Killjoy, Omen, Astra, as well as Viper. But their Raze, Sage, and Sky is something that they do tend to run on Split. That said, we don't have that much stats on this team. We've got like less than 5 maps to study from them for their VODs, but yeah, this is what they're comfortable with. It's what they're gonna go for.
I'm looking at this double control setup, and you know how suffocating this can be. You have to deal with
On
the stars,
defense.
you have to deal with the smoke, and you have to deal with the slow. It's just all those SS that Nana and friends can rely on here on the first half. It's something they've run already in this LCQ. I wonder if it can work yet again.
Absolutely, it looks like their game plan is just gonna be smack down the mental of the Hero KDA in that very first half. But guys, of course, once again, to bring you all the action for this map number 2 in what could very well be the last map of this year's Game Changers for the Hero KDA. Once again, it's Tashbunny and Daks. Guys, take it away.
When we go into Split, and I haven't seen a Sage on Split in a hot minute.
In a while.
In a
right?
while, yeah. I mean, like on Split right now, if you look at the bigger stage, the meta goes no Sentinel. It's all about the controllers, the double duelists, a very, very aggression heavy, like defensive sided map who. It's all about the aggression, that mid control.
Well, they have the double control, but they also have the Sage. Why not all of it, right? That's what Nana Friends is looking for. And if they can make this an all or nothing approach, they can actually sweep the Hero KDA. On the other hand, our first seed now looking to be in a perilous state here, Tash. Can Hero KDA force out the decider as Nana and Friends are looking pretty happy still after what happened in the first map?
I don't blame him. That comeback was insane. I would feel really good after that streak. I would still be riding that momentum. And on top of that, defense side first on Split. Oh, that's rough.
Everything's looking good here. A lot of green flags to talk about, really, for Nana and Friends right now. And not only that, if you notice at Nana and Friends composition, not only can they go for the stall, but you still have a few combos to work with between the Sage and the Raze. You know, if you kept the catch with the slow orb, the pain shells are pretty much in position. The Hero KDA, they just need to be careful here. And I look to Hana and Olulu to make that difference. They have a number of flashes, they have the stun to work with, and perhaps if they can allow Snowkey to entry, that can be the chance here for the Hero KDA.
They really haven't decided yet which side they are going to be hitting. They're taking their time for mid side, just waiting for the utility to go down. Trailblazer, just to get some information, suss it out. But Nana and Friends playing it very smart, playing it so far back and deny as much information as they can. And that's honestly key. Just to deny the idea that you might have more, that which side has the most amount of people, the stronger side. And if say they walk into your stronger side, well, let's say everything's just gonna fall apart.
Yeah, did you just say Key? I know a guy named Key.
Me too. I miss him, yeah.
Yeah, he used to be here, but
He used to
now
be here all
he's
the
in
time.
the better place.
Yeah.
All the time, watching us. Oh, but Nana and Friends, he did mention it. They're willing to hang back just because they can rely on the choke points themselves. That might be the problem, though, in the long run.
Oh, no.
KDA waiting out the gravity well. Angela still on site, though.
30
You also
seconds
have Izzy ready to play from the screens themselves.
Oh, he
And
didn't
here we
spot
go.
out!
Angela on the board. Gets a second even. 3v2. Damage done yet again here by Nana and Friends. And you see the same problems here for the Hero KDA. Picked apart bit by bit.
enemy
It's Nana and
remaining.
Friends ready for any angle. And with Yuki getting one more, everything's left to Olulu. It's a 1v3. There we go with the fake on the spike. Beyond that, it's Cupcake with the kill. Nana and Friends, they continue on with a win.
I just think that the Hero KDA hasn't been super proactive when it comes to side taking. Yes, they suss out which side might be easier to get on. They got on, but the problem now is, did they really take the time to clear out every single nook and cranny with how bad Nana and Friends have been playing? They get so much advantage when they just rush onto site, straight go plant, and you don't clear the backside. You don't clear, screens. You need to take this initiative. And if the Hero KDA doesn't do this soon, they might not be continuing their journey.
Absolutely. Come on, the bare minimum isn't enough, Dash. Because they get onto the site, and it feels like, okay, that's it, that's the call. We want to see more here from the Hero KDA. The fact that this team is such a proactive squad, given the scenario that they get these dubs, now we see them kind of cowering compared to what we expect from them. This is a squad that can overwhelm, but Nana and friends, yet again, dictating to begin with. Classic Sage mid-wall. I haven't seen this since 2021.
Wasn't it last seen earlier this year?
Here.
No, it wasn't.
I don't watch VALORANT. So.
Oh man, yeah, it was earlier this
I'm
year.
sorry.
It was before. Anyways, hold that thought because this sprays coming through and I
Down mid.
just makes quick work. Bagel can only get one. That's all she gets.
You were already stunned by history. Now it will be Izzy making history herself. She was just prepared as soon as the wall breaks.
She was ready for it. She was just like, hello.
Exactly. It was like, oh, you guys are here? Cool.
Me too.
Oh, that's a heartbreaker for Snowkey because I think she tried to check the corner.
Yeah.
Did it a little too quickly. Was looking more so at the wall than the player.
Yeah, because she was so tucked in.
Yeah, and just, okay, Nana and friends, happy to take this round.
Nana and friends, just Nana at that point. It was just only Ice holding down the crown. Trailblazer taking out Angela, doing so good. And that situation just now as well, they didn't lose any guns. Cupcake with a freaking Phantom already. And I think one great thing about Nana and friends that they learned a lot from Nyx and Militant. That they really want to buy as best they can, just snowball as many rounds in a row.
Yeah, just also know the fact that here for LCQ, we've seen streaks be the biggest backbreakers in these games. You mentioned it, Tash, have that firepower, willing to invest a little bit more in the bonus, and because of how the rounds have gone already, there's so much money in the bank for NAF anyway. Senderi, though, prepared with a Bulldog, looking to play the longer angle. The Hero KDA trying to prep themselves towards a stacking now as a unit. And Snowkey has to be careful with this wing. Guiding Light, though, provides a bit of space. Flashbacks also for the entry. And she does not notice Nuki's there. Criminal stuff from NAF. And yet again, they get the read on the opposition, Tash. They're just so prepared every single time. Struggle here to make it towards the side. The flash is there yet again, but oh, Sendari catches Olulu napping. Hanado, good shot, makes it 3v3 at the very least.
Oh, again, that screens play is just really a thorn in the Hero KDA side. Angela just waiting for the right timing. That DK just so good, denies the plant. Now, Cupcake, Hannah, only half HP left. Hannah runs back into the site. Gonna go for the plant, gonna force it. 3 seconds to go. Does she get it? No! She gets the pick! She plays the tap and wins the round! 300 IQ. Perhaps this might be the streak that the Hero KDA needs.
Man, you can't spell Hannah without huh? And how did she decide to go for that? Mind games magnificently played by the Hero KDA. It went down to the clutch, sure, but Hannah, she gets it done. So reliable for the squad. One away from the Rolling Thunder. Only problem, Tash, that was NAF's bonus, and now the rifle's ready yet again for the defense.
I mean, the Hero KDA, they're okay. Half shields across the board. But Ice, this time around, will be placing herself up here. Ropes will be how she's been playing, and this is so good. Gets a lot of value from that snake bite. If someone were to push through, that DK will give her a lot of help in just taking them out one by one. Snooki this time around just tucks herself here just to punish anyone playing aggressive. If anyone were to walk into that crosshair, done, gone, next round.
They're dead. It's just circle where the correct area is.
Yes.
Anything and everything in front of the judge. I guess the problem right now, though, Tasha, is the Hero KDA. Do they understand that She's walking up, but NAF is just still happy to play back anyway. Boombot, though, and the pain shells. Good damage done towards Izzy, but you still need to keep tabs of what Angela and Yuki are planning. Onto the side, into the corner. Olulu dropping on down. Dracula gets the suck 2v2. And Olulu, that's exactly what they need. A chance now with the Seekers. Here we go with the Seek and the destruction of Nuki. Icing on the board, and it's Cupcake versus the world. In a 1v3 slate, Snowkey's just prepared here on the higher ground. Cupcake right now. Oh, big find. 1v2, looking towards the site itself. Iceling over onto the backside, over onto the elbow. But still, the screen's providing cover here for one more on the Hero KDA. Cupcake, the high ground's not enough. Eventually, she needs to drop down and find the contact. Looks to isolate towards this side of the map, but no dice. Aisling tracks her down after a beautiful flash. It's the Hero KDA tying it up.
I absolutely loved that round, how they played. It was honestly good read that they are just trying to default. So what they've done is that they've managed to time all their utility well. Olulu's first contact, especially with that gravity well, worked so good for her. And then it was just about dwindling their numbers one by one. Now, the Hero KDA, I believe, is one of those teams that really need to ride momentum. They need to feel good to play good. And in this situation, it's starting to look great since that rifle round. They're looking a lot better in economy, but for Nana and Friends, it's a sort of a mixed bag.
I'll say for the Hero KDA, they're one of the teams that can suddenly seize momentum from the opposition. And maybe that can be their saving grace moving forward. Viper Spit now online and ready. I see a green here from Izzy. I guess if you're playing towards ramen, too much wasabi here on toppings, Tash, but bagel.
You put wasabi
okay.
on your ramen?
I don't know. Apparently the Viper does here.
I was about to flame you for that.
What else is called? Oh wait, Nori. I'm thinking of Nori. That's my bad. Well, through the seaweeds and through to the site we go. It's a rolling thunder, courtesy of the Hero KDA. Still though, the lurks inside the Viper set being the threat. Sindari though isolated now, and Snowkey will get the one. The flash though into play. Izzy now eventually. The patience from the snake bearing fruit as Aisling goes for the plant beyond the wall. So it's down for now, 4v4.
You start to see that Ice really wanted to take control of the mid side, but what they didn't know was that as soon as she altered that mid side, immediately they knew where exactly the other member's going to be. They took full advantage of that situation, went through the main. Now Snowkey, they have a nice little crosshair gravity, well done! But all it does is just give them the advantage. Nuki, again, multi-fragging with Tsundere. It's always been them. Can they flick? No, they can't. And Nuki saves the day. The excitement in the twirls, that is the best.
What was that though from Angela? Did you see that?
Listen. You don't get it. If you get pulled by the gravity, well, technically you're not supposed to be able to aim good. But if you let yourself be pulled, you get 100% aim buff, just like the Breach Ultimate.
Yeah. So you're saying if you just let what is natural happen, right?
Yes.
If there's a spark, or in this case, if there's a suck from the gravity well, it will work out. And truthfully, in the middle of all that, center stage, Angela take bow. Nana and Friends though, this has just been an incredible run from them so far. Honestly, the best series we've seen from them in terms of performance. But the Hero KDA are no slashes as well. It's only a 1-round gap. Eco sure, a Hero Guardian, yes. Trying to fake out or trying to bait out Cupcake from peeking. But Nana and Friends, they know they can just hang back for the time being.
Really liking the fact that the Hero KDA is taking their time. Find out the info. Don't rush too much. Oh, Bagel. That's crucial. Probably has an idea that's going to be the sage close by. But they take their time. They're going to be breaking that mid wall. And immediately you can see the reposition by Nana and Friends really backing off, allowing them and giving that respect. And they would rather play with their teammates than play alone and take these duels.
I mean, the defensive protocol here from Nana and Friends is so standardized. They just back off towards heaven, towards tower as much as possible, just to keep tabs of the initial push. It's already taking so much time here for the Hero KDA to cross on through.
Oh, she flashed.
Because of the presence. And the flash comes, doesn't matter. No one's there, but time is bit by bit running on out here for the Hero KDA. Snowkey though finds the contact. Pain Shell's also thrown to keep Yuki at bay. Seekers at ready. Centauri gets one for her troubles, but all she gets, it's up to Cupcake to go for the hold. Gets one at the very least. Yuki now on the board. Here comes Aisling with the trade. Bagel absolutely blinded here by the utility. And then a 3v2, the Hero KDA, can they bring themselves to a post-match scenario? Aisling creeping, surprises Cupcake. Great for her, giving them a chance. Angela though with the find. Showstopper is here, and it's time perhaps to change the channel. 30 HP. It's the only saving grace here for the Hero KDA, but there's no way, no how. Nana and Friends with another.
Oh man, a little bit much just now. Again,
Team
the Hero KDA knows only half the story. They didn't have time to fully just think out their plan. I really gotta give it to Nana and Friends. They have so much good hold of their utility. Timing is so good. You can tell, like, as soon as to see someone happen, immediately that information is relayed straight to her cupcake and she just reacts. All her teammates have to do is just play off of these utilities.
I'm just impressed though that Nana and friends, they stuck around as a unit because they look so well oiled. They look so efficient with one another, and the teamwork right now from Nana and friends, the understanding of when to really help out each other has just been some of the best we've seen so far here in the playoffs. And I kind of wonder right now, where was this success back in the open stages? You know how good they are playing with one another. Do you know that they have this history starting from Capi, moving into their next team now as Nana and friends? And I love the fact that we're seeing them still together under the little cute cat that dabs.
Yeah, I just noticed that the cat has like a little bit of like, you know, headband there.
Yeah,
I just realized it. It has like it has like the what do you call that? It looks like a cloud or like the Naruto logo.
The headband?
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
It's more one of those exercise bands. It looks like
Is
that,
it? I thought it was like a Naruto band.
I mean that too. It's a cute little sash on its head.
I wish
You know
I
what
had
it
a
kinda
sash on my
reminds me
head.
of?
What?
It kind of reminds me of the Gangnam Style guy on
Oh, you're right.
right?
You're right. I cannot unsee. Oh, man.
Banana style.
Dang.
Oh.
You got talent. You got talent.
Wow,
I'll give that to
come
you.
on.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's not singing, that's for sure. It's probably just making things up along the way. Nana and friends though, talent abound. The 2-round gap is clear. Guns are out though here for the Hero KD as they try to vie for mid again.
Snooki, this time around, she's not going to play too aggressively. Now, if you've noticed that Snooki, she does try to make something happen. She's trying her best to really take up that space. But in a lot of situations, if she's on site, her teammates are just not able to follow up. Or perhaps she would already be so far away, but she doesn't have enough time to really suss out the entire area because she's a little bit too worried that she might be caught off guard. But this time around, she's going aggressive. Here comes the satchel as well as Showstopper. Finds the mark with Sundari on the way. Does one heavy hitter out. But the Trailblazer spots her teammates are there to give her a little bit more space to work with. The flash comes through, no swing out, does buy some time.
Yeah, the plant goes down and such a strong Cosmic Divide as well. We've seen this here from the Hero KDA. If they can isolate Sundari, it gives them a play towards the site itself. Copycat kill playing close now. Gets a bit of the heals here from the regrowth from Yuki. Nana and friends still hanging around, waiting perhaps for an opportunity with the flash and the wall itself. There we go. Olulu finding Yuki to start things off. Counter flash. Angela finding Hannah. Angela with a second. Okay. The Hero KDA, though, they're more prepared for this firefight. And then 2v1. It's left to Izzy to try and play through the cloud. Didn't get the intel. Izzy, though, isolates one. And oh, that got close. But Snooki survives to live and fight another day. The Hero KDA, that's a win they needed.
That was incredibly scrappy, I have to say. You can see that the initial hits, once again, amazing, but then they answer back with their own Cosmic Divide, and the problem is they weren't really timing the utility well, and it kind of like bit back or just blow back in their faces. And in that situation at 2 versus 1 as well, like I was really hoping to see a swing play by the Hero KDA, perhaps a little bit of a miscom, but thankfully it was able to be salvaged by Snooki. But personally for me, I don't think they should have lost a player there.
It's getting dangerous here for the Hero KDA. Even though they won the round, it gets a little too scrappy for their own liking. It was already such a strong set play. I'd love to see those post plants yet again chewed up with by the attackers. The Bageless though gonna get lobbed. Angela here, a threat from the last round, looking to be yet again the same. The Satchel though pops in front of them. Keeping tabs now with Nuki. The flash gets the intel. And while we see Nana and friends scrambling around this B site, the Hero KDA, they might realize a rotation is available.
Look at how deep Nana and friends are holding. And they're so okay with giving that site. Understanding that so long as they have the man advantage, they will win. Snooki pushing out all alone.
There.
Make sure it's clear. Satchel's on the site. This time around, make sure to clear out both sides of the road.
Oh!
But the sprays come through, doesn't come anything. But Olulu does find Sundari, and here comes the cabbages right for you. Breaks it down, but gives them all the information they need already. Snooki still holding, and Aisling making sure to hold heaven very cleanly.
Yeah, while the salad bar has been picked clean, it's still the Hero KDA with the position and the guns. Baiting one. Sindari fell so early on after the shots, and with the screens being held together here for Nana and Friends is the only real pressure point that they can fight from. Angela and Cupcake though, making good work from it. Strawberry Bagel hanging back, Snowkey the same, and Snowkey, well, Winter has arrived. It's effective enough here as Snowkey's an ice cold killer. 4 to 4, we're tied up.
Whew. It's been a tug of war. 2 rounds each team. Nana and Friends grab 2. The Hero KDA grabs 2. Both teams just really trying to suss out, just try to find these patterns, but it's really hard to say when Nana and Friends are just changing up the way they play every single round. For the Hero KDA, it's really hard for them to have this, like, I would say a clean protocol, a clean set play onto site as well because of that.
Well, I'm gonna give props to the Hero KD in that round, Tash, actually. The mid-round thing to go for A was effective. Here we go, though, in the middle of the map. Already at the start, there is pressure. Angela so focused in to get these kills, but Hannah will suddenly smite her and punish that hubris. So immediately, the push there from Nana and Friends, counteracted by the Hero KDA. They also go for the lockdown and make their way towards B, and Bagel catches Cupcake, ill-prepared for the swing. Big picks already for the Hero KDA. They moving on to the site, the Trailblazer for the intel as well. And
look at this
on the
corner!
alert. Exactly, Hannah's here, waiting to make a play. The flash is there, but she can't actually swing off it. The res comes online though. Nana and Friends giving themselves at least one more member to play with.
Time. A lot of time to play with. His eyes. Just making sure to clear every single corner of the air. Don't want to be caught off guard. Just making her way straight into CT. But Hannah, slowly but surely. Oh, timing. Might favor Snowkey here. I'm not sure if she saw it. No, she didn't, but yes, she does! Does lose her teammate in the process, but good enough. Sindari playing in from A main. And I think in this situation, they know that that's it. It's the end. Better go for the save.
Just stalking her right there. Still, the Hero KDA, such a big win. As soon as they get the plant going, it's such a far cry from what we saw in the first map. Now they look so much more secure about their executes. They know that they have Nana and Friends on the ropes once they get that site. The stall is what allows this defense to thrive, and one thing we were talking about on the panel a while ago, Tash, is if the Hero KDA can get the lead here in the first half, it's already such a good sign for the rest of the map.
Truly. And on top of that, I love how the Hero KDA is changing it up. Yes, for so many rounds, they were playing mid-side, and they had a lot of success with it. But I'm talking about like what they do after they got onto site. It's a little bit more thorough. They take their time. They go and push out a little bit more, take up a little bit of space, and they're not pushing out alone. And that is very, very crucial. They're making sure that they're being able to play off each other. And I think that that timeout they had before gave them that time to just really breathe and just collect their thoughts. Because again, the Hero KDA is a team that really loves playing off emotions. When they have fun, you can really see it in the game, and we're starting to see that again. But again, I do understand the repercussions for this match though. Winner goes on, loser, that's the end.
Yeah, loser's gone, and that's the thing. This is LCQ. No further tournaments here for everyone else. Besides, of course, Elite will play with the top 8 that we've had all throughout the year. You know already, that regional spot is up for grabs, as hype as can be near the tail end of the year. And right now, there are 2 slots available in this LCQ to make it to Elite. The prize is there in front of the eyes of Nana and Friends as well as the Hero KDA. Let's see though if NAF can recover. As the Hero KDA, they're looking to play towards A here, Tash. Trailblazer to try and scout initially. They also go for that main control to start things off. Stokey Page Shells. This might be dangerous here for Sindari, for Nuki rather, as well as Izzy.
Oh,
the ramps being taken too.
They know exactly there's someone up on Haven. Izzy playing close, gonna be using her wall. Anyone were to push, that decay, as well as his shotgun, just gone from the ground. But Pink's coming through. They know someone in screens, hoping that Angela will be the one to provide that distraction to give her teammate a little bit of space, and Emily just bursts onto the site, misses the pain shells, and Emily goes forward, but does not realize it's a 3-way hole on Heaven.
There's just so many lines to cross there, and Nana and Friends setting up the fire range. Izzy now getting up close and personal. Nuki also with a kill, and from this point on, it's all Nana and Friends. As Alulu tries to strike back, the ramp still held here by by the hero KDA. And well, from that point on, Alulu is the saving grace here for the attackers. Down the ground though, over onto the ropes. We still have one more player. It's Izzy trying to check out mid, but right behind her, it will be the last two members of the hero KDA. Izzy, turn around. Oh, the barrel, it's been spotted. And because of it, Alulu will get the jump on her. 2v2, and Alulu's doing it all here.
I was a little bit concerned that we might be seeing some knife action just now. Thankfully, timing wasn't really there. Plant's trying to be. It's actually so interesting. Watch this happening, but Aisling does find Angela, and they are not done. No clue where Nuki is, and they are on the hunt. Timing, not on their side. They leave sight, but she's right here. Spots out the spike.
Noise?
I don't think they heard her at all.
Oh, the drop though. And now from this point on,
they
they
heard
split
her.
on up. They know now because of the utility. Nuki still on the ground here, Tash. And as Aisling and Alulu are trying to play individual angles, it's Nuki who is second guessing herself. This will be another kill from Alulu.
She didn't even have to aim.
Opportunity all the time, Tash. And it's the hero KDA back with the stellar and usual beats they're accustomed to.
Honestly, for Alulu, I don't need to move my crosshair at all. Let her walk straight into it. These nasty angles. But the thing is, what I'm surprised about is the fact that they were willing to commit to walk all the way, rotate all the way back to B, just to make sure everything was clear. You can tell that the hero KDA, they're on hyper-vigilance right now. Moving together, they had A clear. But instead, walk all the way to B, plant there just to make sure they can get a little bit more picks, just to give a little bit more advantage on their side. And this time around, Cupcake played the back corner, and she will be starting the round.
Absolutely. Ever since we saw them call for the timeout, I feel like for the hero KDA, the mid-rounding has been a lot more solid. The communication and the coordination. And as you said, not just the call towards B, but to double stack as much as possible, play with one another in those instances. Bomber Spit though, online and ready. And from what we've seen so far, the more experience, the more learned the hero KDA, they're gonna stay away from that and move towards A instead.
Angela playing a very dangerous game here.
She's all alone here.
She's all alone. Her teammates aren't there to support her. It's making me very nervous. She can get out of the way though. She has her utility to help her out. Oh, she spots them out.
Info.
Safely out. Denied that space with the paint shells.
I think here for Nana and friends, they are relying too much on their composition just to scare off the hero KDA now. There is no fear. The hero KDA, they feel like this is their pivot point, but it's Snooki. It's a showstopper though from Snooki. Flies high to get the deny. Sindari though on the board as well. Spike is down. Advantage here for Nana and friends. And Angela with a bucky of all things. Eventually, the trap is sprung here from Nana and friends. The hero KDA, they want to go for the rotate. And that's Aisling who'll eventually have to walk into the sightlines of Izzy. Return to sender and Nana and friends recover. It's 5-6.
Man, it started off so good for the hero KDA, and again the same thing happens. Look at that. Immediately Snooki on site gets displaced away from her teammates, weren't able to play together, and Bucky Gaming, hello. That's
just
painful.
A security guard. It's just no way.
You have Bucky and you have a judge. Which one do you want? Pick your poison.
Apparently the Bucky wins. One shot is all she needs. A single pump there, and this is just what Nana and friends can do in these scenarios. It got dangerous at the start, right? Because you only had Angela getting that intel. But the way that they play back for an initial position, the way that they stop the hero KDA, that's the strength really of what Cupcake and Izzy bring to this composition.
A long, different wall this time, a little bit deeper. Understandable though, just want to buy more time. Gives them a little bit more info. Means it denies them access onto B, which gives them the idea they might just be feeding onto A. But breaking that though, gives a lot of question marks to Nana and friends. Wow.
Again, the timing, that was so fortunate for Bagel. Cupcake though now can be isolated towards the corner, gets away in time thanks to the smoke. And from this point on, it's the Cosmic Divide play that the hero KDA is relying on. Blinded now, Cupcake can't fight back. Snooki again with the entry. Trailblazer gets a chomp off the Bagel shore. But Sindari, knifing, trying to see if someone's there. The flash is out, and now the push comes. Sindari though getting back into cover in time, using the Cosmic Divide for protection. Boombo's gonna be into play as well. And as Alulu tries to hold form the garden, it's the hero KDA so prepared onto the side. Hannah with another one. It's 5v3 now as Sindari tries to push. Inside the smoke though, it's two members here of the defense. Nuki getting up close and personal. Goodbye to Hannah, sure. But yet again, it's the Hero KDA with the angles. Nuki and Sindari making it a 2v2 though. It's Snowkey prepared. Such a commit here for the Hero KDA. Time running out. And from top to bottom, it's Sindari who finds them both. 3 for her. And the round's taken here by NAF. We get tied up at the end of the first half.
Truly, you are a boulder and I am a mountain. Sindari is so immovable when it comes to holding down the line. Regardless, gonna let Daks and Jenny break it down for us for the first half. Go ahead, guys.
Oh.
Alright, Desk Daks. You're Desk Daks now. That's the new nickname that we're giving you when you're on the desk.
There's Daks, there's Cast Daks.
There's Tash and Daks.
There's Tash and Daks. There's
Daks and Blue.
What's us? Daxichu. Okay, I'll take
Oh,
it. Anyway, we have a minute
yeah.
to break down what just happened there, Jenny.
Anyway, you got anything new for me, or am I gonna ask you a question?
I mean, we saw already from the side of the Hero KDA. Once they get back on their feet, they just look so much more prepared compared to them just trying to force some of these issues. We see the mid-rounding has been a lot more stellar. They put themselves with 6 rounds on the attacking side, and the only answer here from Nana and friends by the tail end was not just only the clutch there from Sanduri, but also the way that they can regroup to throw out utility. So we saw strengths on both sides, but one thing we said a while ago, Jenny, if the Hero KDA can get at least a small lead or even this tied up scoreline, they're gonna be set for a better second half here.
Right, so 6-6 Sage on attack for Nana and friends. What do we think? 10 seconds, go.
I mean, it's difficult, but if you can find the kills, Battle Sage or Res is the value.
Alright, well, the Hero KDA absolutely do not want to get eliminated. To stop them from happening, they have to win this all-important second half. Tash, back to you.
6-6 half on split. If you're on attacker side previously, it's a happy day for you. And if you're on attacker side now, a lot of question marks going on.
Yeah, I think it's difficult here for Nana and friends. Yes, they're gonna have that double control to split up the site effectively, and if they can get a good catch, then that's the win for them. But they're only gonna be relying on Nuki and Angela to become that front line. Everyone else is gonna be walking into whatever the Hero KDA has set here, Tash. And while I feel like a gift basket that's been passed around from panel to cast, we go again into the second half, and NAF, they're gonna be vying for mid here.
Gerson on to the mid side. No one to meet them there, but this time around, the same thing we saw on Ascent is for NAF, waiting to see if it's going to be aggression from the Hero KDA. Ashling does push out a little bit more. Does not spot out anyone quite yet. Still playing it relatively safe as A side will be the site the utility for Killjoy will be placed on, at least just buy some time.
Yeah, the Hero KDA, they're happy to still play towards heaven. And one thing that they can do in these kind of plays is we still have Hannah playing back towards one of the 2 towers that we have here. A single fault line is enough to oppress Nana and friends. So I'm looking really at what Angela can do in this half. If she can provide the space for entry, it'll be a chance here for NAF. But if they are just stopped by the sky, stopped by the breach, the Hero KDA in control. Larpot's there, fault line. Something we've been waiting for. And as Bagel waits onto the site, perhaps through the smoke, there will be the push here from Nana and friends. 2 already here for the Hero KDA, dictating the rules of engagement. It's 4v2 onto the site, still many members of the defense, and the struggle is apparent here for Nana and friends.
Not overpeaking, but Bagel, I think she probably knows that they are just slowly pushing through. Hannah picks one of herself with Lulu. Hannah, big picks here on the first round of second half, and I think that this might be the start of a change in momentum.
Yeah, change of momentum and also just a changing of the guard here. With the defense for the Hero KDA, we always have to look at what Hannah's gonna do in this game. Not only was her fault line absolutely pristine in the timing, but her herself getting those kills. She doesn't just set it up, Tash, she also knocks it down.
It's true. I think that what's great about Hannah on that breach is just not only that she can set up her teammates by time, but she can also play it very selfishly. Again, I want to remind everyone that Hannah on that breach can be very oppressive. It almost feels like cyberbullying at times.
I mean, she's just one of the best shots we've had here so far. And that might be where the Hero KDA can rely on the talents of their team. Toki though gets the spot. It's Olulu also, and look at how quickly the Hero KDA, they just shred them apart, Tash, and there's just no real chance here for Nana and friends right now. They can't find the space to work with.
It's the hunt for the final player.
Oh.
I think they spot out the spike, also the backs of NAF. So unlucky Eyes all alone. Can she at least make a miracle play? Maybe good for one, perhaps. Ooh, nearly does, but other teammates are here. A double swing! Not enough. Snooki and Zround. Whoa, they are feeling themselves.
Yeah, they're just looking a lot more confident compared to before. This is the expectations we have for the Hero KDA. And my biggest concern for Nana and friends is just how are they gonna make this cross happen? The double control can break those sight lines, can get a good catch against the Hero KDA if ever, but KDA has just been so well timed with their peaks. They just know exactly when to go and when to actually try and stop the opposition. And given that it's their bonus, they want to play closer here, Tash.
Snooki, gonna be following with that Trailblazer. I love this, but it gives her all the information. Gonna buy some time here. Does she drive? Because she know Olulu is there for that support, but so does the Pagels. Clears out the backside. So Derry, does she go down? Yes, she does. Unable to move. Unlucky.
Yeah, how does Sundari even fall that easily here for the Hero KDA now? Advantage clear. The smoke is there though, set. Nuki looking to just find any target if ever. And while sure the Vandals are out here for Nana and friends, it's still the Hero KDA happy to play closer with the Spectres instead. Snooki also, perhaps a regroup now. Looking to check out mid if ever. Realizes though it's still that A main presence from Yuki. There's a hole there, the toxic screen. Giving a chance to go for the peek, sure. Snooki wants to go for the hold herself. Boombot broken now, moving towards the site. Trying to play the high ground. Ramps being taken, so Nana and friends, they can pivot off tower if ever. Trailblazers there too. And it's Angela now, being assisted by the stun if ever. Olulu keeping tabs. The Hero KDA found now Angela on the board. A good satchel even to keep the Hero KDA over as a corner. But Ice, like, this is timing, but she can't get the kill. It's all Naf with the takedown. Hannah off the corner, finds two for her troubles, but that's all she gets. 2v1. It's Bagel who tries to look for the timing and the clutch moment though. Trying to be made. The plant goes down, and it's the Hero KDA. They're looking to set themselves up again. The swarms there, and it's a 2v1, Tash.
It's gonna be very difficult with the Spectre in hand, especially against these rifles. But if she can just get one more gun, it would really seal the round for them for round 4. Regardless, gonna just make a wraparound here, coming in from main. Don't think they spot her out quite yet. Eyes on Heaven. They know she's there already on main. She's flashed out. But time is running out. Can she go for at least one more pick? Coming in from both sides. The isolate comes through. She can't take them down. Goes down eventually. But in this situation, Nana and friends get the round, but loses 3 rifles in the process.
And you can see how much of a struggle that was. Even with the gun disparity, they couldn't find the confidence to play towards the site itself. They went for the heaven take. And one more thing, it took them a while to clear out these corners. So the Hero KDA, they have a lot of things that they can take positively from that last round despite losing it. Now we're gonna see the half armor though for the defense. Same case for Nana and friends. Rifles ready for both sides. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Hannah and Olulu find a way to find a hook perhaps to begin this round.
This time, buy some time as Olulu will be trying to get that information. Not too sure if they actually spot anyone out. Cupcake this time, playing it a little bit back, understanding that someone on the flank catching them would be crucial. And we've seen this happen so many times, especially in B Garage. We have Cupcake on the outside, on the inside will be Ashling, but never pushing out way too much.
They just don't overcommit and overstep. It's the Hero KDA here. Happy to play such a default. Move over to Garage also and get that control after the initial presence and intel. You can see here for them, they know exactly what they need from the map and not one step more. Bagel though, keeping tabs over mid still. In the vents, smokes there too. Anticipated Sundari spotted immediately. Yuki though, a quick trade leads now to the Seekers. My only problem though for Nana and friends, the spike is left behind, and even if they get this space, it's that timer that will be whittled down sooner or later.
So they do have the sight But Ashling will whittle down the numbers as Cupcake does
Big
answer
win.
back.
30
The
seconds
situation.
That's
left.
such a big pick.
It
That's such a
really
big
was.
pick, Tash.
It really was. And the situation is 3 versus 3. THK wants to play it together. Suspects, didn't rush, check your left, gonna throw out that nade, does not clear the corner. Can she answer back? She does not know where to look. The information was not relayed. And Nana and friends, 2 rounds in a row, massive. The hero KDA needs to find an answer.
Nana and friends, it gets so dangerous in these instances, but you can see for Nuki, she's just in such a fortunate angle. I do believe because of distraction of Izzy, Hannah wanted to check towards the rafters instead. And from that point on, quick 2K there from Nuki. Nana and friends, they still have a chance in this. They still have a hope onto the execute if they can find the opening given to him by the hero KDA.
This aggressive pace read very well by Nana and friends. Then disparity. Sprays come through. Sundari never disappoints with her rifles. Takes a lot of damage though. But it does give them information that with most people at mid, main should be a lot easier. But what they didn't know is that Strawberry Bagel holding down the line ramps. You can see all the utility already pretty much set out here. Alarmbot spots her out. She is vulnerable, but did not take any damage. I don't think they spotted her yet. Yeah, no.
He's just waiting right now, and from this point on, look who's gonna be behind them. Hannah!
What
Finding
are
two!
these taps?
What was that? Highway robbery of those live Snooki also on the board now, and we 2v1. But the sheriff's finding value, and no one noticed Hannah was just creeping and crawling her way to try and find impact. And Snooki though finished the job off. Sindari and Cupcake on the opposite end. There we go with the tap towards the spike, ready for the contact yet again. Still though, the double up is looking stellar here from Nana and friends. Snooki is had enough. She wants to get halfway. Checked out here by Sindari. Got close, but Cupcake will handle it. A 3K for her and the lead taken here by Nana and friends.
They nearly lined up for her. Just look at that. But these initial picks, I don't know what it is about the mentality of these players on Thrifties. Because, holy hell, what are those taps? What are those shots? I am losing my mind. If I
What
could
are
see a
those
global
calls?
replay, I would just be begging for it. Production, please!
I'm just impressed that Hannah was able to make her way with the cool kids of Nana and friends and say, don't worry, I totally belong here. She just
One of
found
us.
a way in.
One of
One
us.
of us. The technical pause is called though, but Nana and friends, this is such a statement with this 3-round streak. We've been concerned about how they're going to be playing this map, but they make waves with Angela, with Yuki. Just the way that they're able to find the timings, thanks to Izzy and Cupcake also. And while the hero KDA, I feel like it has slipped from their grasp in the past 2 rounds, it's still the fact that Nana and friends have made their way towards the site that gives them that chance.
Wondering, what exactly does the hero KDA have in mind here? Because it's 3 rounds in a row they've given away to the attackers on split. And I think if anything, they're just not sure how exactly to deal with that initial play. Because they're playing so very slow. Hannah and... sorry, not Hannah and friends. What? The hero...
I mean, technically, you can if the hero KDA wanted their name to be like that, right? It can be Hannah and friends. It can be Olulu and friends. You know, it can be Tash and friends because we have Tash with us right now. You know.
I mean, Tash and friend. Because you're
Friend?
Daks. Yeah.
Yo, I'm happy to be counted as a friend already.
Aw.
That's like a blessing, the Tashbunny blessing. Thank you.
Aw.
Very much.
He says that, but he forgets who he is. Okay, I just really want to talk here, Dax. What do you think is Nana and friends doing right here on Attack?
Winning. That's for sure.
Oh god, why didn't I think of that?
Yeah, but again, honestly, it boils down to the fact that they find a way to navigate. And it's still because there's so much weight on the shoulders right now of Yuki and Angela, and they can handle it.
Yeah.
It's given them that chance to actually fight back here on the attacking side. And once they had the rifles, they were on par with the single duels we would see from the hero KDA. given that factor, Nano and friends, they made their chance and they made this lead happen.
Regardless, it's gonna be very, very hard here for both teams mentally. But I think the team that's not really buckling under pressure has been Nana and friends. They're a team that loves to play slow. They love taking these rounds. They love lengthening as much as they can. Just keep the enemy team on their toes. Olulu has that information and immediately leaves out of the way, respecting that space. Decides to play together, Trailblazer, just to really make sure rotations are not happening. But look at that, how Nana and friends are just okay to play so back and just wait for them to use their utilities and then they strike.
And okay, Cupcake gets intel on the Iceling. Perhaps Iceling will retreat instead. And you mentioned it. Yes, Nana and friends can play slow, but compared to the start of what we saw in Ascent, this feels like there is more of a method to the madness. They're trying to burn
30
as
seconds
much
left.
utility as possible from the hero KDA. Make it a bit easier for them to actually push onto the site, given the fact that it's going to be a little bit dry on how they actually go for the execute. Eventually, though, it's intel here for the hero KDA. They know that it will be a B-side take. Nana and friends running out of time. All eyes are on Iceling here. He goes for the star setup and still wins the duel anyway. Iceling is amazing. Snowkey with the slam dunk. And from the heavens, it will be the hero KDA soaring into another round. We get tied up because of it.
I can hold an area pretty well myself. Make sure to go at angles I can't.
On Earth! What's that? It looked like Nana and friends had everything right, baiting out all the smokes, the Trailblazer, the flashes. It also looked like they had an idea where Ashling's pathing was going to be. They put down all those utilities, but then suddenly the explosive play from the hero KDA just tore everything apart. And that's exactly what we wanted to see from the hero KDA, the signature that we saw from Open 2.
Look, that was in the most literal sense. That showstopper
Truly.
from the skies. Just absolutely crushing Nana and friends as soon as Snowkey lands. We're still tied up though, and Nana and friends, they have a hero rifle and a half bite to work with for Sindari. Sheriffs for everyone else on the eco. And Snowkey now. We saw this a while ago on the attacking side. Now on the defense, it makes a bit more sense. Trying to hide towards the angle here towards main. Cupcake though with one. Angela, okay. Nana and friends. I think they forgot the memo that they're on a more thirsty state right now here, Tash. And because of it, they get 2 kills for free.
Oh, that was just a little bit too aggressive as Hannah knows. And here comes the Rolling Thunder, a flash to really just supplement that. Unfortunately for them, Olulu does fight Loki in the backside. Angela not hitting that showstopper, not happening quite yet. Eyes will be going down, and so does Cupcake. Hannah feeling really good right now. Gonna reconvene with her teammates, but gets caught off here by Sindari. A little bit of an upgrade there. The minima on top of that.
30
Maybe a little
seconds
bit of a buff, just buying some time. They're just gonna slowly push through the wall, and Olulu does not miss playing aim labs on NAF.
Just stops them dead in their tracks, and the hero KDA retake the lead. That was just such a showcase though from Hannah and Olulu again. To begin with, the call from Hannah to immediately go for the Rolling Thunder and back on away. It gives them a bit more control towards the CT side, and perhaps that's why Hannah got caught out later on, expecting that this was covered already by the rest of her team. Instead though, Olulu took matters to their own hands, went for the site, made sure that the swing from the wall was covered, and she gets both of them at the very end. So the hero KDA, these calls, these micro plays here are giving them these chances so far in such a tight series.
Olulu still playing the mid side. She's been really good at holding this, just playing with the utilities. But with this time, Snowkey. One flash all it needs. Perhaps we can go for a pick. Maybe even 2. Gets the info. But no follow-up quite yet.
Now. Contact here.
Oh,
Cupcake
Cupcake.
finding Iceling. Okay, that's a good beginning here for Nana and friends.
Oh, they're going aggressive.
They get the catch, but you mentioned it. Going aggressive now towards that
They didn't
B side here
check.
for the hero KDA.
Oh, this
no.
could be huge for
This is
Sindari.
so-
Snowkey
this is
just
so
throws the
smart.
pain shells, but here comes the sprays from above. A strawberry bagel finds Angela on the first pick. Sindari tries to make it happen. Does get found out from Raptors. Yuki all alone from Garage. What can she do in this situation? Her teammates all the way thinking about it, running to A. Can they do that? Do they have time? They try to fake it 35 seconds, but the bait not
30
eaten at
seconds
all
left.
by the members of THK.
It was covered immediately by the Hero KDA. And just somehow, you could see the plan for Nana and friends. Try to fake out the opposition, make them overcommit towards that B site, and suddenly get the flank going. Didn't happen. It's covered here by the Hero KDA, and it will be a
10
forced
seconds
save
left.
for Nana and friends. What another showcase though from the Hero KDA. This is exactly the standard that we expect from them, and they're 2 rounds away from forcing a 3rd map.
What a tug of war between these two teams. Like, I really wanted to say that both teams are just so adept on both attack and defense. It's just a game of outplays, outreads, out-timing.
Hasn't that been the case so far? And just out of nowhere, it's the Hero KDA in control. You suddenly thought that Nana and friends, they had a handle, they had that 3-round streak, but one of the biggest strengths of the Hero KDA is that resiliency. They bring it back to their own 3-round streak. They get the big step-up plays from Olulu and Hannah, but I also want to give big props to Snooki right now. Not only the attacking side, but here on the defense, she provides such a big safety net with the initial actions that she takes versus Nani and friends. From that point on, since he becomes that front line that's a little bit more advanced to what the Hero KDA initially had, it allows players like Iceling, players like Olulu to reset themselves and play for a better position later into these rounds.
Seeing a very different style of play. I mean, when I look at Bagel, what I expect is for her to be on that lurk to get the timing, but instead it's been more Ashling than anything. And I see why. Strawberry Bagel, her utility was just meant for contact, for them to swing off. It's been very pivotal for providing the information, whether it be on very aggressive areas like A main or B main just to buy time, or even toward the mid side if say they were to make contact.
Yeah. Nana and friends, they have to find a way to get the answers going here. And speaking of, interesting enough, Sindari's still in spawn right now, so if it's not any technical issues, she's just waiting for someone. Okay, there, she's ready.
Probably had a drink break.
Yeah, probably still wasn't ready. Now they go once the green light has already been set. And then Nana and friends, well, they're just gonna go for a push towards A here. They look for that ramp's control. The flash gets confirmation. Someone's still in tower, and Hannah will disengage because of it. One bot broken. Trailblazers there too. Wall is up, and Nana and friends now moving towards the side here.
Wait, Snooki, her timing might be huge. Oh, the wall. That's by time she's gonna break it. Might want to wait for the right timing. Angela on the side. Unfortunately, the satchel just gets broken by that wall. Does spell her doom. Will be turned out by Sindari. Lulu is for the backside, but Strawberry Bagel as well is there to cover her teammates. Sindari left in a situation all alone. How on earth are they supposed to get up to Haven to pick up that spike when all those crosshairs are just pointed at
30
one
seconds
singular direction? They know exactly where they're going to be coming from. But she pops hits, she pops 2, she pops 3! Who needs a teammate when you can just pop heads?
Well, shout out to Sindari with the backstab too, but Copy Cake, just a cherry on top there with those stellar shots. You already saw for the Hero KDA, they felt so secure, Tash, because they had the spike in their clutches. The only one watching towards ramps initially was Angela, and that was, or rather, that was Snooki. And then that's all that Copy Cake needed to play off from. Suddenly, she just finds the heads, taps away onto one, a second, a third after the swing, and from that point on, Nana and friends again, just winning with authority.
Oh man, Cupcake, did you see those micro adjustments? Her movement was just so good, it makes it almost impossible to tap her head. And having that man advantage and full control of Heaven and losing that? I don't know, man, that's devastating.
Yeah, well, the Hero KDA, we've seen them recover from situations like this before. However, it was the problem versus Neons that led to their loss in overtime on that last map. Will it be the same here versus Nana and friends? One player though, even pool yet again. Hannah onto the side. Her reposition was strong in the last round. Snowkey, though, a bit of deja vu, looking to break down this wall. And as it does drop, it will be Sindari and Izzy who find their target. So 4v3 for the time being. Here comes the heal as well as the res. And that's the value of the Sage. Give the advantage back to Nana and friends. Keep an eye out, though. Beagles here by the screen. Sindari spots her, 4 HP left. And the flank now is spotted. Hannah will fall. Cupcake knows that angle too well, Tash. And from this point on, it's just Nana and friends in control.
Just really taking their time. Sindari, look at that movement. Peeks out a little bit, sends some... And Sindari catches Aisling in that mid-rotation with Strawberry Bagel with only 4 HP and a lockdown. She has a dream, but the question is whether or not she can achieve it. 3 members just spotting right at her from so many different angles. What are you going to do? Making sure no one is just flanking her. Kind of making her way back to the site. Will she save? Will she decide to go aggressive? A save might be important, but Sindari probably just spot her first.
Yeah, the call is not up to her. With 4 HP, there's no way you're gonna survive that. It's Sindari, a triple kill too, to end it on a high note. It was a strong beginning here versus the Raze again. And not only that, realizing perhaps someone can actually be a bit more quiet here. Distraction only being made by Snowkey. Overall, though, Tash, that last round statement from Nana and friends, this is how you hold on a Heaven. They just kept tabs of everything that went wrong for the Hero KD a while ago and did it right. And that's one of the beautiful things that we see here from Nana and friends. Just the fact that they're so well coordinated in calling these kind of plays that they know how to adjust on a dime together.
It honestly felt like momentum was in Nana and friends' hands. But it's still an 11-11 score.
It's still so close.
It's still so
winnable.
close. It just feels like Nana and friends are getting so many rounds because they chained so many rounds in a row before the Hero KDA take it back. These two teams are definitely teams that thrive on momentum, that thrive on feeling good about themselves. But honestly, the big, I think, hero for the Hero KDA right now has been Olulu. She's almost an unstoppable, unmovable force. When she wants to hold her ground, she can go for those 3 big frags. Just playing off her own flashes.
I agree with you because we see her not only set things up so well for Snowkey, her guiding lights have led that race to success, but also just some incredible moments, that clutch versus the Cosmic Divide duo swinging in, the way that she's able to get multi-kill after multi-kill as well. Perhaps really here, the Hero KDA, their IGL can be their protagonist as well. Guiding light though again, the Flash looking to find a bit of intel. Nuki setting up with the Trailblazer. We've seen this before though from the Hero KDA. Now Nana and friends will look to do the same. Cosmic Divide to cover the cross. Angela on the board, Sindari's there too, and is already looking convincing. Hannah though up close. The wall is up and Hannah has been lifted to the high heavens and even more so. No way, no how. It's Nana and friends so prepared. Bagel blocked by the wall. And it really just feels like it's up to Snowkey to get some impact. She gets one sure. But in the 4v1, what are the odds of this happening here for Hero KDA, Tash?
With a judge,
HP?
not a lot.
No.
Not a lot. But that speed caught the Hero KDA off guard. Because usually you see a lot of lurks coming from mid, coming from A main, sussing out B garage. But this time around they said, you know what? We've done that so much. Let's W key straight onto the site with the Cosmic Divide. And it worked out so well in their favor because they had so much control of that space. A lot of denial as well. They played so well with just that wall. Not a lot of utility were honestly burned from the side of Nana and friends.
I mean, look, they have a wall that they can use all the time. They said, why don't we use the bigger wall? And Nana and friends, this is looking to be their moment of glory. 1 round away for them to eliminate the Hero KDA. But of course, Snowkey wants to say something about that.
No value.
Sewers though, for the showstopper. Doesn't find anyone or anything. Sindari, what an angle! When do you see this coming? And Sindari surprises Aisling enough to actually get that first kill. Rolling Thunder is the play. Hannah now looking to answer. Bagel and Hannah do get the kills. Bagel waking up when she's needed the most. She's been quiet so far, but with the lockdown into play, she finds the impact. It's 2v3 though, and Hannah looking to at the very least support it again. Bagel still inside the smoke. Spike seen here by the Hero KD. The flash is there too. And they try to check out Garage, but Nuki Tash is the one to watch out for. Gets the intel already. Snowkey keeping tabs on her alongside her teammate, but Bagel will fall to Izzy. Eventually, Nana and friends causing enough of a distraction to isolate these angles. 2v2, the spray is there. And Nana and friends looking to find opportunity with Nuki again.
Oh, Nuki just really so opportunistic. Nuki just slowly looking forward, but Snowkey, she can tap heads. When we play with their teammates, they know exactly where Eyes is. Nice little aftershock. Clear her away. Buy some time alongside the util. If she can isolate the spice, it'll be huge. She does get one. Moving forward, Hannah. We have seen some insane clutches, and she does. And we are going to overtime.
Oh, come on, that's Hannah for you. So ready and so prepared. Having that Rolling Thunder to just set the tempo of the round. But this looked to be such an interesting start here for Nana and friends. Didn't expect Sendari to actually play on top of that wall.
That was a nasty wall, actually.
Look, it only really works one time in the game. That was the one.
They chose the perfect timing for it. The best timing.
But you know who also chose to step up during that round?
Hannah?
It had to be... Besides Hannah, of course, it had to be Bagel.
Yeah,
the fact that she was able to get those kills in the middle of the round, give still the Hero KDA a plot of land to work with onto that B site. It just goes to show, while she has been a bit struggling compared to some of her other outings, you know that greatness is in her. You know that greatness is in the Hero KDA. And it's a big reason why the Hero KDA is a team that can recover at any given round.
Honestly, I was so sure that Nana and friends was just gonna go down because they were at a man advantage that particular round. But just Nana and friends are so good at these aim duels, at these isolated fights. They know how exactly to play these corners, these angles, these adjustments. It's just so scary when you go up in these aim duels with them. But in that situation, it felt like Bagel, with a lot of pressure on her shoulders, tends to thrive. She was able to really step up for the team. Regardless, as we go into this overtime, Nana and friends gonna go for the defense side first, which is the, I would say, the best side for this particular map.
I mean, it's the best side for them. We still have seen how slow it takes for them to actually cross towards the sites themselves. It takes, what, Cosmic Divides to keep them safe. It takes some Barrier Orbs to just make sure that they are alive enough to fight when they're on the attack. Given that, though, the Hero
Angela's
KDA...
smiling.
Yeah, I mean,
I think they have something in mind.
They're feeling happy about that last round. We've seen this before from them. Just a single round is enough for positive vibes, but...
That was exactly why she was smiling! It was foreshadowing,
no.
Daks!
Oh no, Angela, wherefore art thou? She's so prepped for it, and now, because of this, you know what else is scary? You also have Izzy here playing towards mid. If they don't check this corner, it might be another free pick here, courtesy of Nana and friends.
She hasn't moved at all. Flash come through. Hannah, she knows there's someone moving forward. She doesn't check. That orb sort of helps her buy some time.
In the cloud.
They're moving up. Do they check her? They don't! She didn't really see her, but Snowkey got her in the end. Fool me once, not
Double
twice. And they're just gonna explode onto A side.
Oh, she learned her lesson from the SMG side a while ago. Now that see Nuki and Snowkey on the board, they remembered what happened towards Mail in that second round. Now they have a chance here for the Hero KDA to pivot their way towards B. Over onto the side though, Sendari tucked away at the corner, playing the default herself. Grabs that Hannah, gets a second big damage here from Sendari, and it's up to Bagel to get the job done. 1v2 though, and the pain shells are primed. Here comes the star as well. Two from the top side, and it will still be Angela dropping down. Boom, but gets confirmation. The pillar is all that Bagel can play from. Swarm also. Together, they're lining up, but no way, no how. Cupcake denies of that hope. Nana and friends are back on series point here.
I think we already know. If Angela smiles, you run. You run the other way.
Switching sides.
It was a dry peek! Are you kidding me? No support, nothing. She gets away with that.
Somehow. It's always those moments where you have to say, somehow, Tash, they still win it. They still get it done. And timeout right now for the Hero KDA. They can't afford to crumble like they did in the upper bracket. This is their last shot to survive.
It's their last shot this year to make it to Elite 2. If you're
True.
remembering, the Hero KDA tried to participate in all 3 opens, did not manage to get into Open 3. Hannah, one of the most, I would say, experienced player from the Hero KDA, played for a long time, different teams. Olulu as well, and Snowkey has been together in one team as well. Quite surprised to see these 2 teams coming together, but honestly, looks so good. And Nana and friends, I think under Nuki's big experience as well in competing, like it really does show in their gameplay. Mental wise, I think Nana and friends look a little bit better in terms of making sure they're unshakable.
I think this is the best form we've seen from Nana and friends,
It's true.
even under different banners, different names over the past few opens. They've really acclimated well to the LCQ climate. They've done so much work together to coordinate as much as possible. And, well, their efforts rewarded here so far, Tash. They're one away from eliminating the team that was flawless in the Swiss stage, from eliminating the Hero KDA. And I do wonder, what's the play now for Hero KDA? Who can step up when they need to the most?
Sometimes it's not about worrying too much whether or not you had a flawless run. It's what you learn from that run. And I think that Nana and Friends was one of those teams that adapted. They played so many games on Ascent, on Split. Every round, they seem to adapt so well. And yesterday, I was just criticizing them for being very one-dimensional. Today, a whole new team.
Yeah, whole new world and all the possibilities, but Snowkey will shut down one of those realities as Angela will fall first and foremost. Sindari, though, with the wall, blocking away from the ropes. And this time around, it's Olulu here by screens, keeping tabs perhaps and trying to help out Hannah in a potential crossfire. Desperately,
her?
though, needed to be
They do
checked.
check her!
That's exactly what Sindari does, but she drops down just to die. Yuki, though, with the trade still, it will be Olulu moving towards the side, and she gets everyone and anyone that will challenge her. 2 already
30
down,
seconds left.
1 more to go. Yuki inside the smoke, looking to go for the wraparound, but the classic
Oh
is all
my
she
God.
needs. The free gun for 1 final kill. We go again.
The best gun is the free gun, honestly.
Overtime.
And Olulu, once again, phenomenal job at anchoring, does not move. She stands there, she will not be moved from the area. Just great adjustments coming through from Olulu as well as the usage of her utility. And I have to say that Olulu has been doing so well at just buying so much time for her teammates to just catch up. And now we go again, 13-13 from both these teams. Both these teams used their timeouts. But the question is whether or not they found the answers. Because clearly one team is better at attack and one team better at defense.
Yeah, well, it might just be a matter of composition. It might just be a matter of reposition. And we've seen that from the Hero KDA multiple times. If they can find better swing angles, you know that's where they can thrive. Speaking of them now, playing towards the garage as a trio. You also have middle being held by Snowkey. So at the very least, the Flash will get intel. But will it be enough for Nana and friends to suss out what's going on?
This time around, they clear out that little angle. They throw the paint shell, making sure no one's there. Poison orb as well, just to buy time. Sundari hasn't moved at all. Slowly but surely, I think they must have heard something. It's gonna be working on this aftershock, just cleared out as well as the fault line, and immediately Snowkey pulled in 2. Unfortunately, not able to get that movement onto the side. Sundari in this corner spots 1, not enough for 2. Nuki answers, and it's trades on trades from both sides.
Yeah, 3v3 for the time
planted.
being, as still the Hero KDA navigate through to the other side. Angela, though, waiting towards the alley, and it will be the mugging of her instead. Olulu falls, or rather, Olulu gets the kill, and from that point on, it's 3v2 advantage here for the Hero KDA. Olulu has stepped up so well so far, but now Cupcake will answer back. Eventually, it's duo versus duo. Single duels in the alley, and Iceling's ready for her instead. Is he now all alone? Might get sandwiched, might get pinched. And the wraparound there, the ring around for Strawberry Bagel, just to regroup with her teammate instead. Buying time there with the Nano Swarm. A second one making it even tougher. The snake bite into play. The gravity well is the answer. And as Izzy's running out of time, she's gonna run out of chance. Big kill sure, but it's not enough. Iceling will finalize the deal. It's the Hero KDA on match point instead.
Switching
Oh,
sides.
winning that
point.
attack fight has been massive for the Hero KDA, and if they can win this defense, that would be endgame and map number 3. But you can see how scrappy this particular round was. It was fights over on main, fights over on CT. it hasn't really been a full 5-on-5. Yes, Noki wasn't able to get on site, but you have to really give it to the hero KDA. When one teammate falls down, the others step up.
I think my concern here for Nana and friends,
Blocking vision.
they had to play with the slow orb and the gravity well. Perhaps maybe if they just went for the swing instead rather than still hold those angles, could have been their better chance to get the kills. It's just a bit of hindsight thinking. But we've seen from Nana and friends on the defense, that's one thing that they have relied on a little bit too much. Playing passive because of their initial utility. Now that they're on the attack, they go for the main shields to flush out the Lulu. So somehow though she still survives. The flash is there, and here comes Angela as well, crossing towards screen. Snowkey with the find. Answer back from Cupcake onto the side. Two are holding. Cupcake will cross and still go for the shot. And the flash is there, and the Lulu's ready. 2v2 now. Damage done yet again. And as you see, Olulu tried to hold the corner. She is just absolutely unstoppable! No one can beat Olulu! And the hero KDA survive for another map. We go for a decider.
If you see Olulu on A site, best believe you are not gonna be getting that site. And overtime, a tug of war between these two teams. Just show us how just a little bit edge the hero KDA has over Nana and friends. Regardless, both teams have won their map picks. The decider is still the question.
I just want to say though, did you see those cams at the end, Tash? Oh, that was so much relief. So many happy vibes from the hero KDA when they had their own hero on that roster with Olulu. Well, the panel's gonna be breaking it down, so I'm gonna hop on over to that side and join Jenny. See you on the other side, Tash. Let's go over there. See, I'm back.
Welcome back to the desk, Daks. This map was an absolute nail-biter start to finish. 6-6 to 8-8 to 11-11, 13-13, all the way to the very end. And I mean, this could have gone absolutely either way.
It could have. It went to overtime. It went to double overtime. But in the end, all is well for Olulu and the rest. Just what we saw there from the hero KDA. Recovery, sure, on a round-per-round basis when you'd see Nana and friends try to run away with it. But they realized in those scrappy situations that they are the ones who have a few of those micro-calls that work out better. When it comes down to 3v3s, 2v2s, that's where they thrive, and we saw how clutch they could be at the end of the map.
Absolutely, and I really think both of these teams, just all 10 players, showed up so strong on the overtime. I mean, props to Nana and friends, they came into overtime with that plan, especially in that round one with Angela cooking up her mama's recipe on split, Hannah as well, when they were down 12-11, the 1v1 with Izzy to clutch it, to bring it to overtime to begin with. I mean, what a good map. I'm just so excited to be able to see a third map from both these two teams.
Yeah, it was such a strong showing from both of these squads. I do feel like though for Nana and friends, while they found the answers on the attack, that they could find at least a way to navigate towards the sites, it was a bit more of that over-reliance to what they have in the bag that led to their demise. I still wonder if they could have actually just played off some of the sets that they've had in the first place, some of the traps that they already had. Could it have been them getting the advantage instead? Because when you had the hero KDA putting themselves in those 50-50 angles, more so than not, they had the players that can handle those situations.
I'm also almost sad that Nana and friends lost, because if they had won map 2, that'd mean we'd get the Sage MVP on split. I'm not sure if Nana and friends made the Sage happen, or if it's just Sundari making the Sage happen, just, you know, carrying that Sage back into relevance. On split, there was that round. She got that 3K as well when it looked like the hero KDA were like running away with things at 9-11. Whew. But of course, The Hero KDA, Lulu is going to bag that MVP on the Sky. 28.8 headshot percentage, 295 ACS, and 29 kills, almost making it to that 30. I mean, we did see overtime, but 29 is a pretty high score, Daks.
Yeah, Lulu was just such a defining factor of this game. Not only did she get so many kills, but so many assists as well. Everything that you could ask from a Sky. Set up with the flashes and help out. The raise, check. Survive the reposition alongside the breach, check. And just absolutely be clutch at all the calls and all the plays. Check, check, check. You saw the celebrations there, Jenny, near the tail end, or rather on the player cams. It was just that effort rewarded, victory taken, and all the hugs and all the love to what we saw there from that Sky. Just the Hero KDA getting one to step up when they needed to the most.
Yeah, and one of my absolute favorite things about the Hero KDA is their name tags, because THE, you know, it's pretty much the Lulu, the Snooki, the Strawberry Bagel. Like, you gotta give these girls the respect that they deserve, because they absolutely earned it. And whew, we got a series on our hands, everyone. We're gonna go for a very short break before we come back with that all-important Fracture Map 3.
One enemy.
money in the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the
Hi guys, we are back for map number 3 of series 1. We were so excited for this decider map number 3 that we got rid of Daks. Hi Zach.
Yeah, Daks, thank you very much for stepping in the middle and saving me, but I am back for this map number 3, and what a time to jump in, Jenny. I was keeping an eye on those first couple of maps, and let's just say that both of these teams, they've been giving us quite a show, especially on Split, with Ululu stepping up in that fourth quarter to be able to push that team to a map number 3.
Absolutely. We did replace Desk Daks with Desk Zahk. So all is right with the world. I like how you're saying that, you know, when you're looking at the earlier 2 maps as well, give us your thoughts for how you think this map 3 is going to go, because we've been predicting the entire series that if this does go to that 1-1 to that map 3, then we're kind of feel like the Hero KDA will be able to eke this one out on a map that they're so familiar on. What do you think?
I mean, statistically, if you look at the times that both of these teams have played this in LCQ, they have a pretty even win-loss rate. Like for Nana and Friends, they played it twice, they won it once, they lost it once, so they have a pretty even record heading into this one. But for the Hero KDA, certainly, they're the more experienced team when it does come to this Fracture pick. The only problem is that they've been kind of going through a L streak here in this particular tournament. Sure, they were able to win it the first 2 times they played it, but the last couple of times, it's just been unfortunate loss after loss. In fact, it was their loss on Fracture to Neons that put them in this lower bracket in the first place on that map 3. So definitely when it comes to Fracture deciders, the last 2 times the Hero KDA, they've been kind of struggling, but hey, maybe third time's a charm, because that's what we have coming up next.
Exactly. If there's any time that they gotta step it up, it's gotta be now when elimination is on the line. And I love that you brought up how, you know, this was the map that they lost that 14-12 versus Neons yesterday. And we were saying that, you know, if this does go to that map 3, sure, Fracture is the map that the Hero KDA have played the most of, but it's so soon to that loss yesterday. Like, have they recovered enough mentally from that? Plus today's map 1 and 2, it's been such a tough series. Map 2 also went into that overtime. They just barely eked it out, 15 and 13. I don't know. I feel like it's just anyone's game at this point. Looking at the agent composition, THK are going to go for the composition that they do favorite the most over on Fracture. I believe they have played this exact competition more than 10 times competitively. And Nana and Friends also, yep, it is going to be just comfort compositions all around, and it's going to be the mirror matchup too.
Yeah, pretty much. What I like about mirror matchups is that it just comes down to whoever's playing better that day. Maybe you have a couple of strats cooked up and everything, but you can't really say that, yeah, X Asian made a huge difference, because at the end of the day, it is going to be the same picks coming in. And in particular, for the Hero KDA, I think that there's a lot of weight on the line. You talked about their 15-13 yesterday. You talked about their performance yesterday, and in their loss, they lost because they lost a 1v5. So definitely some PTSD heading into this Fracture for this team. I think there's a lot on the line. You manage to win it, you stay in the game, you have one more shot at making it to Elite, but you lose here and you're out. And both teams, I'm pretty sure, are feeling that pressure on this map 3.
Absolutely. Well, the Hero KDA did take that L yesterday. We'll see if they can turn that L into a W. Of course, here to bring you guys all the action. Once again, it's Tashbunny and Daks. Tash and Daks, take it away.
Oh, stakes high. pressure high. And what do you get out of that? Steak dinner.
No, well, it might be medium well, maybe well done.
Wow.
maybe excellent sometimes, but you can't get rid of me, Jenny. I'm still here somehow, some way, and we are still here with our first series. Daks and Tash still together here, ladies and gents, and I'm honestly so excited for this one. Fracture is a map that's already so interesting for both of these teams. Well, let's talk about the Hero KDA, that Heartbreaker versus Neons, and truthfully, they struggled to find the win on Fracture in the playoffs. On the other hand, Nana and Friends, not the best history, but at least there is experience in playing it. And then we're gonna go for it. One more map to see who will move on to the next round of the lower brackets.
This is going to be very interesting. You have Nana and Friends, who just yesterday, I think me and the panel were just breaking down how their weakness is this very one-dimensional default style gameplay. And today they have this really insane set plays and protocols come through, which really shocked me. And honestly, if you asked me yesterday if Nana and Friends can play Split, can play Fracture, I would say they're gonna be struggling. But today, I don't know.
I mean, it's possible. That's the thing, Tash.
Definitely, yeah.
They made their mark in this series. But, of course, you know who was the one who made their mark last time around in the last map? Who was Olulu. Here comes the Hero KDA going for the contact. Beautiful flash, though, and Angela! Just the overrun! No matter what, from right to left, she clears them all, and the Hero KDA need to retreat as a response.
She presses D! She moves forward and just spam heads with the help of her teammates, of course.
It's not press W anymore. It's press D and strafe to victory. And as we get it here, copy cake, distraction. Sindari's there. What a shot from Bagel, but that's all she'll bag. And then Friends hold D to win it all.
Hold D to win it all, and what a read, honestly. They read it so well that it was going to be an arcade push. If it wasn't an arcade push, it was empty. Most likely they were just gonna straight up just beeline straight to the other side from drop. Technical pause though. We'll be seeing a remake of this round.
Nah.
Who knows at this point?
I don't think so. They got flashed. They got honestly immediately answered by Nana and Friends.
Yeah.
I do wonder what happened for the Hero KD for them to not be prepared for it. In the end, that's the proactivity of Fracture. Welcome to Fracture. Make a play as soon as the gate opens because this is how this map pretty much works.
Play aggressive or die on the site.
True. It's like a circle. It's like a ring and you can go...
What about the
We're gonna
rope
run the
though?
Rosie.
What do you call the rope?
Huh?
I mean you cast it with Komodo, right? You cast it with Komodo, right?
No, I mean, I talked
I mean,
to the
you
guy.
talked to him, right? Did you
I
watch
talked
his...
to a lot the guy. I got to watch his
cast,
finger works.
yeah.
He was just like,
Wow.
I'm gonna draw a line here.
Wow. Well, I mean,
Tash, do you not
I was
know
gonna
what
say... No, I was gonna
Okay,
say that
Uh-huh.
Komodo calls the rope the no-no rope. Can you say it in an Aussie accent?
Nah.
The no-no rope.
The
Oh, he's gonna
no-no
kill
rope.
me for this! Do not
Good
send
eye.
this to him!
Good eye. This is a no speak from Tashbunny. There you go. And I'm sorry to everyone who had to hear that. All I wanted to say though, Tash, was I can't believe you don't know what the circumference of a circle is.
Huh?
That's what,
The
rope.
outside area, yeah, the ring!
What?
Yeah, the outside. That's a circumference. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You said I
Yeah?
don't know. I know.
Okay.
Listen, I
You know-
learned circles in school. Okay, I went to school. Unlike you, Daks. Stayed
Okay,
home
so-
and played Valorant all day. Don't be like
no,
Daks, kids.
No. I'm not even level 100. I think I gotta ask you though.
Huh.
So, the map is the circumference of the circle, right? What
Right.
is the diameter of Fracture?
It's from where the Killjoy is standing all the way to, well, a little bit of the fade, I guess.
It's pretty much the rope, basically. That's pretty
Oh,
much the
yes!
See, it all comes back full circle. And as we have stalled enough for the technical pause, we're back into the game. Anti-eco, Bulldogs at the ready, and I think it's something you talked to me about a while ago. That Nana and Friends, when they're on an anti-eco, they really invest as much as they can.
Yeah, they love these small snowball situations. Izzy on the site. And what you're trying to do here is to have her teammate just try and distract them. She's going to swing out based on her util. But it's underpass is where they want to go for. Just straight up to their side. Perhaps go straight maybe to a drop. I think it is. I think it's going to be a drop.
Yeah, it does seem like they want to play perhaps lurking towards drop. Go for the pivot there if
No,
ever.
it's arcade. Oh, they spot her out.
Down.
That's the thing. So they're gonna
TP the
peek arcade.
turret. Why do you got to snitch?
That's his job. That's what the sickness man does. But the thing is,
Oh, it's a
the
man
Hero
now.
KDA, the sixth turret, whatever you want to call it. Okay, sixth player, fine. It's true. Okay. I was just gonna say they wanted to peek that so they could reconvene this way towards A. A pitch
Yeah.
is possible now, Tash.
I think I've noticed that Nana and friends, the Hero KDA can do this insane rotation, just take the long way around, just really clear and find out what they can. But you know that Ruba will go chased by Cupcake and Angela, just doing so much work. Doesn't matter if you're gonna try and play the sneaky play or the long way play. If they're holding the side, they do not move.
Why did it sound like you wanted to sing her name, Angela?
Yeah, we sang it. Thanks.
Yeah,
thanks.
that was that's harmonic.
That
I
was
love it. I
beautiful.
love it.
Thank
That
you, my
was-
Filipino friend. It's in your genes.
Okay, no problem, Malaysian. Thing is though, Angela is the one to watch for right now. And a map like Fracture, it's easy to get orb control, and especially as she's one away from the showstopper. I wouldn't be surprised to see them play aggressive here, Tash, and you can see already, arcade is where danger may happen.
Honestly, for Nana and friends, they need to play aggressive. They don't have the range advantage like you do with those rifles, so they want to take advantage of their guns as much as they can. Now, this is going to be read so perfectly by the Hero KDA. Look how they have just immediately moved backwards. They've seen it twice in a row now, how exactly Nana and friends have been pushing, and it gives them all the information they need to just immediately get onto A side.
Did you see the minimap a while ago? It was just pink before the round even started. And now Snowkey here looking to find a bit of impact. It's all about ropes for Nana and friends instead. And perhaps it might be Strawberry Bagel. One to watch out for. Up close with Phantom finding two, even with spray onto the third. Doesn't matter if there's a smoke, because she will handle it all. And Cupcake, there's at least one here for Nana and friends. Beyond that, it's Hero KDA looking convincing for their buy round.
That's a really good buy round, honestly. Only losing one in that particular situation. So they were able to buy back for a Lulu anyway. And now, in this situation for Nana and friends, they already have a few, I think one ultimate online. And that can give them so much value. What I really want to see from Nana and friends in this round, if possible, especially on defensive side, is that if you're able to play Shepherd, where you herd the enemy into one area, just pincer them in that area. And I think it could be very devastating, especially with Angela's ultimate.
What an analogy. Old Mactashi had a farm.
Thank you.
I'm glad that you took that as a compliment. The thing
I've
is,
always
though,
wanted a farm.
Well, let's see now how the Hero KDA will look to stampede towards the B site instead. They do have two ultimates to utilize, the Uncle Strike and the Lockdown. Strong for the post plant if ever. We've seen it from them though. They go for the orb now after they get smoked off. While this happens, tunnels being taken, so perhaps this will be the lockdown here from Bagel. Watch out for Nana and friends. They're already by spawn. Cupcake Nuki, they're prepared. Traded by Ice Link to make it 3v3. And as the smoke is out, the problem here for the Hero KDA, they're now forced to go towards B, where Nana and friends are awaiting. Baldi's out.
That's a lot of
Nana's
damage.
farms too. Yeah, ankle's broken. Izzy burning Olulu, and I guess the saving grace is the lockdown that the Hero KDA has here.
Yep, they're not gonna get that plant. On top of that, they do have some utility by time. Molly, Orbital Spike, everything can be used. Smokes as well, just to really deny them that information. Sanderi, we've seen her pop hits, we've seen her play these insane clutches, but whether or not she can do it is gonna be the question. Strawberry Bagel will be having to move out of the way. A swing out there by Eyes, it's just so nasty play behind her turret.
Showstopper?
But Showstopper comes out, catches her teammate offline. Not her teammate, but rather Ashling. And a clean round. Nana and friends,
see-
take it back.
Did
Only
you see this?
the what?
Did you see the signature Angela smile?
Yes.
Whenever the grin starts to form on the player cam,
run.
you know
It's
you know something
foreshadowing.
is up.
She just smiles. She's like, "Hello, ladies. How many of you are gonna find you here?" Oh, just
It's-
one, good enough. I'll take it.
It's frightening, honestly, but such a good clear by Nana and friends. They recover so quickly, back with the buys, now with the rifles.
Turret
And
out.
what we've seen so far is, on their defense, they're just getting some strong reads versus the Hero KDA and being so much more active compared to what we saw on the last map.
For sure. I think they already knew what exactly they want to do on this particular map. Angela, this is huge. Getting these orbs is pivotal. And can see that Snooki was actually foregoing that, possibly gonna give that orb to her teammate. Clears out towers, has almost full control of the site, and Nana and friends opting to play retakes.
Yeah, in the smoke for the time being. Interesting enough, though, the Hero KDA do forfeit this B site with the tower control instead. The lurk from Bagel opens up that A, so this will be a wraparound now for the Hero KDA. A long rotation, and Nan and friends, they're double guessing themselves. They're gonna be backing off for the time being and look to just play from halls instead. This will be the Hero KDA taking the site here, Tash.
3 and Halls can be pushed out if they want to, but it's gonna be really hard. Smoke's not giving that information, but no one is actually setting their eyes onto the area. They're instead playing.
Sidari?
Yeah.
We're watching Sidari. That lurk is going to be effective if ever. Nightfall now into play. Bagel has to run away, and Sindari's just looking for the timing. Spotted though quickly, but Sindari still wins the duel anyway. 4v4 for the time being. And as Nuki looks to take the high ground, it's Nana and friends with side control for the time being. Orbital Strike though is the call from Aisling. Gets back her hearing, and now let's rip the ultimate. As a stall answered back by the laser from the heavens on the other side. Cupcake though on the defuse as the Hero KDA look for the kills. Hannah hunts and destroys. It's a Hero KDA with a second.
Dang. Didn't know there was the hash slinging slasher here on this map, like you and Black and Blue said. Hash slinging slasher.
Hannah slinging.
No, it wasn't Hannah. It was Cupcake.
It was Cupcake.
Look at that. Yo!
Oh,
good form.
Okay, I see it. I see it.
Anyways, good round if you think about it. I honestly am amazed at these two teams. They're willing to go for these very, very long rotations. They're not afraid to take up space. This is very different than what we saw from the Hero KDA in the earlier rounds on Split. And for now, Snooki is just slowly fighting for her life, and so are the other members of NAF. So, stalemate there, but a pincer will be coming through, a trade, if you may, over this side of the map.
Yeah, you stay stalemate, I say entrapment. Now it will be a forced push here from the Hero KDA to play from drop instead. They also still have one playing towards halls. Bagel has been playing a strong lurk so far, and Snooki with entry. Aisling also is there too to provide cover. Allows now the Hero KDA to get this site, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a save call here from Nana and friends. Hannah even finding Yuki along the way. Everything is going to Hero KDA.
Izzy? Eyes, rather, all alone. It's gonna be very hard. Look at that. 2 halls, 1 on site. It's a very nasty crossfire. And on top of that, you have 1 more already on the B side, just to make sure that if she tries to save, she will be caught out. I think for Eyes right now, the best plan, a call to action, is just to go and save, and I think that's exactly what she's going to do. Now, for Nana and friends, I think as soon as they find an answer, this adjustments by the Hero KDA, oh my god, I keep saying Hannah and friends, has just been phenomenal, honestly, when you think about it. Snooki in this particular map, you really see her shine as that as the duelist. There's just so much. It's just a smaller map, so she doesn't have to really take too much time to satchel in, and she's not afraid to just really get up close and personal. Her on the judge, painful.
Yeah, she's just not afraid whatsoever to provide that moment, to provide that opening here for the Hero KDA. And that's one thing we've seen so far from this roster. They don't rely on the duelist to get the kill itself, but just given the fact that she can jump on the opposition, find the frag anyway, it really goes to show here for the Hero KDA, that's why she's the one in the front line.
On top of that, in I think the last 2 rounds, it felt like Strawberry Bagel was mostly playing with her teammates. Her util was more for playing contact, but we're seeing more proactive lurks from her. Good holds coming through, and I think that's been giving her a lot of value. Her timing for her lurks, especially toward rope side, has been pretty impeccable.
Just a moment here, and we're watching Izzy right now. Flying here towards Canteen, and utility being broken. The Hero KDA again, poking and prodding to begin these rounds. They trying to at least find someone off their footing and off their feet. Rolling Thunder into play. Showstoppers there too from Snooki. So reliable and so efficient. Sindari will fall. It's an opening made, and the Hero KDA They look to go for that B site, watching their backs right now as there's a flank from 2, courtesy of Nana and friends. Hannah realizes the sitch. She will back off onto the site instead. The fault line's there, and it's Nana and friends looking to go for the retake.
Angela? Not sure if she's just gonna satchel the site or just wait out these smokes. No smile seen this time around. Waiting for that answer. Lulu is here. Util ready. A flash. This will set her up for victory. Maybe an aftershock to buy some time. Cupcake pushes out. Spots up Hannah. Immediately. One out of the way. A fault line. Just to really deny. And Snowkey going through underpass. Trying to catch them off guard. Lulu does not miss. So sharp. Ashling from top side. Lulu finds one more. And I have to say, these girls completely sharp when it comes to taps.
It's always been the case for the Hero KDA. Not only that though, the lineup was set with the Molly. The post plant was so secure there for the Hero KDA. And they knew they didn't need to force that contact. Those calls that we saw from Hannah from Lulu to just back off, go towards the site instead rather than contesting the main flank that we saw from Nana and friends. Those are the situations where we see the Hero KDA prove they're even more so in control without needing to get these kills.
3 rounds in a row for the Hero KDA. You're not really seeing a set play or anything. It's quite standard when you think about it. It's just, they're just so explosive. They take their time, suss it out. And then suddenly you see Snowkey just burst on the site, and then suddenly it's a barrel of a gun or even a shotgun to your face, and suddenly you're down and out. And if you can see, I think I was saying earlier how Snowkey just wasn't able to play with her teammates on split. This time around, it's such a different situation. Snowkey comes in, immediately they burst in together, and there's no space between them. A lot of support is just really setting up Snowkey, not only up for success, but the whole team to be able to take sight and just keep Nana and friends out.
Yeah, they make sure that Snowkey will get value from her life every single round. Whether it's for the entry, whether it's for that first pick, it's something that the Hero KDA can use in their executes. Now that they have the lead, they're looking to try and run away with the usual streak that they're accustomed to. That's one thing we've seen in the series though. It's always about keeping tabs on the opposition. And Nana and friends, they're willing to go for the expedition from the arcade, take that north side. A big call though from the Hero KDA to look to pan out. They're moving towards A. The Nightfall gets no info whatsoever. And this should be the call here for the Hero KDA as Lulu is unstoppable to just put that spike down and get the advantage.
Look at how Snowkey entered just now. She was not supported by her teammate. That is pure confidence, but will be shut down by Angela. Pain shell, just to clear out these corners before they go inside. Just waiting out this utility, a flash to come through. But the other members of the Hero KDA just said, it's okay, just play on the site. Will be caught out, Hannah for 2, but Cupcake does answer back, finds Ashling. Clears out the corners with the Prowler, finds nothing. The Haunt will be used. Does it actually track anyone? No, it doesn't. No value point yet, but smokes are there to give some value. A little bit of information. Hannah will be taken down, and now it's just Strawberry Bagel all alone. Hannah on the backside as well, but Strawberry Bagel didn't even need to wait for her. And this time around, the Hero KDA keep the rounds going.
Once in position, you know it's all for naught. The Hero KDA, they set themselves up so well in these post plants right now. It's not just the fact that they're efficient at anchoring down the spike in the site, but you also see that they're making moments across the map to find another opportunity. We saw it from Hannah, we saw it from Olulu. As of right now, the Hero KDA, one strong thing that they're doing is they're not hesitating. They expect the push from Nana and friends, and if they're gonna be away from the fight itself, they will just hold W and go in. Speaking of, very likely to be the same case here, Tash, as now the hall's taken by the Hero KDA.
Same entry this time by Snowkey, and this time around, instead of pushing up, they're just gonna clear it out with those pain shells. Takes out the turret. Lulu with that flash comes out, but the Bucky Gaming returns. Sandari is the only player who would make that gun look so good as Hannah pushes out here. Doesn't spot on your gun. Yo, Eyes, it's just so low. She flicks onto Nuki. Can she find one more? Eyes with 1 HP. She still gets 1, but that's all enough that she needs to step 1 hit. Angela answers back here, and now the Nightmare falls on the other members. But the Hero KDA does not look disgruntled at all.
Yeah, they just seem so confident still. to put that spike down. Immediately though, Cupcake just going for the jiggle peaks. There we have the C's as well. Iceling has an inkling of what's going on. Molly up close. Iceling ready still to hold. It's Iceling now versus Cupcake. She's just going for the ring around again. And now it's Cupcake who gets the shot going. What a tap and what a win. Nana and friends, they've been finding these clutch situations more so in their favor. And a thrifty win to boot.
I have never seen any team play thrifties as good as Nana and friends. I don't know what it is that they have. Eyes in that situation. What? 1 HP, 4 HP. She still makes it work. She understands the implication of having a sheriff. 4 HP doesn't matter. If I die in one tap, they can too. And they bring their A game to the situation. I think it's the mindset as well, because some players, they think, okay, it's a deficit round. We get information. We just try our best to just really get and just let clues just play our set game with the rifle round. But for them, they know that every round matters and they make it count.
And look, they're already fighting here, ready to scrap beside the smoke. Oh, Lulu looking at the very least to find an angle for a flash if ever. And while Nana and friends are getting closer and closer, a single wall separating these two teams. Iceling Nuki getting a 1-for-1, the timing perfect. Cupcake also no fear, and the orbital strike to go for the disengage, but the damage has been done. Advantage here for Nana and friends. They're still sticking on the round right now, checking out tunnel if ever. But look at Strawberry Bagel, a different plan right now. Crossing through. I like the position from Cupcake, but she needs to be aware of the situation. Spot Strawberry Bagel, goodbye to her. Nuki also with the covering fire, and everything falling apart here for the Hero KDA as Nana and friends makes the proactivity work.
They weren't expecting this aggression coming in from Nana and friends. Yes, we've seen some aggression come through, but never from main. Perhaps it's from drop, perhaps it's from arcade. But this time round, they decided to play aggressive, just catch the bull by the horns.
Left.
If you want to say, I'm not sure if that was the right terminology. Forgive me if I'm wrong.
You're right, don't worry.
Regardless, for Ice, a very good round. And you did see that Strawberry Bagel did try to make that rotation come through and happen, but that, I would say, the game awareness, the map awareness from Nana and friends has been incredibly massive. They have every single angle and back covered.
Dash, it's okay.
I'm struggling, Dax.
You got your idioms right, at least, taking the bull
I'm
by
so
the
thankful,
horns.
Dax. I'm so thankful.
Well, right now, Nana and friends, they're willing to play danger close. And from what we've seen so far, is when they get the right read of where the Hero KDA actually are, it's just immediate success for them. They've been so strong on the initial contact. And I feel like that's why we're gonna get a timeout right here, right now. Perhaps from the Hero KDA, because usually in those situations, Hero KDA is like, oh, okay, cool, we can handle that, we can win those firefights. But Nana and friends have put them on notice, and the past 2 rounds have just been overwhelming from the likes of Cupcake, from the likes of Angela. You saw a while ago just the cover from the duo towards tunnel. Things are swinging back in Nana and friends' favor.
Truly, step up from Cupcake in this game has been phenomenal. Like, honestly, it's not really about the rifle rounds or her utility. It's just really that pure raw aim that she has. Give her a Vandal, she will tap. Give her a Sheriff, she will tap. Whatever it is you put on this girl's hand, she will bring value with sparkles.
With sparkles.
A
bit of glitter too. Put it in the scrapbook. It's a moment to be made.
Exactly. That's exactly that.
Look, the thing is though, Nana and friends are defying so many expectations already. From you yourself has been on the secondary stream watching this team basically play
every single day. Number
Exactly.
1 fan, the dabbing cat.
And you said it yourself, they look so much more complete today compared
Yes,
to
they
any
did.
other day, and especially against some of the toughest competition. It's Shotty versus Shotty though, and it's the judge who wins it out. Snowkey on the board, looking to go for the push. Rifle in hand now. Zendari falls as well, and the Hero KDA back to their overwhelming ways. This is a big confident round from them.
I think that that's what the Hero KDA likes to do. Big, explosive plays, very in your face. But it's been denied so much by Nana and friends. But when it's executed perfectly, this is exactly what you can see. Angela, that spot one out. Hannah goes down. But from top side, Snowkey will be the one to trade it out. Regardless, Strawberry Bagel. I have lineups. Let's see where it goes, baby girl.
Yeah, the post plants have been strong here for the Hero KDA. The Molly's there already.
Enemy
The Nana
down.
Swarm coming too, but Cupcake will find and clear tower. So a chance at least for Nana and friends. 2v3, the flash is there. A heroic endeavor here from Yuki. Gets one, couldn't get a second. Cupcake on the defuse shooty. And Ice Sling will finish the job off. It's 6-5 as the Hero KDA will retake this lead.
Last round before the switch.
If you
Honestly.
saved, spend it.
I was so sure that the round would be heavily in the Hero KDA's favor given how aggressive they got the site, but every single round looks so close between these two teams. It's rare that we see more than 2 people left alive. These two teams definitely have, I wouldn't say a very similar playstyle. Like the Hero KDA is more toward the aggressive playstyle, and NF likes to play a little bit more for the retakes. But I would say fighting style,
Out of charges.
very, very brawly between these two teams, and the Haunt spots out every single member of the Hero KDA, and they skedaddle out of that side straight into B.
Yeah, Skadoosh, the Orbital Strike's gonna be there instead to answer back to the lockdown. Suddenly, it's the Hero KDA going for the tower contest again, and Hana will spray down Sindari through the smoke. Here comes Yukino on the board. It's 4v4 for the time being. Watch out for the Rolling Thunder and the lockdown, but the Nightfall is the first one we see from the Hero KDE. Ice Stone with a find onto Ice Lane. Rolling Thunder now to play as Strawberry Bagel will burn down one more. Eventually, Nana and friends get the stall and get the advantage. A minute still to work with, and Hannah wants to take matters into her own hands. Wins the duel versus Cupcake. It's 2v2 for the time being. Lockdown's gonna be there as well, and Ice at the ready, but Hannah still wins. Hannah again humbles the opposition. All left to Angelo now. 1v2 situation. Finds the target. Snowkey with the spot. As the lockdown has detonated, Hannah's waiting for the cross. Look who is ready. It will be the Hero KDA. Nana and friends can't stop them whatsoever. It's the Hero KDA with the lead at the end of the half.
What a round, and again, so very competitive between these two teams. Very tug of war, but 5-7 is the half that we are seeing. So for now, I'm gonna throw it back to our panelists. Jenny, Zach, what do you have to say?
Thanks, Tash and Daks. And 7-5 still anyone's game at this point. Zach, I think you wanted to highlight just how good the Hero KDA's reads were on the defensive side.
Yeah, I think that the Hero KDA, they were excellent at really being able to find the gaps in the defenses of their opponents. A lot of the rounds that you saw, they had 2 things that were really going for them. Number one, on their executes, they were just so powerful, just barging onto site. And once that spike goes down, you saw the lineups coming out. There was just no way that the site was being retook, that the spike was being diffused at all. It was just an impossible task from that point onwards. Really a lot to ask for from Nana and friends.
Yeah, and you're talking about the Ashing's Brim lineups being so scary. I gotta pick your brain on this really quick. It is that mirror matchup. How do we think they're gonna do after the switch?
I think that post-play utility was definitely a key factor for the Hero KDA being able to take that slight lead, but hey, that side is going to be swapping over right now, and AF, they're going to be the ones on attack, and on a map like Fracture, I think that orb control in particular is super important, so that's something that I'd like to see Nana and friends focus on. I think the thing that they were doing best was being very proactive. You saw the number of rounds that they won, that they were able to crunch in and just find those kills early on. If they can maintain that level of proactivity and aggression, it might serve them well, and maybe even take the lead away from the Hero KDA.
All right, well, one team moves on, one team goes home. Tash and Dax, back over to you guys.
Got one more half to do it here, Tash. We have one more half to see who will move on. Nana and friends, a chance here, perhaps in the pistol, but the Hero KDA, there's always that last say that they have, if you notice, right? Coming into the end of these first halves, they're just like, okay, let's show them how it's done. And that's what gives them a bit of a buffer to work with.
This is really exciting when you think about it between these two teams. Let's see how much aggression these two teams will be doing, but it looks like it's going to be a pincer if they do actually push this out. Look at the 3-man push out of B main. I don't think, is anyone actually watching their flag? I don't think so. If they're not aware, they might just be going down here. And look at that, where Strawberry Bagel is at the same time.
dangerous now. And the Seas is even better. Cupcake caught out towards the sand. Icing will go for the disengage instead. And the hero KDA prepared now to just play for the rating if ever. Sindari though with the fight on Soki. They're relying here heavily for the defense to make that flank work. But Hannah now on top of the rope, looking to find at least any kind of angle. Ice though with the pokes, the procs, and the taps. It leaves everything to Hannah now in a 1v4. Prowler though coming her way, gets the intel already. Nana and friends, they have forced their way towards the site, keeping tabs off the flanks. The turret gets a spot, Timmy with the damage, but here comes Angela. The paint shells too. From this point on, it's Hannah looking to go for the isolated duel. Angela's just waiting for the timing. Bit of coordination perhaps. Cupcake gets the intel, and Angela will deliver. 3 for her, and a round taken by Nana and friends.
The idea was right by Hannah and friends, but not Hannah and friends, the hero KDA. Oh my god, this is hard. But for NF, they had the right, they were just very, very okay to go onto A, but I was so sure that Hannah and friends were gonna get that pincer. It was just so unfortunate that they weren't able to really make any big impact with that first contact.
Just goes to show here for Nana and friends, if they realize, okay, our flank isn't covered, we need to make sure that that's something to watch out for. Just a quick reposition towards Halls. They dealt with the Seas, but that's all they needed to just find at least the timing instead. And look at the hero KD go here, Tash. Snooki, Lulu. Oh, they want to push.
Here comes the spray!
Prepared as
so painful.
well. And it's just Nana and friends right now. If you saw how proactive they were in that last half, they were the ones always using as much as the map as possible to find the angles versus the hero KDA. Not too surprised that they're trying to set up these traps versus the defense right now to catch them in the act.
It's really just looking over straight onto the side. That's stopping them. Angela, not gonna be deterred at all by that shorty. Looks like the paint shells clears it out. Strawberry Bagel only good for 1. Dairy, Eyes, 1 each. 7-7, round 14. And we still tie up the score.
Yeah, and this is interesting because Nana and friends, they put themselves in a good spot to actually make this bonus work. Buying up though the Phantom, Bulldogs at the ready. And from what we've seen so far, this is where Nana and friends usually get their good starts going. I think that's one thing that's been flipped this whole series, Tash. Usually I expect it's the hero KDA who has the good starts coming into these halves. They're the ones who set the momentum. But Nana and friends, they're ready to answer during pistol rounds. And because of it, they've given themselves a chance to try and build up an economy too.
Just taking her time this time around. Again, good read. Sees, does actually hit her teammate. No movement quite yet. Ready, just cover her back if, say, someone were to push out. Snooki, underpass side. At this point, I don't quite yet, but enough information to hear from the footsteps. No value from those taps. Will be forced to give away her position.
Yeah, and Nana and friends now backing away, moving over towards A instead. Drop though, covered by the Killjoy utility. Strawberry Bagel as prepared as can be. And with the alarm bot getting triggered, it's now time for Bagel to pop the Nana Swarms and call the attention. Beautiful movement from Angela, but she's clearing out low when you have Bagel up high instead. This high ground might be the chance, and Bagel will get at least one before she's felled. Angela though makes the trade work. 4v4 for the time being.
Oh, Lulu?
Will be the A side, but oh, Lulu! The timing you mentioned. Sindari there with the answer back across the map. And yet again, it's trade for trade, but Hannah now swinging things back in favor of the hero KDA. Sandstone is still the position, but Hannah doesn't care. It's all about watching the side. It's all left now to Sindari, but in the 1v3, the hero KDA are so prepared for her. From high to low, it will be goodbye. Oh, Lulu's ready there for the last shots, and it's the hero KDA still with the lead.
Wow. Honestly, seeing this come through, the hero KDA might just have the momentum back in their hands. But in this situation, they lost quite a lot of rifles, and I'm not gonna lie, it's a little bit of mounting concern for the next round coming through. But in the situation though, we also gotta give big props to Sindari. Every time she's last man standing, she still manages to pick 1-2 off before she finally goes down.
But then again, you still see the impact of the hero KDA. Players like Hannah, players like Olulu. You just notice that they're usually good for at least 2 in these rounds. And the match checks out. The hero KDA, They have guns to work with. What's more interesting though, Tash, not just one, but also 2 judges in hand, and Bagel plays by the box.
Angela, waiting for the utility to come out. Nothing seen quite yet. Does know if someone playing up close does not get spotted out by the Prowler at all. Second one does, and Aisling immediately retaliates as Bagel still holding with the shorty, gets the value, but will be answered back by Nuki Aisling as well. 30 HP left for Sundari. It's gonna be very hard to get onto site. All they have is just 2 players against 3. Don't have the man advantage. They can get value from the isolated fights, but time ticking as well as the crossfires. This is a very tall mountain to climb.
Yeah, Aisling's here. Still waiting for any kind of contact. Nana and friends looking to play from main. And as Cupcake and Sundari are looking to set up that crossfire. Eventually, Aisling with the find. 3 for her. Hannah ends it all. 9-7, and it's the Hero KDA now ramping up the action yet again in their favor.
Honestly, I think in the previous map, or was it the one before, that Hannah tweeted after the game, "I'm so new." Are you kidding me? You're seeing her performance in this particular map, the multi-frags as well coming through. Sometimes you just gotta remind themselves, right? Like, actually, you're not.
I mean, they're here for a reason.
Exactly.
They're on this broadcast. They're in the playoffs of Game Changers LCQ because they are the best of the best that are trying to fight for those final 2 slots for Elites. And we go now with Nana and
WG?
friends. No, they just want to go gung-ho. You mentioned it, Tash. Double key perhaps, but tower instead taken by Angela. Looking for the clear. She also has a showstopper for a bit of range, if ever. But as of now, a quick take here from Nana and friends. Moving with the plan as the boom buff now figures out once here by Jenny. Angel's also hammering down on the Snowkey. It's time for the Rolling Thunder. Showstopper hurt as well. And it's a big investment here for Nana and friends to bring the fight towards the Hero KDA.
What is this
Lulu
chaos?
trying to go for the handle, but it's Angela there up close and personal to get that frag. Here comes the overstrike, burning down Angela. It's 3v3 for the time being. And keep an eye out towards main as Ice is just looking for any opportunity once the smoke does dissipate. Hannah though wants to check it as soon as possible. The Nano Swarm's bothering Bagel on the defuse over on tower. It's Nana and friends still holding. The Molly being pretty much the blockade. And Hannah and Aisling, they don't disappoint. 2 make that 3 for Aisling. The defuse done as well. And the Hero KDA, they can handle it all.
The Hero KDA, all of them are heroes. Look at how exactly well that was executed in that post plant. They push out all the way. Utility to stop them from peeking out of tower. Hannah using her utility to clear out those smokes and push all the way out to main. Just using their bodies to just block them from being able to push out forward, providing a lot of space as well as safety for Strawberry Bagel to defuse. That is what we want to see in those post-plant situations. And on top of that, maybe if they had lost the round, you will criticize like maybe they should have played together. But in this situation, that is pure confidence from every single member of the Hero KDA.
No, this is the peak Hero KDA. This is what brought them the success from the Swiss stage to have that flawless run. And their favorites for a reason here in the LCQ. And as of now, with that kind of performance, with that kind of round, you can see why. Karthira is set, and not only that, the push looking likely, courtesy of Snowkey and Alulu. Nana and friends are effectively stuck here right now. 3 of them trying to push into Hall. The Prowler getting confirmation. Pinch also very possible. And watching what Angela can do with the double satchels, if ever. We get now the Haunt broken quickly. Smokes there too, and Bagel wants to try and brave the fires. Here comes the rest of the Hero KDA, but Nana and friends do fight back. Sundari gets 1. It's 2 here for Hero KDA in response. Absolute slaughter though, courtesy of the defense. And Angela is but a witness to what just happened. Now they realize they're right behind them. Alulu with the Rolling Thunder. Is this gonna be the point of contention here from Nana and friends? Angela in cover still. They haven't retrieved the spike as of yet. And as it stands, Lulu holding now a bit of a reprieve. Beautiful flash though gives Angela a chance, and with it, it will be Nuki on the board. 1v1, but Nuki needs only a single bullet at the end. It's 11 now for the Hero KDA as they are running away with this half.
Aisling with the hero play! Literal definition! But this smoke was a thorn in both teams' side. Whose smoke was it? We don't know. Whoever that pushes through the smoke will die. But Ashley gave so much support from a further angle, gave so much value, just playing with the smoke's timings. 4 rounds in a row already for the Hero KDA. And Nana and friends, you start to see the cracks form. They don't have an answer to this aggressive defense coming in from the Hero KDA.
Yeah, the Hero KDA has finally acclimated the way that we expect from them. And Aisling, of course, she's been so clutch in these scenarios. Once we get nearer and nearer to an end of a series, that's when she steps on up. And in moments where contact is effectively the whole situation, they just went for their own push that you mentioned. They decided to take everything away from Nana and friends, and as soon as they realize that, okay, that spike is gonna be there, they're coming from behind us, they made sure that they could still cover up any of those flash plays. It did get dangerous. It went to the clutch situation again. But somehow, players like Aisling, they just don't disappoint, and that confidence is what is bringing the Hero KDA to this success.
Still wondering what exactly Nana and friends have in mind for this attack. Defense side looks so good for them. They don't necessarily know how to commit, how to break onto the site. Yes, they get the spike down, but the post plant has been some of the biggest problems they've been facing. Both sides of the Hero KDA has their eyes on the wrong side of the map. Might be a free B hit here for Nana and friends, but the retakes for the Hero KDA hasn't necessarily been sloppy either.
And Nana and friends, they're running out of chances here, Tash, and even more so running out of players. Things falling on apart, perhaps the pressure now getting to them because this is the Hero KDA and their set ways. Go for the snowball of rounds, check, steamroll the opposition, and especially now with the gun advantage, tower healer held by the Hero KDA. As soon as it goes for the peak, it will be Nuki, will die. 5v2 set now. Sindari trying to survive 21 HP. But this is the Hero KDA looking to put a stop again to any kind of Nana and friends ambition. Still, sure, it's a 2v4, but what can Sindari and Cupcake really do at this point?
Have gun deficit. Sundari was still able to pick up one, but gets a little bit of upgrade here. We have seen Cupcake and Sundari do some massive damage with these rifles. Hell, even a sheriff, but time is ticking. Running out.
10 seconds left.
Don't think they're gonna make it any time. Sundari does pick one off. Snowkey will stop that, but a spray to come through here. Cupcake gets one more. 3 seconds to go. No time. And all they can do is just stay out of sight. At least they can be happy about is getting that consolation prize of the plant money.
Match point.
Well, it's hard to be happy here at Sash for Nana and friends as they are seeing their life in the LCQ slipping away from them. 5 rounds in a row has put the Hero KDA not just on match but series points. Looking likely here for them to keep up with this momentum if ever. The good thing here for Nana and friends, with a bit of that extra money, they have afforded the rifles now. They also have 3 ultimates ready here. But beyond that, the Hero KDA, you can see that they're just so confident in all of these plays. And I do wonder what else Nana and friends can do. Contact, can it go in their favor? Ice gets one. Bagel with a trade quickly. Might be the signal for NF to go towards B from Arcade.
Pressure rising. Whether or not it does impact Nana and friends will be the question, a positive way or a bad way. Strawberry Bagel wastes no time, gonna put down her utility, will be answered back by the orbital strike, moves them out of the way, and each team has to respect the space. We do get the plant. Hannah answers back. She's been waiting for the right time to pop that out. Snowkey with the showstopper spots out. Nuki will push out toward the other side of tower. Spots another already for 3. Sindari tries to make a hero play. Not happening. As it's a decisive win from the Hero KDA, and they will be moving forward in the VCT APAC LCQ.
It took a while, but this is the Hero KDA standard. They just run away with the game. And you have to think about how this series went, Tash. The emotions from the Hero KDA right now. Yes, they're so confident, as we saw on the player cams, but in that last map alone, the size of relief from the clutch from Olulu. Now, they have found their footing. Now they have found their time. and they continue on here in the LCQ. Such a great improvement from Nana and friends, especially compared to their previous outings. This was the best form that we saw from them, especially in that first map. But as of right now, they will be eliminated. Such a good try, but this is where we say goodbye to them.
That's right. It's almost poetic, poetic karmic history or whatever you want to say. How in the second map, it was a straight streak by the non-friends. And then the same thing happened in the last one. Congratulations to the hero KDA. And a nice try to Nana and friends. And for now, gonna break it down with Zahk and Jenny on the desk.
Congrats to the hero KDA. Unfortunately for Nana and friends, all good things do have to come to an end, and so does their run in this year's Game Changers APAC. I mean, these girls, they stole our hearts way back in Open 1. When they were a Capybara gang, they made it to playoffs in Open 1, struggled in Open 2 and 3. This LCQ just really looked like they'd maybe found a new peak, but unfortunately, just today, it was not enough.
Yeah, it was a really close series throughout, especially on that map number 2. They were almost there at that 2-0, except that Ululu stepped up towards the end, and it's very unfortunate, but we do have to say goodbye to them. That said, though, the hero KDA, they completely deserve the win today to be able to push it through to that overtime on that map number 2, and then the second half coming out on Fracture. That's the hero KDA that we know of, you know, the one that went flawless in that Swiss stage, that was able to really put up those numbers and that kind of performance that you've come to expect from them at this stage. So kudos to them for being able to just find their footing on that third map finally and power through.
Yeah, absolutely. The hero KDA, this time around, the MVP is going to go over to Ashling on the Brimstone. Of course, just absolutely crazy numbers. 2011 on the Brim as well. And I know we've mentioned this and brought this up a couple of times, but on the mirror matchup as well. And I think it just comes down to the fact that, you know, two teams could have the exact same agent composition, but just the way that they play out the composition could be so entirely different. I mean, Zahk, you had a lot of thoughts just about how both teams played this time around, especially the retakes, the utility usage. Tell us more.
For sure. I think that, you know, in the first half, it was kind of neck and neck. You know, there were rounds where you saw these kind of pincers coming out of Nana and friends. They were able to find that early advantage and stick with it. But on rounds where that didn't work out, where it got a little bit more scrappy and Hero KDA were able to get that spike down, the post plant coming in was impeccable. And switching over to that second half, you saw more of that excellent utility usage really coming out. In particular, Snowkey with the pain shells, with the raise utility, absolute menace. And I think what was the biggest difference maker here was the kind of spacing that was on the map coming out of the hero KDA. Just no real they never really let their opponents have any kind of space or control to work with. You know, even if they gave up the side, it was part of a master plan. They were ready for the retake. And of course, if you look at the MVP here, Iceling on the Brimstone, you saw the damage that her mollies had. Every time someone tried to walk through them, they were burnt alive. So many rounds.
That was so irritating. I mean, it's the hallmark of a good Brimstone, right? They've got to make their mollies damage efficient. They've got to, when you know that they're annoying, you know that that's when they play a good Brimstone. But also just the post-plant statistics that we saw post-match for that, I think was 7 out of 9 post-plant retakes for the hero KDA and only 2 out of 5 for Nana and friends. And it's not just the fact that they're winning 7 out of 9 of those retakes, it's the fact that they have that confidence to say, oh, it's fine, we're just gonna let them put the bomb down, and they've got the confidence to know that they have that plan to play that retake together and then to win that off of that. So just absolutely kudos to them. I think as you said, this was the hero KDA that we were expecting coming into today. Before day 1 of LCQ even started, I think a lot of us were betting on maybe the hero KDA, Deviant, Topaz as some of the teams that look like they would be, you know, in the top 4, having a good chance of grabbing those last 2 spots. Day 1 and day 2, we were like, you know, what's going on? And yeah, I'm just glad that they're finally on day 3, that all-important day, finding their groove again.
For sure. And like you mentioned, this is a team that had a flawless Swiss stage, but, you know, dropping in that lower bracket, it was a little bit more difficult. It was a little bit more scrappy, but they're still fighting and they're still in this with a chance, because we do have not 1 but 2 teams qualifying from this LCQ. So they're only possibly 2 games away from making it themselves.
Absolutely, and I think we do have an interview on standby with us. I think Snooki here for the interview. Snooki, can you hear us? Hi.
Hi. No.
Oh no. Can you? Yeah, we can't really hear you. Can you test your mic real quick? Oh no, we've lost you.
Oh, that's unlucky.
Oh no, it's a tech issue. Not again. Hear us?
Maybe
like
we can make like giant signs like
yeah,
where
you can
so
like
awesome,
write on
something
a
like that.
marker in the back and just like we'll do like a quick fire yes and no. Like okay,
Yeah,
we'll do
that's
that.
the
We'll do
heart.
like all right, we'll ask yes and no questions. Alright, yeah?
There you go.
She can hear us. Okay, of course, firstly, congrats on winning this hard-fought series, going all the way to 3 maps. Did you expect the series to go to 3 maps?
Oh, we can hear her kind of.
We can hear. That's so weird. We can hear her when she's not talking in the mic. Yeah, we can
just
hear you.
It's like super
Yeah.
low, but we can hear you. Yeah.
Just yell into
Barely.
the mic.
Yeah, just scream at us. You have
Just
full,
yell
you have
into the
full-
mic. Pretend you're comsing to team. We can hear you. We can hear you. We can hear you checking the settings. Yeah.
Hello?
Hi.
Yes. We have her.
Yes. We did it.
Okay, let's go.
Yay. This is like that. You know how many whatever does it take to fix a light bulb? This is like how many.
It takes 3 professional players and 2 panelists. Yes, that's what it takes.
Yeah. Okay, sweet. Firstly, thoughts on winning that series? Go.
Okay. Honestly, because we were one let down, right? So it was very, very stressful for the second game, especially how to it was like going overtime now. But my teammates did carry. Yeah, so I mean we all think that believe that we can beat going through a bit of a hard time right now. Yeah, but we're slowly overcoming it and just proves that this series just proves that we are actually very happy.
Yeah, especially after that 12-14 yesterday versus Neon. Zach, you got a question for her?
I mean, I was there for that game. It must be such a watershed moment for you to go from losing in that kind of overtime to pushing it to OT today and being able to really just take that series in that map 3. So can you tell me about your mindset, towards that the second half and split, as well as, when you went over to that map 3? Like, what were you guys thinking when it was 12-12, for example?
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. The moment we finished the map 2, right? Like, we were so emotional, we just like, we just need to come right after because we know that that could have potentially be our last step. Yeah, so we really have to try our best to put in try to keep our mental strong. Yeah, so after the match finish, it was like, whoa. Like a relief, and then going to map 3, we felt more natural. Like we were able to play our pressure and how we did before our process.
Well, absolutely. I mean, that mental fortitude definitely showed through, especially in that second half of that map number 3. Well, congratulations, Snooki, and thank you for the interview. Of course, good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye. Oh.
I love seeing that, they're all like together with their like boot camp playing together at the
So
LAN
cute.
center. Yeah, I love that like the girls flew in as well just to make sure that they could train together as a team and then play together. Just right in the feels.
Also, like the little hearts in the middle of the interview from her teammates, just so wholesome. Every time I see one of these teams, it just makes my entire day. But yeah, that's the Hero KDA for you. Not just adorable, you know, when they are off the field, but extremely deadly on that field. So they're going to be moving on in that lower bracket. But we do have another series coming up for you next. It's going to be Deviant Topaz facing off against Nyx Kyosei. But I believe before that, we're going to be taking a short break. So we'll be right back.
My double stick. Placing sentry. Satchel out. One enemy. Flash out.
Hi guys, and welcome back to our second series for the day. The Nana and Friendship unfortunately has sailed for the year, but Nyx Kyosei as well as Deviant Topaz's flags are still flying high, and we're about to find out just which ship gets sunk in this series. Of course, once again here on the panel with me is the lovely Zach. How do we feel about the series number 2?
I'm super excited for this particular one. Of course, it's always a heartbreaker to say goodbye to any of these teams, especially because this is the LCQ. You know, usually in the opens, we're pretty confident that we're going to be seeing them coming back around, but this is the last hurrah of the year for one of these teams. And both of them, honestly, have been playing out of their minds throughout this LCQ. Sure, they're in the lower bracket, but it was a hard-fought fight for both of these teams. And personally, I really feel like this is a matchup that has the potential to go all the way. Although, if I had to bet, and I was a betting woman, I would probably say that Deviant Topaz, they have a little bit of an advantage here. Not in the least because this is a matchup that already has happened once before, with Deviant Topaz being the ones to come out on top in that prior history. But look at this roster here. They're so cute, Jenny. Oh my god.
Yeah,
Kitty, man.
I honestly, the player photos for Game Changers this year are an absolute win. I just love how the teams, and a lot of them, like, they got their photos like professionally shot. You just know that they took effort into this. But of course, if you roster for Nyx Kyosei, Delphisky, Piety, Sand D1 Khan, as well as Shuni on your screens right there. And as you were saying, right, this match today, I mean, whew, versus Deviant Topaz, I don't know if my bias is showing because my bias is showing. Okay, I'm gonna be real with that one. But yeah, Nyx Kyosei, you know, they started off very well on day number 1, getting that 2-0 over Nana and Friends 2 days ago, and then dropping down to the lower bracket 1 and 2 versus MLT, who are in the upper bracket finals. So, you know, they have a pretty strong roster coming into this one. But on your screens right now, that's Deviant Topaz, Tub, Toffee, Waffy, Puda, Yuna, as well as CJ Sakura. And this was the team that we kind of call them that hot rookie team. They came out of the gates like for Open 3, right? It was absolutely mind-blowing. Their first time making playoffs was Open 3, and they had what, like 2 to 4 weeks experience with their 5 roster going into that one, and they made such an impact. I mean, it looked like they had a great chance in Open 3 as well. Of course, you know, didn't have enough circuit points to make it through, but we were so excited to see them come back for LCQ.
Yeah, I mean, when you talked about that Open 3, I think that really they're a team that took everybody by surprise with how hard they fought against those more heavyweight established names that we're kind of used to seeing around in that top 6. And heading into this particular one, I think that, well, of course, we know about Toffee Waffy, the IGL, the plays that she makes, especially on that initiator sentinel role. Just really one of those players to watch out for, not just cracked on the server, but also the big brains for the team. But it's the newcomer on this rookie team, CJ Sakura, who I have been particularly very impressed with on that controller role, just heavily favoring the odds in her team just with the utility usage. And I think Deviant Topaz so far, that's kind of been their signature throughout their run. I think that they have been very versatile in how they like to play, and more than that, they're a team that never knows when to give up, and it's served them well so many times over the course of this tournament.
Absolutely, and we do have the map picks coming out for this best of 3 series. It is going to be Haven, Fracture, as well as Pearl if it does go to the decider. And whew, no Ascent a round for Nyx Kyosei, I think, is going to be big because that's far and away, you know, the map that they're the most comfortable on. Deviant Topaz as well, they aren't going to be able to play Bind this time around, so it's a pretty good mix of maps that they're comfortable on and also maps that, like, woo, we're not really sure what's gonna happen. How do we feel?
I mean, map number 1 is Haven. I think that this is pretty much comfortable for any of the teams that are in the circuit so far. That said, this is a map that Kyosei has a much better success rate on. They have like a 71% win rate on this. They were able to beat MLT on this map, one of our upper bracket finalists here. So definitely a map that they've proven to be very capable on in the past. And for the side of Deviant Topaz, you can't quite say the same. They've had some close runs before. They've been able to beat Global Esports on this map, 13-11. We remember that win. And in this tournament, they were so close to pushing it to overtime against Neons. So definitely a map that they have also proven to be force on before. That said, though, we have another mirror matchup coming in, and looking at these agent picks, what are your thoughts?
I mean, it's the exact same composition that both these teams pretty much always run whenever they play Haven in competitive. So in terms of agent composition, not all that surprising that they're both just going to stick with this. I'm just kind of more interested to see how this is going to affect either team's play style coming into this, just like how we saw at the end map 3 of the series 1 just now. I mean, they might agents, but they might play it very differently. I think both of these teams have kind of distinctive play styles. Deviant Topaz, you know, we've seen them pull out a bunch of different things from the bag. Sometimes, you know, they make those eco wins happen out of absolutely nowhere. Sometimes, like when they overheat, they're just so confident. So yeah, I'm excited to see how the mirror matchup will play out with these 10 players in particular. What are your thoughts?
I definitely agree with all the points that you made there. The mirror matchup, I mean, you have the same agents, but it's going to come down to play style. I think that one of the things I was most impressed about by Deviant Topaz were the initiators. I think both Yuna as well as the Sova pick coming out of Toffee Waffy on this map have proven to be incredible. Toffee Waffy on that Sova in particular just lets her make more use out of that information that she gets on that initiator role. But I think that we've said enough, Jenny. It's time for us to just toss it back to our casters, because we're heading into game. It's gonna be the second elimination game of the day. Who will go through? For that, we gotta ask our casters, Daks and Quack.
Why are you asking us, Zach? Why are you asking us? We just want to know what will happen into this upcoming series, as of course, this is gonna be for the eliminations yet again. We're still a lower bracket, but now we have two new teams stepping up to the plate. Nyx on one side, and, well, Deviant on the other. Daks and Quack, though, together. My boy, we haven't casted in so long. I know you're a big time caster. I know you're Mr. Pacific yourself.
This guy. Ever since Ascension, you've been doing this to me.
No. Ever since you were announced to be Pacific,
I didn't do nothing.
That's my boy from SEA. But anyway, we got two teams from SEA, of course, here in the APAC Game Changers, LCQ. Nyx on one side, all Filipino on the other hand. Deviant Topaz, I do believe a bit of a mix from Singapore. You have Indonesia, you got Malaysia. And this is going to be such an interesting matchup just because we start things off with a mirror on Haven.
Heck yes. And I mean, you can't forget Indonesia as well. You know, that's where Yuna's from. But that's the main thing about this team. Sorry. It's the fact that there's nothing out of the ordinary right now. And if what Zach says is true, and it is statistically, it's that Deviant doesn't necessarily have the best track record. And another thing is just that throughout the entire group stage, they've played the most number of rounds. And that means sometimes they take a little while to get warmed up. You know, and you're always going to be a little bit worried about that, especially with the fact that they're now starting on the attack. You want more rounds when you go up against a strong defensive team like Nyx Kyosei.
Yeah, all I got from that was, how dare you question Zach and the facts. Still, Deviant Topaz, we've seen how impressive they have been even in their last series. Piety waiting here over onto the corner by the platform. Smokes out, but Deviant Topaz looks pretty clear. Yuna on the board, but somebody does answer back of her own. 4v4 for the time being. Deviant Topaz gets the plant going. And eventually, they're going to look to go for the post plant. They want to try to play towards long. Eventually, they're forced to stay on site instead. Topping on the board, gone with the answer. It's straight for trade with the pistol. Shuni giving the advantage back here to Nyx. And with Toffee Waffy all alone, the captain yet again tried to find the calls and the targets. 1v1 now. Toffee Waffy versus Shuni. Toffee trying to take the angle and takes the action to get the clutch.
Such a patient maneuver around the boxes on the site, Daks. I mean, you were absolutely right with the way that they kind of went out to clear out platform, which was one of the big things that allowed them to capture the site, right? But when it came down to it, losing some of the gunfights, you can see that Nyx Kyosei still has strength in numbers. However, Deviant Topaz, when they have Toffee as their leader. And that's another interesting thing that I noticed. Whenever you look at their past match history, this new IGL, this new addition to the team, she's always consistently top fragging, always consistently putting up big numbers when DV does well.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Truthfully, from what we've seen so far, not just her calls, but her performance really ascends Deviant Topaz to higher levels. And now on the anti-eco, Bulldogs at the ready, Spectres are there too. A quick plant now towards the platform side. A long plant is the call. The smoke from Garage fades away. Somebody realizing, okay, this is already a site taken. And Delbisky, she has another plan. Flash into play. CJ over onto the corner. Delb in trouble. This is gonna be too dangerous. And with those Spectres up close, you already know that Deviant Topaz has a handle of things. Everyone falls from Nyx. It's a flawless win for Deviant.
Dude, everyone dropped. And it was just so much awareness coming out from Deviant Topaz. Like you were talking about it, Daks. Yes, it's a very clear C hit, but then, my man, when it came back into it, I don't know if they heard something, but they just turned around at the right time. So aware to watch their flanks, and they were absolutely right, because Nyx took a little while to retake, and just being aware to check some of these corners, check some of these flanks, and of course watching defenders spawn as well. But now we go into the third round, and this is where Nyx Kyosei, of course, gets to come up with the full buy. They're going to have to watch out a little bit more now. But at the same time, Yuna is just a few points away from her ultimate.
Yeah, it's always so stifling when Deviant Topaz gets an ult quickly onto these games. And I'm watching again here for Deviant Topaz. That shift, putting Toffee Waffy on the initiator role as Puda's back into the roster. You mentioned the paranoia being primed by Piety. This time around, Nyx actually putting a bit more presence towards Garage, and Con will deliver with a single kill.
That's the first one, and she's still watching out for more. Deviant needs to rethink their decisions right now, because if you recheck Garage, you know that she's right around the corner.
Yeah, she's just sticking around now, and CJ Sakura look to plan out the entry. Subno struggling to find any contact. Con instead finding Buddha over on backside. Still Nyx trying to go for the hold. A good stall there. Piety giving a chance now for Shuni to go for the push herself. 3v1. It's CJ all alone. Already caught out by Con. The classic is enough. A beautiful right click and an even stellar hold there from Nyx.
That is incredible. Con did so much in this round. First of all, just holding Garage by herself, this first frag, but then also being so, I guess, daring to just walk up towards the front of the door. I think Poto tried to kind of re-aggress in towards Garage, but Con was right there, Daks. And you gotta love how DV keeps on trying to push into the C site. And I love their clear protocols in sending Yuna off with some of the flashpoints. But without the full team there, without a clear B split push, it just kind of falls apart ultimately. So standard start now, and Nyx stands a chance at coming back.
Yeah, Nyx has a good handle of how the map works. Truthfully, Quack, if you're a Filipino team, one of the first maps that you'll learn to play
is Haven.
Yes! Mr. Pacific knows exactly what's going on. Whether it be VCT or Game Changers, it's pretty much instilled in us. You turn on VALORANT for the first time, it's Haven that shows up if you're a Filipino. Anyway, we're going for this A split this time around. Intel being provided by Toffee Waffy. Spots out somebody. This is dangerous. She's committed right now. Paranoia being primed as well. And as we get updraft into play from top, Danger close at somebody with a kill. Hunter's Fury for the cover. Yuna though with the frag. Somebody still holding. Doesn't care about the Nana Swarm. And this is looking pretty dicey here for DV.
Oh, they might have managed to sneak in, and they are sticking the plant right now, but look at Nyx so fast on site.
Whiskey's there, smoke dissipates, and there's the trade immediately. Con's ready on the opposite end, and Nyx again so quick on the retake. The hold though from somebody formerly known as Capricious. You already know that there's a standard they're setting here.
I mean, without a doubt. She was just in that corner the whole time watching down A short, and that's such a pivotal part of the map to keep an eye on. At the same time, there was also the Hunter's Fury from Con earlier, and that's one of the things that kind of slowed down DV. You know they wanted to get the plant down. You know they wanted to kind of take better control over the site, but they couldn't because of all of these obstacles in their way.
Yeah, just goes to show that here for DV, it's not enough to actually get the space right. They need to confirm these kills just because you have players like Con, you have players like somebody who are so efficient at sticking around towards the site. And really for Nyx right now, this is one of their biggest strengths. There's so much firepower in this roster. And oh, the Whiskey.
Ooh.
Beautiful find onto Tub.
She's been online with this operator. At times she goes over onto the chamber, but always landing frags with it. And especially on Haven, on the C site, it just sends a signal to DV that they cannot approach this site any longer. They have some ultimates, but this round, it's not really in the cards for them, given the fact that they only have sheriffs, unless they're able to find some picks. And some of these angles towards B or A might work out, but they gotta close in the distance first, Daks.
Yeah, they're looking for it towards B. And Shuni and Khan playing so smart towards Link instead. Ah, no, I just complimented you and Puda instead with a stellar find. Toffee Waffy also looking likely here for DV. And because of this, Quack, they can go for A instead and pick up the guns along the way.
2 rifles retrieved. And keep in mind, they've got from the shadows. They've got Yuna with a Rolling Thunder as well, which could push Nyx away from the retake. A big lurk coming up as well. Oh, but it gets spotted out by Piety.
Yeah, Piety at least with the find, making these odds equal. Aldro though already looking for the scout as the spikes planted here by DV. And Nyx, they got overrun to allow even Topaz to pivot towards that A side. Looking for the lurk from long courtesy of Khan. And while Debisky still has the operator Paranoia masking the intention. And well done by Khan to get that kill. Over onto the corner. The twists and turns can't handle it. CJ Sakura, Toffee Waffy. A thrifty here from Deviant.
The positioning, Daks! I mean, first of all, Paranoia, the clear intention, and masking the flank coming out from Piety, that was great, that was huge. But then, once they go in to check Graffiti and push out of A-Link, they completely missed CJ Sakura! And that was the pivotal moment that gave DV the round.
You saw the fear immediately, the twists, the turns, and the sudden realization. Oh, we're dead. It wasn't even, it was just like, oh, what's going on? Well, wild rides out in this game, but Deviant Topaz has immediately changed their fortunes. We hear the blades though here. I believe that can be from Delbisky, right? And Paranoia being prime, so at least Nyx is in position.
She's waiting for it too. I mean, if Yuna ults, she's gonna send that Paranoia so quick. But right now, just kind of chilling around this spot.
Deviant Topaz has time to burn anyway, and they're just sticking around by Cubby. It's like a group meeting. Here. So guys, what are we gonna do today?
Oh, the weather looks nice, huh?
Yeah, no, it's not actually. It's very stormy here. But I'm glad that we have the lead right now here on Haven. Did you guys bring the minutes?
And then at about like 40 seconds, okay, it's time to go.
Yeah, it's time to clock out soon. And Deviant Topaz eventually, the communication will look to become coordination. They dash in with Sub leading the charge. Piety trying to hold, a bit too ambitious though versus many targets. And from that point on, this is DV's site to take.
Dude, you can tell that they rehearsed that take. I mean, the flash, the fault line, and then Tub as well. Here it comes.
I mean, they stayed in Cubby for it. That was the whole show, but at least Delbisky bringing in the battle. CJ still so stellar with the shots. And DV, just, you mentioned it, the coordination right now, the protocols on the offense, effective enough to give themselves another round here, unless these blades, Delbisky, chance, but there's so many in front of her, and immediately shut down by CJ Sakura again.
All right. I know what's up. I know what's up, Daks.
What's up?
Like, that's why they were in Cubby so long. You know, it wasn't to like cut noise or like to, you know, put question marks in the minds of Nyx Kyosei. They were there to kind of just go over the game plan, and they were like, all right, guys, remember, we trained for this. We practiced for this. This is what we did last time.
Give me a pep talk. Pep
talk.
Yeah.
They will throw their arrows at us, and we will fight in the shade.
Oh, he's doing the Spartacus voice again. Oh no. But truth be told, you're right. Even Topaz, they took that time in Cubby, a pseudo-tactical timeout. Maybe. But in the end, Deviant Topaz is in a really good spot. All jokes aside here, Quack. Rifles ready. All ults are there. And it has to be Delbisky getting value. Sees the head, and Toffee Waffy's already dead.
And that's a big pickup. Your IGL's gone now. No Hunter's Fury available. You might be able to, you know, make something happen with a lockdown or a Rolling Thunder. But that's it. Gunpowder is something that Nyx Kyosei has.
It's exactly what they need in this situation. They're pinging the box and somebody will swing at the right time. They weren't prepared for it. The assumption, fatal here for Deviant Topaz. And somebody with the second kill along the way. Now it leads to a 5v2. And whatever Deviant Topaz had in their plans here, Quack, it's already in shambles. So many ultimates that could have been used cannot be now.
How do you come back from this, though? Slowly sneaking into the C site. They might be able to find a couple of frags.
Okay. They're getting it done. Nano Swarm there from somebody, but Yuna's already infiltrated. Leads to a 1v2.
Not impossible.
Planted.
If she can sneak into garage or something, maybe isolate some of those duels from the back.
Let's go!
Wait.
Rolling Thunder. And with the dash in, Dobisky looking to at least search for that initial contact. Yuna, though, in a good position. She still has the ultimate to go for the stole. Isolates the duel. Yuna with a third. And now Dobisky gets halfway. Flashes into play. There's the swing. Gets into cover, but Yuna will hound her. What a clutch from Deviant Topaz!
Just barking at her heels. The way to sneak into garage, firstly, yes, but then also swinging out. The fault line does connect onto one of the players, and then she went in for the burst on the second one, peeking her in her direct line of sight. I mean, just the way to push out of this dark cover, playing along into the site, and then nailing that wall bang in the final moment. Deviant Topaz, man. And they still have their ultimates, Daks.
Yeah, that's the most unbelievable part of this. She's held onto her Rolling Thunder. Utter confidence right now from this roster. And truthfully, ever since we saw Puda back in, ever since we saw them in the lower bracket, Deviant Topaz has looked to be such a better team. Beast Unleashed, they move towards B. And keeping an eye out on what Tub can do towards Link. Yuna already planting. There's the Aftershock into play. Lockdown the answer though from Nick. So Hunter's Fury. So ultimates online. Gets the tag also onto one. Doffy Waffy destroys the lockdown. So goodbye to that. And Nyx is gonna struggle here for the retake. Dobisky working together with Shuni. Paranoia being ready as well, so angles can't be taken here by Nyx. But Tub is the big surprise. Goes for the contact, and onside, she's a menace. 4v3 for now. The smoke is there too. Fault line now from Shuni at the very least. But the stall potential is looking strong. The util you mentioned, the darts even. Add in the paranoia, and this is just a recipe of success here for Deviant Topaz. Kill after kill, it's all them now.
Everything's just running right for them. Nyx, Kyosei, of course, they were on an eco, but yeah, that's one of the biggest things I learned my time at Pacific. No, I'm kidding.
Wow, what a flex. Okay, I know you get to always be with the great Achilles, the amazing favorite team.
But look, they always say this line. They always say, you throw everything and the kitchen sink.
Even more.
Precisely what Deviant Topaz did, you know? That's why you go for that B plant and then immediately back off into mid, right?
I'm gonna stop you there. They saved the paranoia, actually. I was so surprised.
They saved the paranoia.
It's like, I don't need this.
We throw the Aftershock. We throw the Nano Swarm. Paranoia? No. We keep that. We keep that.
And they still have 4 ultimates right now, Quack. Deviant Topaz. This is why so many eyes were turning towards them back in Open 3 with these kind of incredible performances that just overwhelmed the opposition.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie though. I mean, yes, they're so good at this, and they have clear plans and structures and how they want to approach sites at times, and great kind of post-plant position holds as well. But while they are staggering their ultimates, which is something like they can do in the following rounds, there are some of these rounds, right, that we see them losing to tiny little lapses in judgment. Right, Nyx, Kyosei, whether it's somebody one just kind of hiding in a corner around garage or just hold up around A short, they fail to check it sometimes, and it does bite them in the back. So this timeout might allow for Nyx, Kyosei to pull off some more of these cheeky little camping corners.
It just feels like while Deviant Topaz is so organized, that's both a blessing and a curse. When plans go awry, perhaps that's where they struggle with the surprise angle you already mentioned. Twice it happened towards A, but for now, Huda finding somebody. This is a big chance for Deviant Topaz to go in. They know it once towards hell, and Yuna will find Shuni as well. She's been so sharp so far. Deviant Topaz with another one, and the snowball is looking to be an avalanche here. Quack. Spikes planted, and it's Khan here on Heaven trying to find any semblance of a chance.
And they just keep on going. Now they have the site. They're just waiting for Nyx. They're challenging Nyx. Come into us. And Khan's gonna pick it up.
Yeah, at least now something to work with. Paranoia is there too, counteracted by CJ Sacrozone. That's the one saved from the last round. In the end though, Piety trying to go for the clash, spotted by the swing from Tub. And this is just Deviant Topaz again putting their flag onto the site. Kondo, incredible work with 3. But in this scenario, time's running out. Intel there for the closer angles. It's not enough to win the round, but at least she saves the gun.
She's sharp though. Khan has been really incredible, especially yesterday as well, the secondary stream against MLT. But that's one of those things, is the numbers are just still too overwhelming. But that said, with these frags that Khan has collected, she does pick up the Hunter's Fury. But at the same time, it's one of those things where you gotta admit that impact from the timeout was not felt. 2-7. It's 5 rounds in a row for Deviant Topaz right now. And they're still cycling up on 3 more ultimate stacks.
Yeah, they still have so much in the bank here. And Deviant Topaz, the confidence is absolutely at its highest. Nyx though, I'm watching out for what Piety can do really towards this back of C side. She's had a strong position there. The only problem perhaps is the ambition to peek. And jump peek again and again. Get the intel. And this will just call for Deviant Topaz that we can make the C take work again.
You're still holding on to your dark covers though. And if you do that little sight smoke around the side of platform, Deviant Topaz just makes use of that. They sneak in and they flashpoint out of it. So you really have to rethink your decisions. And that's why she's jump peeking again, just to confirm, because Deviant Topaz, they have pulled off, noise cutting movements before. Now here comes the hit.
Somebody coming out from garage. Toffee Waffy though prepared for the trade. They don't check the corner this time, and Piety will take advantage of it. Aftershock and the Hunter's Fury, we see now lines meet, and it will be Khan crossing it over onto Toffee. 4v2, a stellar hold so far from Nyx. You mentioned already the minute changes we saw from the anchor. Piety looking to deliver. Yuna though still with the fight back. Such a threat so far. And the 3v2. You keep an eye out on Delbisky as well. She's moving towards garage already. Window taken here by Puda. And Puda's surprise is gone. Isolated duel. Piety still holds 19 HP to give it to a 2v1. And it's Puda on backside. Another smoke to cover the cross. And the spike's there. Puda will fall. Piety! Oh, looking mighty in that round.
Yeah, Delbisky wasn't even needed. She was kind of staggering behind her to maybe play off of her contact, but Piety is still sharp with that aim. And when it comes down to it, it's the read from Nyx, Kyosei. I really think so. You can tell that Deviant Topaz, they've got these clear kind of, I guess, defaults into how they want to execute onto certain sites. If it's B, they go for that post-plant hold. If it's A, they go in for the split push. If it's C, sometimes they cut noise, sometimes they pull off a bit of a fake. And Nyx has caught on to that. They're anticipating some of these pushes, and they're just looking for Tub to dash in first. Once she's gone, it's a little bit easier for them to take down DV one by one. So if we can keep this up, they might be able to come off this first half with a 7-5.
The Tub signal basically is what they're looking for. And Tub, speaking of, falls first and foremost. Such a huge pick because Deviant Topaz relies on that space immensely. They move towards window though, and perhaps here Toffee Waffy can make a play.
Puda lurking behind window as well. Toffee just going out for the peaks now though, but the 1v1s, it's a little bit tricky.
And I like here for Nyx, they're keeping tabs even from spawn. So Shuni knows now the garage still held by Deviant Topaz. Nyx will force Deviant Topaz to back away.
Oh, that's incredible.
I wonder if they're going to go for B instead, because there's so much map control here for Nyx.
It's almost as if B is the only option. And then as soon as they back out into middle, Nyx, Kyosei, this flank that they've been cooking up for the longest time, they might just pull it off, unless Puda can stop them in their tracks.
She's expecting it, but we preheated the damage with the Nano Swarm. And now Delbisky will get the find the dash, but no, Puda will correct her aim and get the catch. Here comes Piety, the win the trade. CJ Sakura making quit though, onto the side. Turrets into play. Shuni's there too, but Yuna wants to hold down this close corner. Toffee Waffy over and out as well. Toffee delivers with one. Yuna doing the same, and it's 1v1 now. Here we go yet again, as clutch as can be between DV and Nyx. Piety now goes for the tap. Not gonna stick it whatsoever. Aftershock is there, but that's intel here for her to work with. Time running out. A re-smoke here, but Yuna, you know she's ready. You know she'll deliver for this. And it's Deviant Topaz with another one.
There's not enough health. and Yuna played her advantage to perfection. I mean, the aftershock and then swapping to the other angle. Heidi unfortunately just kept on thinking about it, and at some point you just have to go in for the stick. So unfortunate. The aftershock I saw just pulling her off of it. And it comes down to Puda and how she held that back angle. Delbisky unfortunately also tailwinding into the wall, Daks. That's one of those things, it just feels bad.
It got awkward real quick. Have to say though, Yuna delivery service, 30 seconds or the round's free. And even Topaz, it's looking so good for them. Nyx hasn't looked like slouches so far in terms of the aim. It's just the executes it to even Topaz, the raise especially, and the swing from somebody covered so quickly. If you're ambitious, you're punished by Deviant. Topaz smokes out to Rolling Thunder to play. Yuna, no fear, wants to lead the charge inside the smoke. Delbisky trying to find opportunity. As Toffee Waffy pushes towards the backside as well. It's Nyx waiting for timing here. Quack, Tub though, and Toffee! They just spammed the smoke! Delbisky with the trade, sure, but the damage has been done, and Tub and Toffee do it yet again. Just like TT, the two will handle it. It's 9-3 for DB.
Man, Nyx Kyosei got waffied. It's just... That was such a clean hit. I mean, you had the Rolling Thunder. They were saving it up the whole half for this last round. And of course, it ends in a 9-3 Daks.
Yeah, we're gonna throw it over to the panel to break down what just happened in the first half.
Thanks, gentlemen. Nyx looked like they were maybe starting to adapt to Deviant Topaz playbook, but I think the individual skill on the side of Deviant Topaz just so strong. What do we think?
I think definitely have to agree with you there. There were so many of these rounds where Nyx, they found that early pick either with the operator from Delbinski or just with those peaks coming out of somebody. But despite those early advantages, so many times it was just Deviant being able to go back to the drawing board, make some kind of play happen. First, there was that incredible Thrifty, and then after that, right, you see that 2v5 come out, a beautiful smoke out of CJ Sakura, letting her teammate cross into sight and just overall kill everybody else. Fantastic rounds coming out of DV in this 9-3 half, but that said, Nyx, they had individual moments of their own. Heidi, for example, towards the back of that C site, such a menace, almost impossible to deal with. And a lot of these rounds, it came down to those 1v1s at the end. I feel like Nyx, they could have been a little bit more disciplined with their numbers, with their advantages, and I think that was the biggest issue that they faced most of the time throughout this half.
Yeah, Nyx also just not quite able to convert any of those early round advantages into those round wins later on, but of course it is 3-9. We'll see if Nyx can bring this one back. Daks and Quack, take it back.
Wow, I like that rhyme, Jenny. I like that one. I'm gonna keep that in mind. Still though, we're seeing here, it's more so the time of Deviant Topaz, and it's up to Nyx to effectively just bring it back here, Quack. And like our panel said, for Nyx, they look to try and get the advantage early on, but Deviant Topaz, once it comes to the execute, that's where Nyx and their defense falters. Perhaps now, on the attack, Nyx can find recovery.
Perhaps. But that, again, that's always the biggest thing. When you're thinking about a map like Haven, sometimes maybe a little bit defender-sided. On the attacking, you could pull your opponent's defenses away. I'm just not sure if Deviant has some of those plans in mind for their defensive side. And if you think about this, it's surmounting pressure for Nyx Kyosei, especially given the fact that this is their map pick. And starting off the first half 3-9 is not how you want to go.
Well, if they're a superstitious bunch, this is enough for them to work with.
True.
It's a 9-3, you know it can happen. And we've seen moments from Delbisky, we've seen moments from somebody. I'd give it honestly to the whole roster. It just hasn't coalesced as we've seen compared to Deviant Topaz. And for now, playing a bit slow, cutting that noise, looking for the C execute later on.
Okay. Just setting up for it. But look at DV's positioning as well, kind of setting up for the retake, almost as if that they knew that this was about to happen.
I mean, they expect it already. Garage held here by Deviant. One thing to watch out for has to be the lurk. Oh, some body paranoia is there. And Nyx hasn't planted as of yet. It's already looking to be the collapse. CJ gets one. The flash, though, with the cover, as you mentioned. And Nyx keeping up with the momentum. They have the sight, and they have the frags. It's up to Tub now in the 1v4. Sheriff in hand, but 2 bullets in the chamber. A single one left. And with that, she is singled out. Nyx will win this pistol.
just unfortunate with the singularity of the whole thing. I mean, you just watch that play out on the mini map as well, right? It's like Shuni was hiding in the backside, and like her teammates got paranoia. You flashing me? You flashing me?
You flashing?
I got a flash for you.
I got the answer. It's a quick little tech pause after everything is said and done. Nyx, though, this is what we're talking about. Now that they're on the attacking side, it does feel like once they get on site here, Quack, they look so much more secure of what to really do, given the fact that Deviant Topaz has lesser options to work with.
Yeah, and that's the thing that they kind of have to consider as well. I mean, you have built up such a strong lead from the first half, but losing out the pistol now, momentum's a little bit shaken up. And thinking about it, it's going to be Nyx, Kyosei, Delbisky on the Vandal. Don't want to lose that, but if you can hold on to it for the third round, that would be huge. Somebody won on the Bulldog as well. That could be very valuable.
Yeah, that can be a sudden surprise. You also have so much firepower really here for Nyx, and when you see these moments here, Quack, it does scream, despite the scoreline, the confident, Delbisky looking to deliver, but Puda, no! What? Okay.
I thought that thing was nerfed.
Oh, I thought that thing was cheaper, and well, the shot card will confirm the kill.
Not ready yet.
But today we learned Shorty better than Vandal.
Certain effective range. Shot dart better than Shorty.
If that was effective range, well, you can call the shotgun a sniper. Kondo and Shuni are able to find those frags, and from that point on, this can pave the way to go towards C. The double bounce even, Yuna just witnessing that get the intel. And honestly, Nyx, they can double back, go for A, and that's exactly what they're doing here.
Great reads, great adaptations. And that's the thing about Nyx Kyosei. Yes, it was a little bit hairy towards Garage and C, but now just moving up front. I think Toffee heard the movements as well, so she's calling out to Yuna about this.
Left.
But Nyx Kyosei, you know, like we talked about before, they have that firepower. The individual fragging potential is always strong.
And they have Kon to deliver 3 already for her. Such a strong round here for Nyx, and you kind of just have to wonder, in terms of the defense, will this be where things do change for Deviant Topaz? They've been strong on the executes, but in terms of retakes, Nyx is just in position to prove how sharp they are as players.
Gotta keep their blade sharp as well. I mean, Yuna right now just trying to make sure not to give away any ult points and maybe trap some of them with the spike. But apart from that, Nyx, if they can keep this up into the next round, right? Delbisky's Vandal has been picked up by Khan. You've got the Bulldog still, and Piety and Shuni with some Spectres as well. If you can convert the bonus win, you will find that momentum so desperately needed just to claw back from that 9-3. And if that happens, we just might have a comeback on our hands, Daks.
Yeah, it's always possible. And you look again at those two initiators. It's been the case for LCQ, if you notice, Quack, that it's not always the duelist who's there to find those kills. Sometimes they're at the bottom of the scoreboard, and it's players like Kon who are able to step up to the plate instead. That second wave after the position is made, that's where really the marksmanship comes from Nyx.
No kidding. But keeping our eyes on Delbisky and Khan, but they're just going for a straight up C execute right now.
So quick! Oh, that could have been dangerous for CJ. At least Deviant Topaz gets out of it, but it's a 5v5 retake anyway.
We've seen this in the pistol round before, though. Paranoia and the Flash. It's slightly different positions for Nyx. But how is DV going to retake for this? You need everyone on board, everyone online, and so many of these positions still being held. Oh,
Piety, that's a big pick. Piety with a second. That's a Spectre, by the way, and she's able to get value. Piety with the third. Okay, we see you. And from this point on, Puda's even found. Nyx get a flawless on the bonus. Nicely done by them.
Unbelievable. And it is that bonus round win conversion. Now potentially a 7-9 at their hands because they just held on top of logs with 2 players stacked up on top of each other. Piety with that Spectre as well. I mean, the sharpshooting is always there. And like you talked about, Daks, it might not always be the duelist. Yes, Delbisky got a couple of kills towards the end, but it's also the support players coming in, the way that they kind of take control over the site. Deviant Topaz giving it up, sure, but the retake's not quite there yet.
Such a statement though from Nyx that they're truly in this series. When do you get a flawless bonus? it's not just more Quack, it's more and more. And right now, Nyx is in position to keep getting the most out of this half.
And they're trying to be safe right now as well. You know, you're never quite sure what Deviant Topaz might pull off. We just saw a crazy shorty kill outside the garage. So just giving them a little bit of respect, smoking things off and trying to get as much information as possible before they commit to a hit. But it does look like C has always been successful for them, and that's also where DV doesn't necessarily have the best retakes, at least for now.
Yeah, and we get this link position again. Problem is, with Nyx already getting on site, the success rate has been pretty much perfect so far for them. Will be stunned on up, has the Cloudburst for the cover, shooting on the board, and while DV tried to go out, it will be Nyx shutting them down. Another win will do Bisky on top of things.
Yo, she was literally on top.
That's why I said it.
I just wanted to point that out. but at the same time, Daks, dude, she really just went full practice range in that moment. 3 players snuck out, and she took them down one by one, like one at a time, no problem.
Yeah. It's like that aim lab where you shoot the circle in the middle and then flick to a diagonal, and you go back to the circle and you flick again. It was just. It's easy pickings, man.
You see that training, you know, it pays off.
Yeah.
Next Kyosei.
Oh, it's called Spider Shot. There you go. I remember that. Yeah. I was like, are you gonna fill in? Do you know what I'm talking about?
I do not know what you're talking about.
Apparently, all we know is to talk about this game, and we hear now the Hunter's Fury call courtesy of Toffee Waffy. It is over by A Long though, and while this happens, Toffee Waffy still prepared. Still Bisky. She thought she got the drop on her, but Toffee Waffy looking to be the last woman standing on that site. Spike though planted, forced out because of it over B.
Still though, because the spike is planted, now they get to play around with this. But you look at how DV goes into retake, clearing out middle first, but you gotta still watch out for window because Puda just, well, I mean, somebody wants just kind of right around the corner. Crossfire is being held as well, Daks.
Brother, all the hard work we saw from the start for Deviant Topaz immediately gone to the wayside. Nyx, again, when they're in position, they are just basically turrets ready to shoot you down. Security service is set, and Nyx will deliver again.
This is... I can't believe that this is happening. Nyx Kyosei, what a comeback. I mean, it's still just happening. 8-9 is the score right now, but they've won like 5 rounds in a row. Actually more, ever since the second half started. And this is just so unbelievable. They are starting to chain up ultimates right now as well. And with the way that they maneuver around the map, yeah, maybe, you know, Toffee Waffy is always stable with how she plays around the site, with her movement, not necessarily rushing blindly into things. But when Nyx Kyosei kind of get a clear game plan in mind, and when they know where DV Topaz are kind of positioned around, they really know how to dissect and pick them apart. And that's the biggest thing. So timeout, it might be called right now, but I don't think the impact's going to be felt in the upcoming round. In fact, it's probably going to be in round 19.
I think this is just basically talking stage 1, and next round is talking stage 2. From what we've seen so far, Deviant Topaz, you can see the plan is set, Quack, that they have the utility to try and go for the rating. They have the same composition, but as soon as they even get the attempt started, they're shut out immediately by Nyx. It's one of those games where you can have all the utility plays that you want, all the setups, but in the end, if they just shoot you immediately, what's the point?
That's why it only worked in the first half when they had the spike. Now that the spike is against them, you have to shoot out your opponent sometimes. And unfortunately, in this current instance, it hasn't worked out great. Nyx Kyosei clearly a little bit sharper and having more of that individual fiery power. Still though, they're trying something different, and I like to see that, but you gotta be careful. It's gonna be Tub, and she snuck underneath window.
I mean, might as well, right? You're on a sheriff round, and Tub has been the one to make these kind of plays work before. Toffee Waffy also tucking away over the A long entrance, so that's something.
I feel like Nyx is gonna chat. Yeah.
Yep. I can't believe you called.
It took a bit of time.
Yeah. And even more, just Nyx can't be stopped. They're so sharp right now. These shots are almost perfect, and there's paranoia from CJ. Maybe here Deviant Topaz can work with this. But for now, we're just seeing a masterclass of aim from Nyx Kyosei, and even though it's a 5v3, they're already peppered here to half HP here.
It's just not working out great. Still 5 HP, half HP. You might just die to a shock dart.
Yeah, let me finish it for you. No HP.
Okay.
Goodbye to another one. And it's a heartbreaker here for Deviant Topaz, because now we have witnessed here, Quack, all the hard work that we saw in the first half. The 9-3 will become 9-9. And it's confirmed Nyx have tied it up.
Flawless as well. Economy flourishing. They have brought peace, freedom, justice, and security to their new empire.
Whoa, your new empire? Well, if it is the Nyx empire, I'll be happy to sign up for it. Still, with a 9-9 standing, if you are superstitious, maybe you'll believe. 6 rounds in a row here, Quack.
6 rounds in a row? You don't believe? What's wrong with you? You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Show some faith. And that's the funny thing as well. Yes, this was Nyx Kyosei's map pick, and I guess that's why they're so strong on the attack. But the last time these two teams faced off against each other, Deviant Topaz, they didn't have Toffee, and they still won. But now Nyx Kyosei, such clear anticipation in how DV plays. Now going in for that B hit. How can DV retake?
Can DV indeed. And I'm watching for what Puda can do. She's avoiding the fault line though over onto the corner. Perhaps the strategy that she needs. It's still checked! It's always checked by Nyx!
Damn.
And checkmate now even towards top. 2 are down. Yuna falls, but Khan will just catch the congregation anyway. And Nyx is just looking so flawless with these duels. I can't even figure out what else DV can do if they can't find their footing against the marksmanship of Nyx Kyosei.
And it's just so sharp. It's so intentional. Every single one of these movements, Daks. If you watch how they kind of take their time around with some of these things, going in for the spike plant, backing out, but just holding certain positions. It's almost as if they know that this is where DV would kind of step towards. And having those reads is so devastating because DV has yet to find a single round in the second half. They're starting to build up on their ultimates now, yes, surely, but it's not because of kills, Daks. And at the same time, conversely, you've got that Hunter's Fury firing at them.
Yeah, just blindly looking for a target, but Nyx have been so quick on these rounds, and even faster now onto the site. Somebody just waiting here on the lurk. The garage is taken though by DV, and Tubbs is looking for that impact. Planes though are dulled. Khan on the board as well, and this is just Nyx again in the right positions to get the right frags going. Beautiful shot from Puda. Maybe a chance here for Deviant Topaz. They've been needing that hope for quite a while already. Yuna also with a push, but no chance this time around. Nyx again, they just execute on the spot, and it's 11-9 here.
Yeah, I'm kind of not really seeing it. I mean, maybe they get a good shot or two once in a while, but still, in their retakes, it's just falling apart. Every time that they try, they kind of get stopped because of Nyx Kyosei just kind of ensuring that they wouldn't be able to set up for that clear retake execute that they want to go for. And because Nyx Kyosei continues to keep going for such aggressive plays and decisive hits, they can afford to do that. They've got the credits. They're just going to keep up with this. And if DV doesn't break the mold right now, it's going to be match point, Daks. It might just be over.
Yeah, isn't that the point we have to make here? It's DV trying to keep up, and Nyx is just sprinting away from them. Another one bites the dust as Yuna will fall. And Nyx, they've gotten these first kills pretty much exclusively the second half. It continues on now with somebody, and this side is theirs to take again.
Spike planted.
Now it's a 3-on-5. Sure, we've got an operator, a lockdown, but man, Daks, if I'm being honest, unless you can find some of these frags and you find them quick, it's just so oppressing. They've got to try though, because if not, it's gonna be match point. They're getting pinged out by Khan.
Oh, they know what's coming. The paranoia's there. CJ also with the teleport, but it's immediately called by Nyx. Blink and you will miss it here, Quack. It's already match point from Nyx. They have had a perfect half so far.
Yeah, I'm not blinking. My eyes are glued to the screen.
Okay,
Everything that's
you.
happening.
So hardworking, but you
Yeah.
have to give the props to Nyx right now. This second half has been unbelievable.
It's okay. Let me count for a second. That's nine.
Nine.
Okay, Dax is faster than me. This is how you join Pacific. First of all, you gotta have good math skills, and then you tape your eyelids up so that you just don't miss anything.
Listen, the third is to have the right passport. Well, in any case, Nyx, they have the right calls, and look at the confidence. Who from the shadows straight to a side to plant it, Quack.
Spike planted.
I mean, Nyx Kyosei, they're confident. They're going in for it. Tub's trying to fight back though.
There's a chance here now for DV.
Lockdown.
Finally, they draw first blood. And you mentioned it. Lockdown's a play. Aldron's the answer. And the counter lockdown. So, latter here from Nyx. They might have a small advantage. It's already null and void for DV.
It's counterintuitive. Yuna might be able to ult back or something, but the time is working against DV.
Yeah, we still have the players here for Nyx. They want to go for the last stand, but Yuna finds another one.
Okay.
Piety! Oh, what happened there? And Piety! Okay, she gets two. It's 1v3. Now somebody's the one that matters here onto the corner. Time running out though. Tub on the defense. She has to stick this so far. Protected by the team. And finally, Deviant Topaz get on the board. It got close though. It got scary, but for DV, that's exactly what they needed.
2 more rounds, and we would have the second overtime of the day, Dax. You're excited about that?
Yeah, I don't mind, honestly. This half has been very fast. Oh, but Deviant Topaz, finally, this is what we were looking for. And I feel like, Quack, it all boils down to how Yuna stepped up in that first kill along the way near the start of the round.
I mean, she kind of flubbed it a little for a second. I'm not quite sure what that was. Maybe she got stuck in a reload or pulling out the knife for a second or something. But Piety did fight back, and when it came down to it, that does open things up for DV. So maybe that's what they need in some of these retakes. It's just to enable 1 or 2 of these players to find some frags, create a little bit more space before they actually go in for it. Nyx Kyosei, on the other hand, though, you could also say that they're just kind of getting a little bit, I don't know if antsy is the word. They're just full sending it because they know they have such a huge advantage built up. Yeah, but if they did win that round, that would have been 10 rounds in a row. I want to say that.
No, I get it, because, again, they just teleport straight onto the side and said, okay, we'll call it a post plant. So there's so much confidence, and I feel like it has to be that line between confidence and cockiness. Deviant Topaz, it's always been in them from what we saw in the first half. A-Long now is where Nyx is all stationed. It's a heavy sack for them, and Piety wants to be the one splitting away instead. Fault line, though, doesn't get value. Delbisky instead on the side, but can't finding Yuna to begin with. Puda, though, trying to play out to the corner. That's a big hit, and Puda finds another. Hits her pattern, she's ready for 4, and she's swinging wildly, trying to get on away. Somebody on the board, Shuni there too, becomes a 2v2, and the scrap fest yet again, but Choppy Woppy finds a frag. It's 1v1 now, all up to the clutch. It's Shuni on one side, and Tub on the other, but Nyx goes side. They'll fall this time, as Deviant Topaz survive.
Look at Tub playing that anti-flash position to perfection. Just knowing that, okay, yes, it's Shuni, she's a breach, she's gonna have some flash points, and she just hucks away towards the back of the boxes. Shuni threw it out, but just wasn't quite able to connect. And at the same time, just DV having these plays coming out. Although some of them were hit by the fault lines, they stayed steadfast in their positions, and Puda was definitely one of those players. Starting to work up together now. We are 1 point away from from overtime, excuse me. Dear Lord.
Yeah, Deviant Topaz, they aren't going to be taking this lying down. They want to fight, and they want to still show that they are ready to contend in this series. They survived so far, but we've seen this work from Nyx multiple times. C's taken already.
Op, okay, on Khan. C has been taken, and again, remember, this is where the retakes always fall apart for DV. They're setting up for it once more. And this time, they've got Yuna and the Rolling Thunder. That's one thing that could work, but look at what's happening on the minimap, Daks. Nyx has completely evacuated the site.
Yeah, they have decided to build a quarantine elsewhere, and face first from Shuni. CJ, though, with the answer. It's 4v4 flashes there. Puda looking over the defuse already, and it's Nyx with the advantage instead. 4v2. Puda getting halfway, though, in the smoke. There is no chance. There is no hope. Nyx will take it 13-11, recovering from a slow first half.
You can hide inside of that dark cover. You can try to stick defuse, but you cannot dodge those bullets coming at your way. And Nyx Kyosei, what a comeback. You just might have to be superstitious after a half like that.
I'm gonna sprinkle some holy water later, probably put on a bit of garlic outside. In the end though, the 9-3 became a 13-11. And while we had such a strong showing from Deviant Topaz in the first half, coming into the second, it feels like that's where they slept and Nyx took advantage instead. We'll throw it over to the panel to break down such an unbelievable comeback that we saw.
Thanks, gentlemen. Well, we figured out one thing, and that one thing is that attacking side Nyx goes hard. I mean, facets, comprehensive angle coverage as well. Zach, break it down for us.
Yeah, I think that entire second half went by like a flash. It went from 3-9 to 12-9 there, and that's just a testament to how good these executes were coming out of Nyx. In particular, they figured out that C side was extra weak. They hammered at it every single round where they got that spike out on the T side. They were able to win it. They tried to switch things around towards that A side after they found some success there as well, but off the back of that retake, Deviant were able to take it back, but the damage had already been done by them.
Yeah, and taking a look at the scoreboard right there, MVP for Nyx. Gonna go over to Khan, 24 and 12, very well deserved, even bagging 2 first bloods throughout those 24 rounds. Also, pretty good showings all around from her teammates, Killjoy as well as Piety on that Omen, also doing some pretty hefty work all around. But you know, Yuna, MVP for the squad of Deviant Topaz. And I mean, she's only 16 years old, but wow, like she tried so hard to get this one over the line for her team.
Yeah, it was extremely close. That first half, of course, domination coming out of DV, but Nyx, they were quick to really flip that script here. Looking at the post plant in particular, Nyx were able to win 10 out of the 11. The only successful retake that came in was when they had the lockdown available. And in that last round, right, you could see the planning coming, and they knew that the Rolling Thunder was in Yuna's hands. They played offside. You had the wraparound coming in as well from the Jet. And throughout, Khan was just a force of nature, being just as ahead on that side, trading out teammates, and honestly, watching her play in that attacking half, it felt more like Sova as the new duelist.
I love her picture too. I know we gushed over this during the team intro, but this just has that like race car energy photo.
I know.
You know what I'm saying? It's just
I
like
know.
she's full, right? She's just full sending it all the time, and she's just W straight away. Even though you know she's on that Sova, But playstyle, man, in that mirror matchup, just absolutely a treat to see. And looking at forward for the map selection as well, because we are in the best of 3 series, right? And Nyx versus Deviant Topaz Haven. This was the map that Nyx kind of really needed to win to be able to take this series, considering that Pearl maybe not their best map going into map 2. But guys, we're gonna go for a very short break before we find out if Deviant Topaz can turn this one around. Don't go anywhere.
One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left.
back to map number 2 in our second series of the day between Nyx as well as Deviant Topaz. After that insane map number 1 that we were talking about, Nyx kind of pretty much needed to win that map 1 to be able to take this to, to be able to take this series. But now coming into Pearl, how are we feeling, Zach?
I mean, map number 1, that was a masterclass performance coming out of both of those teams in that half 1. But when that side swap happened, they talk about the 9-3 curse, but I think that's the fastest we've seen it really kicking in. Nyx being able to take it from 3-9 to 12-9 before we saw a little bit of pushback come in, but they ended up taking that map away 13-11 now. Map number 2, heading into Fracture here, chosen by Deviant. They've had a good run on this map so far, finding success in the last 3 times they picked it up, both in that Swiss stage as well as against Bot, I believe, on stream yesterday. So definitely a map that they seem to be comfortable on. For Nyx though, it's kind of a mixed bag. In that semifinal against MLT, we saw them take quite a hammering yesterday. It was 13-3 if I'm not wrong that they lost.
Yeah, we don't have all that much competitive stats for them. I think we have seen them play Fracture 5 times so far on VLR. We don't have like that many stats for them, and they do run a couple of different compositions across the board. Usually it is that Brim, Breach, Sova, as well as Neon, and then their 5th agent kind of does a little switching up here and there though. But on the side of Deviant Topaz, they're kind of way more willing to run a couple of other different compositions. So I think that we'll probably see a Raze, might end up turning into like a Raze versus a Neon sort of situation going on, but we will see. What do we think?
I definitely agree with you. I think that duelist pick is the biggest differentiator. Of course, Raze has a little bit more duelist, but you saw how fast Nyx likes to play. So with that kind of a style that they have, the Neon might be a better fit for them. Like you mentioned, the track record, it's not a map that they play as much as their other picks, like for example that we just saw on Haven, but it's a map that they've had very mixed success on. So pretty curious to see how this is gonna go. This is Deviant's map pick. They've looked very comfortable on it in the past, and they haven't really vary that agent composition much apart from that duelist. In particular, the initiators as well. It's going to be the Sky and Breach coming in. A lot of flashes really complementing that fast-paced style that the Neon promotes.
Yeah, sometimes they do end up picking that Jet. I think we did see that Jet in maybe the previous Open and some of the games like in Swiss stage as well. But it'll be pretty exciting, as you were saying. It just really enables the play style that we see on Deviant Topaz. And the interesting thing is, I don't think that we see this fast-paced Deviant Topaz all the time. It's just certain compositions, certain maps, Haven, attacking side, and then Fracture. Sometimes when they do have that Neon for the zoomies, then we see that play style being drawn out of them. So, hopefully if they do go for that, we will see that today. I think it's always like an absolute treat to watch whenever Deviant Topaz are feeling it. And yeah, hope that we'll see that today.
I think that for Fracture in particular, apart from that duelist pick, one thing that we've seen throughout this first map, as well as from both these teams in this entire tournament, has been the importance of those initiators. Like Khan had an absolute beast of a game the last time around, but Yuna, she's no slouch either. She's been incredible over the course of this entire event. And of course, Toffee Waffy, we might be seeing her make that role switch once again, this time into that Killjoy that she has been playing since she did join this team. So on this particular map, I'm going to be interested by that as well, because, you talked about the duelist differences, but Nyx also likes to change it up on that Sentinel. We've seen them go for that Chamber sometimes, the Cypher as well. So I'm personally an average Killjoy enjoyer. I just think that she's the best Sentinel no matter what. Statistics at Champions seem to agree with me. 63% pick rate. But overall, I just think that she's so much more useful. Like, I still remember yesterday, that overtime game that we saw, the team was just so careful. They were like, we want nothing to do with the fights. We're just gonna go pick up those orbs while it's still an 8-point ultimate, take the side off the back of that, and win the round for free. And that's exactly what happened. So ultimate orb management as well as the Sentinel picks. That might be something to really keep track of here.
Yeah, and I mean, girl, I've seen your keyboard. You literally have like the turret. You've got like a whole bunch of Killjoy keycaps on your keyboard. We've seen that before, but you're not the only Killjoy enjoyer. Deviant Topaz, Toffee Waffy. Oh, are they gonna switch around? Maybe not, but I think Toffee Waffy alone has that 690 hours on Killjoy that we found out last month. We were like, wow, okay.
That was last month.
Girl.
It's probably like 1,000 now.
That's true. Who needs sleep when you've got Valorant in the mix? But yeah, looks like it will be the Neon for the side of Nyx Kyosei. And other than that, pretty much what we expected from both these squads. I think that what you mentioned earlier, util usage, will be a pretty big factor in this particular map. We did see in map number 1 when there were a little shenanigans, you know, with all that ultimate withholding here and there. And I think on a map such as a Fracture, I don't think you can really afford to hold back your util, or, you know, well, I don't know, we'll see. It's also hard to win those retakes without it. But guys, we're about to head into map number 2, and once again, here to bring you guys all the action, we've got the duo Quack. Guys, take it away.
No, just no. Quack, come on. Jenny, I expected more from the Jenny Reirachu. But in the end, we know, of course, the main bulk of the action is in the game. So Quack, just hold your thoughts about that one. Talk to me about Fracture instead, please.
Yes, I will build off of it. I mean, okay, so this is kind of what Zahk was talking about, right? And what you've seen from Nyx Kyosei on this map, which is maybe a little bit worrying, is the fact that they didn't have the best track record, especially if you consider yesterday's game against MLT eSports. But that said, it's also not the worst. In fact, if you actually take a look at how Deviant Topaz has played on this map before, it's also not like their star map, their favorite map or anything. Yes, they've had great performances on it before, and I think that's why they're banking on this. But you have to think that maybe Nyx Kyosei has fixed some mistakes, and that's why you're still seeing the same composition. Surely it's Delbisky with that Neon, and kind of like what our panel was talking about as well. This agent select, while it is somewhat comfortable, it allows them to kind of right the ship a little bit and then change some of these past positionings and whatnot that might allow them to come in with better performance.
I mean, perhaps we'll have better waters here for Deviant Topaz. It's been a reliable map, though, of recent history, at least, Quack. I believe in the playoffs here in the LCQ, they won against Bots. They also have won it in the Swiss stage as well. But really, it's more so Nyx I'm watching out for. Yes, they still have the Neon, but they get rid of the Chamber, they swap out a few roles, and now it's Delbisky who delivers with 2. Stunning here to start things off.
And that's why it's slightly different, right? No Chamber, but it's Delbisky on the Neon and not somebody one. And it's slightly different, but that's also how they kind of adjust around this. And if you think back to the last time that Nyx Kyosei had a great performance on this map, Delbisky was the one popping off. She had 310 ACS as the Chamber. If she can pull off a performance like that on a slightly different agent, that's how you put yourselves up there with one of the better teams in this LCQ, and they have to make it happen. If not, they might just be going to a map 3. Now, going into this, it's going to be a hit again. Piety just stops them.
Start here for Piety. She's still towards tower. It's Shuni also on the board, and from this point on, it's Nyx already just wiping the floor of the opposition. They're still feeling the momentum from that first map here, Quack.
And it's just flowing through again and again, and that's one of those big things. Again, Valorant, you click heads. Yes, that's what we're seeing in the replay. But also a bit of that mental game, right? You got that huge win, that huge surge from the first game, and you bring that forward with you into the second one. Nyx could change things up. They might just be able to carry this forward, especially if they pick up round 3. Right now, what we're seeing, though, again, it's that Vandal. It's a Guardian Daks and also a Bulldog.
I mean, they have so much utility to work with also here for Nyx. You look at their comp, Quack. So many stuns, so many ways to just play post-plant, do some damage before anything else. And I really like this call here from Nyx. They struggled with their Chamber comp before in the playoffs. And as of right now, they're putting themselves in a good position by being aggressive towards the spawn. Underpass, though, taken instead by Deviant Topaz, and seems like a regroup is in order here for the offense.
Just taking a second with it, too. But at the same time, a little bit of information gathered. At what cost, though? Toffee down to 4 HP. It's very difficult to start to go in for an execute like this. Another thing is also the fact that Nyx Kyosei has pushed out of trees, pushed out of A main. They're getting so much information that I'm pretty sure they're banking on this being a B hit, and now they would be right.
I mean, they were watching towards drop, but now there's confirmation from Arcade. Finally prepared. Konsu and won't let Nyx go. They have the kills from the high ground, but well done by Yuna and CJ at least to answer back with the classics. Yet again, though, the Neon finding value. The stun connects, keeping DV at bay. Aftershocks there too. Flash comes into play. The Blisky sliding around, and while Yuna fights back, it's Shuni rather, will be able to find those final kills. So 2-0, but a decent round for Deviant Topaz though.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. I do like the little bit of neon movement from Delbisky towards the end there, although she did die. But at the same time, you're absolutely right. Because Deviant Topaz, that is a great way to force your opponent's hand and take control over B tower, right? The paint shells coming out from Tub enabled the rest of the team to kind of get that distance away, and Piety had no choice. She couldn't fall back. If she did, she would have run into the explosion, so she moved up front, got some kills with the Spectre, but also ate the classic right click. Now coming into it, oh my god, Daks!
It's just so speedy here from Delbisky. Tub, though, also with the same performance. A 2-4-3, basically. And this leaves now Nyx only with the pistols in hand. Quack, I like the gamble, but DV was prepared for it.
And with that preparation comes potentially a round win.
Oh.
That's it, though. It's not over yet.
Scary Con, sharp yet again, goodbye to one. Yuna though using that range with the rifle. 50 HP left, backing out. Perhaps doesn't want to use the Seeker so far. As Puda though, looking to go for the push. Piety on site, sees. Well, a bit of intel from this point on. There you go. Deviant Topaz on the board.
Heidi wanted to pick up the weapon, and that kind of left her out in the open. And at the same time, it's just gonna be DV. I mean, Spike planted, you saw how they played on Haven. They've got great post plants. It's just that they got to keep that up. And right now, sometimes if Nyx Kyosei really makes use of the chaos on this map, they might be able to throw DV in for a loop. But that's it. Again, DV just might be able to make some good reads. They already have Yuna up on her Seekers.
Yeah, it's something that we always see from Deviant Topaz, even in the first map. Getting an ultimate quickly, such a big factor here moving into the next round, given the fact that Nyx have their rifles, and there's still so much proactivity. I like this a lot between Delbisky and somebody. It always feels like there's gonna be an angle where you're gonna get flashed, you're gonna get stunned, and Nyx will look to take advantage of that.
It's working out for now. But they're also just holding, and that means it's gonna be a bit of contact play coming out towards B. But look at the positioning from Nyx as well. They're not revealing themselves too much. They're relying a lot on their utility. As soon as the movement comes in from DV, Khan's going to throw out a couple of recons and everything else. She's already used it, actually. So it's just going to be a hit from DV.
DV found the angle to work with from the tower. Take it to Khan. Somebody answer back, though. And onto the side. Khan still here by the crates. Really needs to be DV finding the cross, but no chance whatsoever. Too dangerous courtesy of Sub. At least CJ able to pick up the pieces. Shuni though, surprise, surprise. And from this point on, it's CJ versus 2. So difficult though, Quack, and flash there. Here comes the swing. Isolated, sure, but it's not enough. Somebody will finalize the round. And it's another one here for Nyx.
They're actually... Oh my goodness. I mean, yeah, it's a bit of that retake, and DV, again, another good hit. But Khan is just so sharp, playing around crates. And then Shuni, along with, I believe, somebody towards the end there, having the discipline to not really just over-peak out, overheat. It enables them to play together in that 2-on-1 scenario. And with that, the tables have turned. Daks, DV need to save up in this round.
I mean, the mid-rounding has been solid here from Nyx, even in the first map. And I feel like that's such a good point there, Quack. Assessment of what the situation is. No need to overheat. We can win just if we play things right.
I even thought she might throw out the incendiary, but not needed. Now they're just doing the same thing, Dax. Look at the positioning. entirely symmetrical to what we saw from the previous round. They're just waiting for Deviant Topaz to make a move, to make the first mistake.
They have so many set positions here for Nyx, and it's up to Deviant Topaz to sniff those spots out. Here we go again. I'm always scared to see Deviant Topaz do that. It was dangerous on the B side last round. At least this time, Yuna gets away with it.
All right. They managed to evade some of those shots from Khan. But that means they're going to walk into this crossfire setup, and look, the door's already been opened up. They surely are aware of this, but somebody is just going to send out the flash.
What was that? Look at the reaction from Delbisky. Just not flashed whatsoever, prepared for it. And suddenly, the mastery really from Nyx right now off the map is pretty apparent. Quack. They go for a fast lane also just to use it as a pseudo Viper wall. Somebody with a second, keeping the door open, and it's just absolutely a shutdown. Nyx with a flawless round 2.
It's another one of those rounds, Daks. We saw this, but it's like on a completely different side now, especially since Nyx Kyosei are starting out on defense and on a map pick that isn't their own. They've just been setting up for all of these positions, waiting for Deviant Topaz to walk into their crosshairs and straight into the massacre. And like you mentioned about it as well, that anti-flash positioning from Delbisky, Deviant Topaz tried, but unfortunately it was not meant to be, not yet.
I'm just looking back at the history here for Nyx of this map, honestly. And they've been running the chamber, they've been running the Cypher, and now they go for the Killjoy. Maybe it's a Sentinel Roulette, but this time around they're finding success with their setup so far here.
And she's on a Bucky. Okay.
Did you see the motivational speech beside her?
No, I did not. What is it?
Less stalking, more doing.
with the Bucky.
Yes, do it with the Bucky. Casters, be quiet. They're gonna push towards B.
Okay. They're pushing.
Deviant Topaz though, okay. They have ultimate support with. We're going back into the base with some body again. There's Tub though with the entry. Still though hit by the flashes. And from this point on, Nyx are still keeping tabs of where DV's coming from. Deviant Topaz, they have these plans, but they just can't get those steps to go their way. Yuna though with the scrap, but Shuni's there to single her out. And with Puda all alone now, it's still Piety with the Bucky, so a chance here for Puda if ever. Picks up the spike, but Piety goes for the Bulldog instead. It's even the bite with the bark, and Nyx right now with the 5th.
And along with that, rifles and everything picked up along with it as well. They could even go for an operator if they wanted to, but honestly, why do that if you're playing the Neon, right? And it's just a flourishing economy. That's the biggest factor. The momentum is building up. I said it and then they went for the operator Daks. Okay. I'm curious to see this now because, you know, we have seen players pull this off before, like Garnett's from Talon eSports, but right now it's another one of those factors that they continuously stagger DV's approach into sites, and with that, DV cannot go for their full executes.
In fact, they're aggressive with the up. They're gonna go for the push. Puda though, finding Shuni, and this time around, this will call for Tub to try and clear Arcade instead. Hunter's Fury though, the call gets tagged. Tub wants to play aggressive, and it's Piety playing Protector. Nyx again keeping tabs of one another, but CJ at least finds the sheriff shot to go. Scrap yet again all across the map, but eventually the gun advantage is absolutely clear. Nyx already still standing with 3. Yuna tried to circumvent the forces by going to the other side of tower. But the problem is, the spike's already being defused. The fast lane is set yet again. Halfway for Piety already. Here comes Delbisky, and some bodies there to at least catch the last kill. Another win here for Nyx.
It is a perfect catch, you know, just tossing it right up into the air. But also Delbisky with her movement, like she knew that Yuna was looking at her, so she didn't even like try to shoot back. She was b-hopping around at the same spot just to throw it off. And that's that coordination now that we're seeing from Nyx Kyosei. That's now Nyx Kyosei with their early round aggression finally paying off, especially because it is Fracture and it works a treat for them. This is what they were trying to do on their defensive half of Haven, and it's working out better now. 6-1. If they can keep this up, it will be devastating for DV.
You're running in with the operator and the overdrive, and look at the bait and switch goal. But Deviant Topaz, they're prepared for this kind of contact. CJ, Yuna sure with a fight, but here we go. They're suppressed into the corner, and now they're thrown into the pits of Fracture. Everything's left to Puda in a 1v3. Nanoswarm sure in the way. She crosses, but you mentioned it, Quack. The spike is in the hands of Nyx now.
I don't know what to say. I don't know how you win this round now. I mean, I'm thinking about the win conditions, but look at the positioning from Nyx. They're guarding that thing. 3 players, like Cerberus, blocking the gates of hell.
Absolutely, and the underworld might be beckoning the final member of Deviant Topaz here. It's even worse because there's a messenger to already call that action. The Aldrone gets a spot. It again is trying to be pesky. The Aftershock even. Well, Asphodel calls, it's looking pretty fiery now. Puda, can she even find any more contact? Nanoswarm, I like the effort, you love to try, but with the 3 standing in front of her, eventually, okay, she gets the kill. 1 bullet left into the chamber. Time running out. Might be the save. Yeah, I think that's gonna be it for the round. Nyx again. The stranglehold looking strong. It's a reload though. She can go for it, but not gonna happen. Nyx takes the round. Look at Khan even confirmed the round by rappelling away.
Dude. Oh my god. And it's painful. There's no other word to describe this. DV, they're trying to adapt, and that's why you see them just kind of holding positions, holding angles, especially slight off angles, up around the bridge side attacker spawn. But even though they managed to take down Delbisky and everyone else, somebody one is popping off. The Rolling Thunder peeking out, and then a couple of supports coming out from Satellite Dish as well. It's just Deviant Topaz, and they're not having a good time. You gotta admire how Puda was not backing down though.
Quack, have you ever had those old cell phones without the touchscreen?
Where's this going?
Okay, so repeat after me. Som.
Som.
B. D.
D.
The D. No, that's it. The D and the 1 is D. It's like old text where you use numbers for letters.
Is that what it is?
It probably is.
Dude,
honestly.
I'm so blind. Just a couple of days ago, it was shoe knee spelled like a shoe on your foot, and knee is in like your kneecap. And I really thought that was just her name.
Well, there you go. I guess
I'm a moron. I don't know why I have this
No,
job.
you're not. I think it's just me showing my age by this point. But unfortunately for DV, I think there's one thing really to talk about is something we mentioned a while ago. Toffee Waffy's having a tough game. She hasn't gotten any kills yet, and we've seen the performance of DV really be amplified when she is online.
That's always the thing. But right now, they're just not allowed to set up for anything at all. Going in though, and DV are just kind of able to swarm the side. But just to say that, Shuni!
She held W and she found 3. Sakura sure with the answer, and somebody and Piety regroup. Just what happened in that round? How do you just hold W and still get 3 kills?
Perfectly timed peek out of that sky smoke, Daks. And now Toffee, it's a 1-on-2. It's not impossible. She has a lot of time. It's just that she is not sure if the spike's being guarded.
And Nyx is actually rotating so far away. This is going to be a long rotate to go into halls, if ever. And will Toffee Waffy be prepared for this? We single her out.
Ult.
Yeah, she has her ult, yeah. But we know she's good for it if she can find her footing. Hasn't gotten a kill yet. The captain now looking to steer the ship back on its right course. And she's moving into main. Maybe catch out these halls. Timing might be perfect for Toffee Waffy in the lineup for her! She gets on the board and she brings the clutch to Deviant Topaz. Toffee Waffy, she'll deliver.
Absolutely lined up and gift wrapped for Toffee Waffy to rip them apart, Daks. That just came down to close contact, and unlucky for Nyx because they lined up perfectly. And right now, I mean, you know, we were thinking about the Rolling Thunder. She gets to save that for the next round. Another round on the board for Deviant Topaz.
We point it out because we know how important it is, and that's the biggest example of it. When it comes down to the clutch, it's Captain Toffee Waffy who's always prepped for it. And Deviant Topaz, It's a breath of relief here, Quack. They're moving now to go for the split play. Perhaps Tub can go for the blastbacks to get the drop on the opposition. The Rolling Thunder though, the answer well executed here by Deviant Topaz, and now they're looking more like themselves.
Yeah, especially with the ultimate. Nyx Kyosei though not backing down. They've built up quite a bit of bank, so they're still gonna go for it anyways, I think. Operator still in the hands of Khan, so she might be able to find line of sight, especially with this owl drone. Shuni will peek out.
Shuni dancers. Nyx again evening up the odds. The lockdown stare though, but the orbital strike at least to blow it that up to Kingdom Come. Puda playing towards Halls. You still have the drop also from DV. So a crossfire set, if ever, on the post plant. Shock Dart also just confirm that there's no more utility. Con on the defuse. Here comes CJ with the swing. Beautiful prioritization. DV giving themselves such a good chance. And it's up to Puda now from the stats. Piety trying to fight on back, but Puda will just throw her out. DV again. They're looking to build a bit of momentum here.
And it's starting to mount up. This is exactly what DV needed. This is exactly what the doctor ordered for them. And it is just a little bit simple. A spike plant. You know, once they are able to go in for an execute, maybe off of the Rolling Thunder, which granted doesn't come every single round, but if they're able to create that space on the site and then set up for their post-plant positions, they are always good for it. Look at how Puda held along with her teammate there, and Nyx Kyosei wasn't quite able to go in for the defuse. Yes, they tried to stick it, but that said, still, 3 players all fell to that. So here it comes, Tub pushing in, creating the space for them on the B site.
And you can feel it already, the synergy from the playbook. Things looking a bit more attuned here for Deviant Topaz, but suddenly Piety will throw a wrench into those plans. There's the first, even a second. Yuna does get finally that kill, but Nyx will use that as a pivot point to fight back. Suddenly the scrap into the clash, and Nyx will be strong in those scenarios.
It's just a full-on brawl, Daks. They just kept throwing bodies in, staggering DV once again. It starts off with Tub falling to Piety, but everything else following along with it, because every single player peeking out, just ensuring that Deviant Topaz would not have a bit of room to breathe. And with that, the round win. It's another potential 9-3 first half, Daks. I'm not sure what to think about it anymore.
Nyx, they made that B site basically a boxing ring. If that was the Philippines, they would have said that was Ace Hardware instead. But anyway, that's such a local reference. Nyx right now, they have the orbital strike at least. A chance perhaps here for Deviant Topaz, already sniffed out by Con. Tub can't even get the space she wants to work with. Lockdown's gonna be there, but Con doesn't care. 2 for her as she moves towards the site. Lockdown broken as Con is ready for even more. Puda trying to play towards the ropes, but Nyx is just prepared in any angle. Nice peek from Yuna. Puda also playing, at least with her. From this point on, it's a 2v3. And Nyx are gonna try to come from main. One tap here, Quack, and suddenly Shuni will take that as a call to action. They were just trying to bait the peek there, but Deviant Topaz is all alone now with Puda.
Ridiculously confident. And Puda now, another 1-on-3 situation. The spike dropped. It's similar to what we saw from before, just on a different site. And I'm really, again, not sure. She's got a bit of utility that she can work with. The turret perhaps to receive the initial contact. Now a 1-on-2. This is not impossible, Daks.
Well done here by Puda, but the odds stacked against her. Delbisky watching towards tower. Seems like Shuni wants to help out the same angle as well. Can't isolate the angle, but Delbisky doesn't get the shot. 3 for Puda, 30 HP though. 1 bullet gonna be enough perhaps. Here comes the turret also to help her out in the pinch. Shuni, he's gonna break that down. Nano Swarm at the ready. Time running out, someone needs to swing, and it's Shuni who will take the step ahead. We move to a 9-3 standing in favor of Nyx. Let's throw it over to the panel to see how that went down.
Thank you, gentlemen. Nyx winning that pistol and looking like they have some pretty good momentum coming off of that map number 1 win, carrying that into this map 2 first half. Zach, what do we think?
Momentum for sure. Like, they were just sweeping through their opposition through most of that half. It took a lot of individual clutches for the side of Deviant to really get on the board and try to steal a little bit of their thunder back. But throughout, right, Nyx, they look so much more aggressive, so much more scrappy. All of these sites, like so many of these rounds, it just came to those fights onto site, and it seemed like Nyx, their spacing and the way that they set up these fights for themselves with utility, just they came out on top almost every single time.
Right, well, Deviant Topaz, 4 rounds to elimination from this entire year of game changers. How do they turn it around? Who's got to step up?
I think that with that side swap coming in on defense, they do look a little bit more confident. I think that while Toffee Waffy was able to get that huge clutch, compared to how the other initiators on Nyx were setting up their duelists, I think that both Toffee as well as, I believe, Yuna will have to step it up a little bit, you know, really enable Tough to get those entries and create some pandemonium on site. Otherwise, it's looking a little bit tough for Deviant.
Looking a little bit tough indeed for Deviant Topaz. Well, boys, take it away.
Tough, a bit of an understatement to Zach and Jenny. I do have to say though, for Deviant Topaz, there's a lot of work that needs to be done. You can see the plans, Quack. You know that they have these executes, but Nyx is not just a step ahead of them, but just a sharp shot away to even more success.
Ridiculously sharp as well. I mean, even in that final round before the swap, you can see the confidence coming out from Puda, surely, but maybe a tiny moments of hesitation, and then Shuni has been just popping off. 19 kills now as a controller. Sure, it wasn't the defensive side, but now they just keep on going for it.
Might be in trouble. At least though, the rest of the roster there to help her out. And Nyx, they can't swing of that. That's many members. Do they force the issue? Seems like that's the case. And they'll be punished accordingly. Yuna gets 2. Here comes Yuna with another one. Looking online. Kondo has taken their talents towards tower. And suddenly, it's Yuna getting 4 in response. Kon versus the world right now. It's a 1v2 situation. And Kon gets another one. Kon just the jiggles and the taps. Will it be enough here? Puda down below gets back into cover. The pressure already mounting to a boiling point, and it's Kona yet again taking center stage. The high ground, the best count, and she's able to drop Hood at the end. 4 for her to clutch it out.
How did she do that? Just all the way from top of tower, jiggling in and out, and then with the Ghost versus Classic, I guess. It just cannot feel good for Deviant Topaz right now. 3 pistol rounds won by Nyx Kyosei, and a huge lead that they just lost. They almost made that pistol round doable until Khan arrived.
I'm so surprised she even made it to tower so quickly. But even better, she just kept being so oppressive. Puda had to keep dropping lower and lower, even towards tunnel. And yet again, Nyx, it's just a statement made for these rounds here, Quack. They're so strong at going for that contact. The flash comes in. Yuna trying to go for the pop. Delbisky's ready for it. Kon yet again keeping up with the same momentum. It's back out towards the halls. Delbisky with another one. And overall, Nyx has this site already in the bag.
She even had the sense to like just back up into B main for a second, allow for Delbisky to come out a drop. And it's just, again, like you mentioned just as we went into this half, you can see that Deviant Topaz has plans. They were trying to hold certain positions, trying to play, you know, pop flash with Yuna, but everything that Nyx Kyosei does just counters them. They're so sharp, so good, so confident right now because of the momentum in their wings. 11-3 is what we have. And if this round goes Nyx Kyosei's way, that just might be it.
Yeah, this has just been Nyx Kyosei making sure that DV has no moment to rest. These last 2 rounds, Quack, have been so incredibly quick. Toffee Waffy trying to go for the fault line, but it's a bait. Instead, that spike is headed towards A.
Look at DV now. Everyone's backing up all towards defender spawn. Keep in mind, this is big pressure for Deviant Topaz because it is the lower bracket. They lose this and they are out. They need this round, Daks.
They need so. at least to find their footing into the second half. It's looking perilous here for Deviant Topaz. They go for the Trailblazer though, and Tub yet again looking for the clear. Big pick from Yuna to begin the action. Yuna with another one. She's been reliable so far, but somebody is at the ready for the 2. CJ's there to make the trade work. It's 2v3, and from the drop, that's where Nyx will be. The Bisky Piety, do they have the angle trying to ping that spike? Look to at least try and kill Tub. The Bisky though gets 2 so far. Over onto the high ground yet again, and a triple even! With a Bulldog in hand, bonus is 1, and the series point is theirs. They're 1 away from moving on even more so.
That was just that. That might have been the round. Timeout now. Desperately being called by Deviant Topaz. And although they had such a good lead coming into it, just trying to prepare for that push, even going in with a coordinated retake once the spike was down, and you saw Daks, how Nyx Kyosei held up on top of drop. The peaks coordinated together at the same time. Delbisky now showing up at the final moment. Despite, whatever the kill score might be for whichever player, you have to admit that Nyx Kyosei are on top of things.
Where was this Nyx Kyosei over the past few days? This has just been them stepping up their game into unbelievable fashions. I thought the first series was already amazing. Now we're getting such a masterclass from Nyx. And it's a heartbreaker for Deviant Topaz. You can see the effort, especially from Yuna, 17 kills. But right now, the plans are going awry. It's just not gelling together the way that they would like, because they just don't have those moments to work with.
They really don't. They keep trying to create them, but it just hasn't really shown up yet. And at a 12-3, it's difficult, sure, but not impossible. They have to try. Tough going in for it.
She's looking for at least any kind of contact. She's just taking damage instead. Uda though, finding Piety. Here comes the transfer. Con! Come on! Queen Con coming. She's just such a monster right now. Delbisky also a delightful kill. And from this point on, Con gets another one. 3 already. Spike is planted. And the countdown to Deviant Topaz's destruction is set and perhaps done. 6 HP by the smoke. Hunter Fury is there too. And somebody will find the final one there. Nyx, they just went through this map with absolute haste. Speedy delivery with the victory. It's Nyx who moves on to the lower brackets.
Man, went through them like a hot knife through butter. I just can't believe it was that quick. I mean, Deviant Topaz, they fought tooth and nail. They managed to make it all the way here. They're a good team, and Toffee Waffy as the IHL, you've seen her impact. But right now in this final moment, all the way through to it, Nyx Kyosei just showed how strong they are in that first half.
It's such a heartbreaker for Deviant. This roster, this team, they've made so many incredible waves in the past Open, here in the LCQ, and you can see that this roster has so much talent. But what did we just witness from Nyx? The step up to the highest degree, Ultra Instinct, all of that jazz. Whatever your favorite anime is there, Quack. I have to say, the level up from Nyx, just from that first half of Haven to the second half Tier to Fracture, they are just absolutely on point today.
And it just really throws everything apart. I mean, Nyx Kyosei, they can keep up this form. Who knows what just might happen tomorrow. So you're going to keep your eyes on FSL and Game Changers.
Yeah, and guys, we're going to throw it over to the panel after such a blitz of a series. Nyx with such a well-deserved win. Let's see what the panel has to say after that one.
Heartbreaking loss for our Singaporean new kids on the block. They showed such promise in their first outing in Open 3 last month, making it to playoffs after just weeks of practice, and we were all so excited to see what this squad could do given a whole month of practice. Hopefully we do see these girls back next year, because this can't be the last time that we see them, Zach.
I really hope that isn't the case as well, because they've shown incredible improvements since the beginning. Especially like you mentioned, that Open 3, really a team that took us all by surprise. So it's definitely going to be very sad to say goodbye to Deviant Topaz. But hey, I'm pretty sure that they'll be back for 2024 if this year is any testament. That said though, Nyx Kyosei, I feel like in the beginning, before the series started, and even after that first half, they looked like the underdogs. But man, by the time Fracture started, what underdog? What do you mean? It was just them speed running the map. It was like an any percentage speed run. How quick can you do it? 10 minutes? Yeah, I gotcha.
100%, man. I mean, Nyx had their number, just absolutely clear Deviant Topaz on Fracture. So taking a look at the post-match scores, you've got the MVP for the side of Nyx Kyosei is going to go over to Khan, 16-9 on Sova once again, and Shuni as well, posting some pretty good numbers. And post-plant, 3 out of 3 for Nyx, 3 out of 4 for Deviant Topaz for the 3 rounds that they picked up in map number 2.
I mean, to be fair, Nyx, I'm pretty sure that 3 out of 3 number might have been higher if they'd played more rounds, because they just kind of sped through that second half. I feel like we were just on the desk talking about the second half and the potential, and they were just like, oh, we're already done, back to us. But anyway, MVP gonna be Khan coming in once again. Map numbers 1 and 2, it's gonna be her stepping up. Really, you talked about the race outfit, and she was definitely in a race to end this map real quick and send her opponent focus. She was just going in, man. The utility, the sharpshooting, and all the multi-kills that she got. Incredible work coming out of Khan today.
Yeah, absolutely incredible stuff. 2.7 KDA, close to 200 damage per round, over 30% headshot percentage as well. And yeah, this the headshot, this now that she's on Sova, it kind of, you know, matches the photo, the yellow background, the blue eyes. She's got it all. She's got the skill, she's got the style. Yeah, and I just can't wait, you know, to see more of this team going into tomorrow, because we've got 4 teams left in this LCQ for this time around. We've already said goodbye to Nana and Friends, as well as Deviant Topaz, and we've only got 2 more series before we find out which 2 teams will make it into Elite for next month.
Indeed, but I mean, that's the nice thing, right? We've already gotten through those elimination matchups. Right now, after this, I do believe we have our first decider series coming in to decide who will be moving on to Elite. But before that, just a few points that are interesting to look at for this particular series. I think that Nyx, they came in as the underdogs. The last time these 2 teams faced off, they lost 0-2. To come back from that, and with their new players as well, I think that one of the additions to this team was Capricious for this tournament. And you know, when you talk about Filipino talent, I feel like Capricious is just one of those players that has been on a lot of teams, has gotten a lot of experience, and was just that missing piece to really push Nyx to new heights.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just glad that these girls are playing up to their potential, that we saw them in the Swiss Qualifier group stages. I believe they did finish second coming out of the Swiss groups. They only came in second after the Hero KDA, but, you know, had a bit of a mixed bag performance for day 1 as well as day 2. We were like, was the Swiss stage a fluke, or, you know, what was their real power level? And today, we found that out. Turns out their real power level is not to be sniffed at, and they participated previously in Open 2 and 3 as well. I believe they didn't make playoffs in either Open 2 as well. Open 3, you gotta give it to these girls, man. Just the grit, the tenacity to say, you know what, we haven't made it to playoffs yet for this year, but we're still gonna take part in LCQ and try to get those tickets. And I mean, it's like a really good possibility from here on.
I completely agree. And you know, when it comes to the game changer teams, I just feel like these Filipino players, they are aim goddesses. I don't know what they eat for breakfast there. We should get Daks back to really ask him some questions about this. But that said, they just aim so insanely.
he's not gonna be helpful. I feel like, you know, I don't know, like microwave your water, stir your eggs or something. I don't know. And we gotta ask.
Okay, we can make like a committee. We have like so much talent here that we can like really cross-check as to what exactly makes these Filipino players so cracked at the game and makes Kyosei as a fully Filipino roster. They're definitely doing their region proud with the kind of performance that we've had today. In particular, you know, heading into this, I was thinking it was going to be a scrappy 3-map fest. It would go all the way. TV and Topaz, they seem to have a little bit of an advantage, and Nyx was just like, oh, Zach, you're wrong. Please go back to the drawing board because we're here to win. And I think map 2 was a record. Like, for this tournament, I know we had a 13-0, but I think this was even faster than that, and that's saying something.
Yeah, I mean, all right, what's the hot new anime while watching right now? I gotta know where to pull my references from. Bleach, yeah, sweet. All right, so this team just in that to just bankai the heck out of there and just speed run into that too. Oh, I'm a weeb. I'm so. Con was
just taking names in her Death Note, man. Every round she was like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, easy.
She was like playing Valorant with her hands and writing Death Note with her feet, you know?
Yeah. That's how it felt. You will die from a headshot. Your teammate will also die from a headshot. Oh, another person will die from a headshot. That's it.
Yo, do you follow? This is a bit niche. I understand. Tower of God. There's like a girl with like this superpower, which is she has a book, and anything that she writes in the book, like the only limit is her imagination, and whatever she writes comes true. So, you know, who knows? Maybe a little something. I don't know, man. I'm sure.
I mean, that's where the anime got the idea from. It's Con.
Holy, she's been the main character all along, but I don't know, man. I mean, I'm sure it's talent and skill and aim labs and just practice for these girls. Guys, I believe we are still waiting for our English interview. We will have that coming up for you guys very shortly. Of course, the winners interview, it's always a treat to get to speak to the girls, and we're always so grateful, you know, like in the middle of that busy Game Changers schedule, like they could be going out to like team dinner, they could be prepping for their like matches tomorrow, but they're still taking their time out of the day to talk to us. It's always nice to hear.
It's probably one of my favorite parts of Cats and Game Changers. Like right after the game, you know, you talk to the girls and they're just like these beasts on the server, and then you come off and they're like giving you these little hearts. Especially,
my god,
I think that in particular, the one who exemplifies this the best is Ineri. Like, you know, you see her on the Jet, you see her on the Chamber, whatever she ends up playing, she drops like 40 kills, just another day at work, and then you come off and she's like the most angelic person ever. It's just the sheer contrast.
I mean, you gotta get you a girl who can do both, right? I mean, she's not the only one, right? You've got Kuhaibi as well.
Oh, yeah.
You watch her stream and she's like so soft-spoken, and then you watch her play and you're like, is this like
that's my
Jing?
cipher.
Like, wait a minute, where are these players coming from? Tara as well. I remember she used to do her interviews with her bunnies in the background. Like, dang, I just love it. And whenever, like, when you interview one of the members, I feel like you get
there's always a couple more.
Yeah, there's always a couple like in the background, and they're like, oh, we're too shy to do the solo interview ourselves, but we're gonna like annoy the heck out of our teammate while she's doing the interview. I love that.
Yeah, I think that the best example of that would be our very own Princess Alexi. She's always in the background and she's just like jumping around.
Yeah.
No matter who we're interviewing, Alexi is that background, that motivating presence to like add some flavor.
I mean, no matter whose interview it is, it's an Alexi interview. Come on, she's got to be the main character. I don't know, man. There are so many girls who just absolutely cracked in the circuit.
Oh,
no.
Rip. That's some sad news. We were just hyping ourselves up and the chat up for the interview, and our hearts are broken.
I think we just heard from production. Unfortunately, we did have a Delbisky interview planned for you guys, but I think there's some tech issues and stuff on their side, so we won't be able to go through that. I was so looking forward to talk to her about my favorite agent in the game, Neon, on Fracture. But oh man, okay, we've heard enough about me gushing over Neon every single time that it's picked. But guys,
hey, she's Neon. It's okay. We all gush over Neon. It's completely understandable. She's like that Zoomer kid in me that really comes out at the most inopportune times, for real.
Yeah, but guys, with that being said, the day is not yet done. We've still got MLT Esports Game Changers going up against Neons in that best of 5 upper bracket finals match for straight qualification into Game Changers Elite. We'll see you right after this break.
Welcome back to VCT Game Changers APAC LCQ. You are now on desk with myself, Mika Fabs, and with Raph. We are taking over from Zach and Reirachu from earlier. Raph, hello, welcome. This is the first time that we're finally together, I think.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Like, you know, it's always an exciting time working with my favorite tita, the strongest tita the Philippines has ever produced, the Mika Fabs. And well, you know, that's already telling.
I do not
how
buy
excited
this.
I am.
Every single time you guys do this, I do not buy this at all.
Why?
You also told me your shirt was blue.
This okay,
is not
guys.
blue.
This is blue. It just looks it just looks a little dark
That
from
is
my
not
lighting, so
blue.
that's kind of my fault. I'm so sorry, but it is
That is
blue.
not
Believe
blue
me,
at
it is
all.
blue. I would never lie to you guys.
I'm blue because unfortunately we had to say goodbye to Nana and friends
Aw.
and Deviant Topaz. I think it was like, you know, it was a brave attempt, but obviously these teams at the end of the day, you know, as I believe a friend of ours, Fluffy02 said, you know, in VALORANT, one team wins and one team loses. Then unfortunately it does. He did say that. He did say that.
What a genius, you know. He is
He
truly
is.
the modern, well, the
He's
Einstein or the
He's
modern
magical.
Tesla, you know. One loses, one wins.
Absolutely,
Wow.
and I think that is how Valorant goes. And this upcoming series, of course, is our final series for the day. It's a very important one because we have 2 new squads vying for that first slot to our grand final, and not just that. Whoever wins this is guaranteed a slot in Elite. So this
Ooh.
is extremely high stakes here, Raph. I'm wondering what form that's going to push these 2 teams into, especially since, you know, under a lot of pressure, especially when you have, you know, these high stakes, you know, that slot to Elite guaranteed for one of these teams, that's bound to give some kind of second win and adrenaline rush to these teams.
Exactly, and you know, you're kind of forced to evolve and become a better team, and that's exactly what we've been seeing from everybody just throughout all these days. And you told us like about the pressure. I mean, how does that saying go again? Diamonds are created under pressure, and we're definitely going
Love
to
that.
see more of that. Well, again, we talked about it so much. How again at the start, MLT was one of those teams where you could out veto them, but with their proficiency in the last 2 days, they've become such a scary team.
I think it's so we knew the squad was relatively new, but Raph, I think you guys uncovered during your interview with Samfire yesterday that this squad only came together a couple of weeks before LCQ, which is even more amazing. I mean, it's like you just think about it, like how the squad suddenly banded together in order to, you know, to get to this point, and they only had weeks and practice together. That's amazing. But not only that, Neon's is kind of the same. This is also a squad that is also relatively new, so it's a matter of who can, like, you know, who can get into their final form here in LCQ faster.
That is so true. And talking about Neons, you know, I feel like a lot of our focus is definitely going to be on Yoki, as he's proven to be one of the most flexible players we've had all across Game Changers. I think she got into the league as one of our more explosive duelists, and she's evolved into a very stable controller and anchor for her team. But you're definitely right. You know, we can talk about all the individual talent. The question is, how do they mesh as a team, as a cohesive unit? Because it feels like these are the type of teams like, oh, hey, you know, LCQ, 2 weeks out, you guys want to form a team, maybe make it to the playoffs, get to Elite, represent APAC on the global stage, you know, just a little R&R.
Oh, I wish everybody could do that. Would be so interesting if that were the case. But I love that you highlighted Yoki, right? Because once upon a 2022, right, we had Yoki and K490 on the same team on SMG, right? K490 does have that year-long break though, while Yoki, on the other hand, has very much been active in the scene. And right now, we are seeing our map picks right here. We're going first into Fracture, and then Haven, and then Lotus, potentially Ascent and Pearl as well. What do you think of this map pool that we have right here, Raph?
I think the Haven and Ascent ones would have come out sooner, but to have Fracture as your opener is very telling on how MLT want to set the pace. Again, we talked about how MLT is one of those teams that you can out-veto, and they seem to struggle on some of the other maps, but their Fracture has been scary as scary can be. And with the scorelines that they have been producing on this map, Neons have to be very careful. I would say Neons have a slight advantage when it comes to experience, but you cannot underestimate MLT. They've made it this far.
Yeah, I think that that ban on Bind, I think, is not surprising, because the last time that Neons and MLT met, They did manage to take Bind from them. It was of course a best of 3, and we had Fracture and Bind. And on Bind, unfortunately, Neon's it was just completely one-sided. It was 13-4. So I'm not surprised with that ban on Bind. Fracture though is interesting just because the scoreline was so tight between these two teams. We had 13-11 in favor of Neons, but that's not that big of a gap, right? And we did have, you know, Neons performing very well on the defensive side, and then when the side switch and MLT was on the defensive side, they suddenly were able to get a few rounds and get a little bit of that momentum. Right now, we are seeing our agent select here, and it doesn't seem like we're seeing any big surprises for now, Raph.
Not at all, actually. And we're talking about how these teams are going to match up in terms of how they want to approach this map. It seems that Neons want to take advantage of closer fights, and obviously having a Killjoy, they're going to have strong initiation, but maybe not a lot of lurk potential. I have my eyes on this Fade and Breach combo because you know how annoying it is when you get hit by a Prowler and then you're flashed. The game just becomes pretty much a single player game. It just becomes so interactive. Meanwhile, MLT, they have the Sova and the Breach, so they will be trying to bait out that utility and play from afar. And, well, pretty much everything else is pretty standard, I would say. A lot of flexibility, a lot of just versatility when it comes to just the map in general. It's really just the ranges that they have to pay attention to.
I have my eyes on the raises, right? Coyote and Aluo, which is exactly the same thing that that happened last time. And these two, you know, they were really battling out. They were really, you know, carrying their squad to these, you know, fantastic entries and everything. I'm wondering if they'll do the same as we head into Fracture and as we throw it on over to our casters.
Well. I wanted Quack to open, but that's not happening right now as we go into this game. Welcome, everyone. Series 3, best of 5. The most bomb game of the day and the most bomb caster pairing, if I do say so myself.
Dang, all right, sure. I gotta diffuse this situation though before it blows up. I mean, the main thing is the fact that this is the best of 5. One of these teams will be making it for 2 Elite, while the other has to go back to the lower bracket and then, you know, maybe fight again. But that's why these two teams are our top standings right now. MLT and Neons, they are so strong, and kind of like what Mika was talking about, there is a little bit of history between some of these players, but also now the fact that they're on different teams, it's a lot of different plays, different structures. Agent select wise, nothing surprising. They are going with their comfort picks.
Comfort picks. I had this conversation yesterday. Comfort picks versus meta picks, which is better? In a lot of situations, we've seen some of these girls change up their agents, play something they're not too comfortable. Sometimes it works out, sometimes not the best mechanically. It comes down to how your team can support you. But looking at these two teams, high potential. Militant only came together 2 weeks ago, and they barely even know each other, and already they're having this insane chemistry going about them. Neons, we've seen them come about quite some time, and this is their last chance to make it through, but Yamroll has been highly talked about this particular tournament. Her clutch potential and her multi-frags, chef's kiss.
Yeah, it's always good, but also, I mean, just for both teams, it's just that slight difference in the initiator right now, right? Sova versus Fade, and you could, you know, criticize a little bit, talk about how you might want a Fade because of the, you know, synergy with Raze, but we've seen Sova being good as well, and it all depends on how they really play it after all. Right now, we're just having MLT push these strengths.
Instantly, on the side, Elu, her teammate just fully controlled the tower area. Neons, okay with playing together. Strength in numbers, as they say, will have to respect the pain shells, but no problem getting on the site. They do have a cross, ready and done. They also have those utils just throwing straight at them as KitKat for 2. And Samfire also reacts the same. But in a day, Felsi does find Sam. It'll best be a tap. Recon gonna be really killed. But her teammate is there. Kefrodite does find one more, and Kefrodite brings back her name, Clutch Frodite.
Yeah, she might have been out of the scene for a while, but that clutch sheet is always there, Tash. You can never take the clutch out of the girl. And just kind of, even hopping off the spike for a second. Unfortunately, when you have that spike planted, MLT just knows how to play it post-plant. Now they're buying up the guns, a couple of bulldogs going into the next round. K might be sticking on the ghost though, so that just means they might be saving up for something bigger in the next round.
Maybe. Who knows? But in this situation, we've seen some insane round 2 thrifties. So I wouldn't be surprised if that were to happen. Haunt immediately deleted, but does give some info that there are some people playing in on A main.
Yeah, rotation's pulled over a little bit early as well. KitKat only has a shorty, so if she's alone on B, I don't know how I feel about it.
Full underpass, and Elu is just gonna immediately just hop onto the site. Not trying to push too much, but look at that shorty in the corner, finds one, and she just hops away. Not fast enough. Samfire clears that out. Thank you very much. That shorty's mine now.
A little bonus, but also just the fact that MLT now has the sight, watching some of these smokes. They've got the angles covered. Yamo's just going to try to play around it though, and they push out of the sky smoke from Generator together, but that said still, the firing squad of MLT will gun them down.
If I could describe MLT, militant style, very, very, I would say, mechanical with how they play, very clean with how they move. And look at those crossfires they have, those double swings. We see them consistently throughout these past few days. And they're the type of team to really excel on the maps that they chose. We've seen them 13-0 a team on this map, and I think it was a 13-5 or 13-7 yesterday as well. So it's really scary when you see this team play here.
Can be really, really strong, especially with the decisive hits, and that's the most impressive thing because they've only just formed 2 weeks ago or something. They don't have that much practice, but they're still so good. That's it though, with the full buys now, Neon's answering back in full. Another team with strong players, but MLT on the site still able to shoot them down. Yoki versus her ex-teammates right now, and she's trying to find a line of sight. Can't quite see them because they're hidden away.
Coming back.
Okay, for Daidi. Nice crossfire here with their teammates. They're gonna have to move away from that corner. And Coyote scores big with the pain shells. She gets 2, but Kifrodite with that tap. 3 in her pocket. 1 versus 1 Yoki. Kifrodite. 2 players that have a long line of history with each other. This is definitely gonna be very exciting to watch. But pros don't fake, as they say. The turret will be there for that information, but she does have some util to spare. Gonna be just moving Kifrodite. She does get it!
Oh my god!
But she gets her off at the last second! I'm about to get a heart attack!
I honestly thought for a second that she wouldn't have enough movement speed to make it out of cover because of the fault line. I mean, Yoki really tried and played that to perfection. Again, fault line stun, sticking the spike, and trying to jiggle for a bit just to make sure that K was not already watching the angle. But Kfrodite, I mean, again, this is why she has the clutch gene, dude.
She may have left the scene, but the clutch never left her. Oh my god. If you could see my face right now, you know that Pog emote?
I know.
That's me. I am literally the Pog emote.
Alright. That's the bonus round for MLT now, though, Tash. And that means the momentum is on their side. They get to keep on pushing forward. And if you're thinking about Neons and Yoki, a fun fact is that Yoki has almost always made it to Game Changers APAC Elite. This, if this doesn't go her way, will this be the first year that she does it? I hope it isn't, but you know, you're gonna have to keep on fighting.
I think for her, it's all about like different team, different year, but still me. In Elite, want it to happen is Yoki. Ooh, that's a lot of damage put into Kfrodite. 5 HP left, moves out of the way. Turret, just for some playoff, the info. Is Yoki, everyone knows she's there. Luna, huge, but will be answered back by Felsi. The nightmare to go down, Nightfall, sorry, excuse me. Belu and Samfire just cleaning up house. But despite Coyote's best efforts, does not get to defuse.
Still kind of blows up in her face. So painful. The showstopper committed, but Elu just shuts her down completely. Neons, I mean, this came pretty close, Tash. I love how they were going for it with the Sheriffs. I mean, sometimes you're just a little bit less reserved because you don't have the best buys, and it allows you to play a little bit more aggressively. But that said, MLT just still showing clear superiority in how they're structured, how they position themselves across the map. And, well, that's a 4-0 now. Going to the next round, they've got a lot of ultimates to work with.
Lockdown.
You should
Something they could use for a retake. Ooh, just bursting straight onto the site. Spots out. KitKat, there goes that lockdown. Not happening today. Regardless, the plant will come through. It's envious. Safe and sound. Does have the orbital strike just to buy some time.
Just waiting it out.
bring them down.
Lockdown does detain, so it buys out even more time away from Neons. And MLT, look at the positioning. Sam on the off angle. Envious there to support.
Lumba will find her. Let's take a little bit of damage. She gets caught out in that corner. Yamroll just rushes forward 4-2. Just like that, Aluwu. Gonna swing out, stops the defuse, will be taken down by Aphrodite again and again. I'm so sorry. I sound like a broken record. Clutch Aphrodite. I'm sorry. I can't.
It just has to be said, Tash. I think you're right. It's just every time we kind of like want to say something different, she comes up and clutches again. That's why we gave her the nickname in the first. That's why she earned the nickname in the first place. Ever since the first few years of SMG, I just can't believe that this is happening. Starts off in the pistol, and it happened a couple of rounds ago. It's happening again around five wins in a row. Neons, of course, they're forced to call a timeout.
And on top of that, looking at MLT with that 4 ultimates stacked up, that is definitely something you need to take time to figure out. How exactly are we going to be countering this? What exactly can we do with the combination of the 2 ultimates we have? What exactly went wrong in our defenses? Not to say that attacking is a little bit more easy on this map, but perhaps this aggression coming in from MLT is something they need to try and break. Should they be a little bit more aggressive and come meet them before they attack? Who knows?
Yeah, it's really hard to say. It might not even be this round that they like try to find a counter, right, Tash? Because they just don't have the best buys right now. It's all Sheriffs. Maybe with the exclusion of Yamroll. Okay, no, she still has enough, yeah. But that's the main thing, is that it actually looked possible for a second in that retake on round 5. They pushed out together. There was a nice flash coming out from Yoki, and they were able to take out most players from the site, but they just neglected to consider the one thing, and that was Flash for Nighty. Yamroll, though, now out with the Marshall. And that's just going to be a couple more advances and pushes. A bit of a B split coming out from MLT.
The old reliable Luna. Can always rely on her to reflag. Just get those multi-frags on top of that. Yoki just trying to tap some heads, not quite happening quite yet. Luwu finds one. Yoki taps one, taps 2! Oh, that is so clean. Can she go for more? Luna already. One more in the bag. She wants to go for 4. Clean as heck. And this girl has been unstoppable throughout this entire tournament.
Everyone just, yeah, from MLT, I can't, it's happening again. First we had Aphrodite, now we're having Luna. And we saw how she played yesterday. And right now, although Yoki had 2 nice flicks back to back, almost brought it back to the brink of normalcy for Neons, MLT just shuts the door on them again. This is 6 rounds in a row, Tash, and I'm still counting.
How many? Technically not to count this number, but...
Okay, fine.
Enough of that.
Let me be bad at math.
Who's gonna be jumping onto the site? Not too sure if she actually gets that value from the showstopper. Doesn't really need that, because once you hear the yell, fire in the hole, you just pretty much run away from it. But Yoki,
Spike down, attacker
2,
spawn.
just dwindling down the numbers with Aphrodite out of the way. A little bit more easy when it comes to post-plant situations, for the moments that you don't want to get caught off guard.
Whoa, they're taking the line.
Oh. The no-no line. They should make it cross! And they spray! Will they punish for it? As Komodo says, no-no line. Don't touch it.
They touched it.
They touched it!
That's what happens when you touch it.
Exactly. I don't know. I don't know if Komodo should be proud that You know, we think about Boom Esports on that line, but I think of Komodo. Sorry, Ascension things. But Lu gonna try and just strafe this out. Good for one. Still, another 3 members to go. Does not manage to clear the corner. So, the first point in the bag for Neons. But MLT, whether or not they'll be able to take it away again is the question.
I mean, it has to be done, but it kind of looks good, at least for Neons right now, the way that they kind of approach this site this time around. Not just full on executing in, but actually, you know, trying to set up for trades. Coyote pushing in first, and then Yoki coming in to kind of wrangle control back away from MLT on A main. And then MLT getting information on bridge spawn, but then they took the rope. So that's just kind of how the round plays out. Neon's slowly coming back in. The defensive side is what they're kind of struggling with sometimes when MLT goes in for that B split push, which is happening again.
I love seeing people on the sheriffs. Seems like insane taps coming through, but Lu will be the one with the first contact. Yamroll gonna be about to commit that. I think she changed her mind. Does not want to use that quite yet. Oh, she's just waiting for the right time. There we go. The plant will be cancelled because of that. Velcy Prowler, fortunately, does not catch anyone. And again, Mexican standoff, at least for the time being.
Launching smoke.
Right. And just committing her orbital strike. You got the rolling thunder from Yoki, and Coyote pushing in off of it. The paint shells, a Vandal kill, 2 back-to-back, and Yamro streaming in as well. Aphrodite and Elu, although they have the spike down, can they hold it? One inside a tower, the other from tree. Same position from before. It's gonna be the Vandal though, and then it goes down. Yoki watching the back this time. Neons finding their second win.
It's as though they were marking where Aphrodite might be coming from. Understanding that she has the best potential in catching people off guard. So that was honestly huge. But Coyote has been finding a lot of value kills with those paint shells. She's been really good at understanding where exactly to be throwing them and getting those kills. Clears out so many angles as well, making sure that no one gets backstabbed.
Everyone like slowly adapting back into the game, right? And Neon's 2 rounds now. Perhaps if they can make it a third, that would be even better. But also just looking at the ultimates right now, you know, Elu is close to her showstopper. There are 4 ult points on the map to pick up. Luna on her Hunter Spirit, which would counter Kit Kats. And MLT just does not care. They stream in. Elu is just going to watch the site.
She's just been so okay with taking up this space. No fear.
None whatsoever. I'm just wondering if that lockdown's gonna come in, and then just there we go.
Yep, just for that, Luna. That's a tag, not a pick, unfortunately. But Yamroll is very low. Still has 1 more smoke to play with. But they will be trying to aggress onto site explosively if they can. Luna, they have this nice angle held on. Aphrodite and Envious will be cleaning house. But despite Yamroll's big attempt, the crossfires and the push from MLT's bit much to handle.
Again, it's that setup. And this time, Aphrodite wasn't alone. She had Luna with her, both top fragging. And the positioning as well. I mean, Elu to start things off, and then just kind of holding around site or B tower. It's perfectly as you described, Tash. And like, it's just so much for Neons to deal with. They tried with the lockdown, it baited out the Hunter's Fury, but then Yamroll by that point was so low. So now we have a 2-7. We've got a couple of Marshals and Sheriffs coming out from Neons. How do you defend with that though?
How indeed. Change in pace, a bit slower this time, as opposed to the very quick push that we saw from earlier. Not changing though, as soon as they hit the site. Just keep running. Displacement from Elu, perfectly done. She gets those picks. And her teammates just set her up for these multi-frags. It's just been huge for her.
2 back-to-back. And yeah, it's perfectly, again, just that full-on execution. Samfire with the assists. Now everyone from Neon's trying to reclaim space, but immediately shut down. And again, by MLT.
MLT, you'd think that you had an answer to their aggression, All they do is just slow it down and still aggress the same way. But timeout called. What do you think they're talking about?
I mean, I was just thinking it's a little bit odd considering the fact that MLT are the ones with the lead right now.
Exactly.
But potentially also the fact that, first of all, a couple of players are close to their ultimates. Maybe they want to pick something up. Maybe it's also a way of just considering how Neons might come in with a bit of that more retake style gameplay. Right? You got the Nightfall on Felsy's side, and also how they might actually try something different, like pushing out perhaps, because you're coming close to the end of the first half. And Neons wants to get as many rounds as possible. If MLT can secure a 10-2 first half, then you don't have to worry so much about the next half after the swap.
But after today, the first few matches in the previous series, we saw some really clean streaks happening in second half. And I think if these girls have been watching, they want to avoid that as much as possible. Elu, I think she's really feeling herself this particular game. Like, you can see how she paths her way onto site, just straight up, especially on A side, just straight up jumping onto the site, straight into tower, no fear, nothing to stop her at all. And it just feels that you need to stop this momentum, and that's exactly they are planning on doing. KitKat finds her, but Luna does trade back.
So it's that early dish control, but look at how Neons were pushing it out as well. This is what I was talking about with that timeout. Now they're coming in from dish, but since it's an even trade, MLT, they've got a little bit of time and they might hear the footsteps first. At the same time, lockdown coming through, and they're just looking to secure this round away.
But no one aggressing onto that. Bit late after that, think about it, but Yamroll and Yoki does seem to try stop the attempt, but Envious. Sometimes I forget how awesome she is. I'm just reminded again.
Yeah, you were just gushing about how she used to play Omen and everything. And now she's on Brim. And it wasn't even anything about utility. She had her teammates on the site, but they were all just distractions for Envious to strike down Neons as they went in for the spike. The angle being held from A main dash. 9-2 now. And look at the economy on Neon's side. Felsy has no shields this round.
Yep. Complete glass cannon from their side. But they do want to get this round if possible. 9-3? Not to say I'm superstitious, but I've seen a lot of comebacks from that. Perhaps a change of mentality might be key. Elu already on the top side of the area, does not spot out anyone. Prowler does find one of the teammates. Nice tap from KitKat, but can she actually get away with that? Yes, she does. 5 HP left. Eventually does go down. Oh, especially now Hachai that goes down. But Luna for 2. She's been huge. But will be taken out by Elu's pain shells.
And Envious has her orbital strike right now, Tash.
There we go, Yoki. Nice little clear. Just really set it up. Or Coyote jumps down, plays his corner so perfectly alongside the orbital strike. Ouch.
I mean, just look at how they played that post plant. First of all, decisive take, surely. A little bit of resistance, but then it's just all of that gunpowder. Luna, surprisingly, as an initiator, is incredibly sharp with that sharpshooting, just peeking out of door. So at the end of this attempt to first half, I'm just gonna let our panelists take this because I don't know what to say anymore. Mika and Raph, what say you?
I say MLT are on a roll, and it definitely shows. I mean, Aluo with the entries, and not to mention, Sapphire is actually doing extremely well, assisting her with that. And Raph, I know that we mentioned that, you know, Neons is also like a very firepower heavy squad, and I gotta say that, like, you know, I don't want to count them out entirely, but this isn't what I was expecting from them.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But looking at this map, it's very characteristic of MLT to be very headstrong and confident. Once they feel like a team can't hang with those heavy side hits, heavy explodes, it's pretty much cowabunga. Those very deep crossfires that Neons is setting up is getting picked apart by Luna's utility, and Luna has been staying alive in these late round situations, gaining a clear advantage as well as her amazing fragging, Mika.
Yeah, it's everything that we've been seeing so far from MLT is just chef's kiss. But let's see what happens once the sides switch and they're on the defensive side this time. So casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, Chica and Ref. I mean, he's just gonna have to watch and see what happens, right? It's a 10-2. Yes, they've swapped sides, but this is where, again, that momentum can carry forward. And MLT are just feeling themselves right now, Tash.
Feeling themselves in the heat. Feeling great. But, I mean, we've seen 10-3s. We've seen 11-1s. If you remember last year. So 10-2, doable, definitely doable, especially on this map, Fracture. A game of chaining rounds. The team with the most aggression wins.
Not sure how aggressive you can continue to be, though. Neon's definitely feeling and reeling a little bit from those previous losses. Now they've slowed down their pace a little bit. Taking the zip line across back to rendezvous with their teammates, maybe setting up for a B push.
No movement at all from MLT. They're perfectly competent, just taking the time. But Suspicious alright, immediately rotate onto B. A good read, honestly. With that util, does buy a lot of time for the rotation to happen, and Coyote does try to aggress onto the side, but look at this cross coming through. Coyote does find one. She goes two! Despite the crossfire, Angus can't do much more than that. Only Yoki will be the pickoff.
Yo, and it's a third. Her health looks really nice right now, by the way, but still, I mean, Coyote is just popping off with those site takes. Sudden burst of aggression, and MLT was not prepared. The final two now is trying to set up for that retake, but it's only two of them. And LU has to make through the first obstacle. Does not make it happen. Luna down to 1-on-4, but gets taken out by Felsi. A great way for Neons to start the second half with pistol win.
Dang. I don't know. Part of me was just like, I wouldn't be surprised if Luna would be able to clutch, but then she died and I was like, oh yeah, back to reality. Expectations very high on her, honestly, after her performance, but pistol round definitely needed by Neons, especially after that. And Coyote, you can tell that she's starting to really start to amp up in terms of firepower. She was just turning around from all different angles and not sure how she got away from the crossfire.
And that's just, again, impressive takes. You're talking about that aggression that they need, and they are trying to show it once more. Finally stunned by Samfire, though, and they're gonna have to stop for a second. Still, Coyote does not care. Envious makes it a trade. Yoki continues to find a couple more, but here come the Sheriffs. A bit of a whiff from LU, and that means Felsi and KitKat will finish things off. Still, a little bit of damage sustained, so maybe not the best economy in the next round, but it is a 4-10.
Slowly but surely, they want to just narrow down the gap between the scores. Still another 6-round deficit. But, again, especially before, we've seen some miracles happen in VCT Game Changers. Now, in this situation, MLT on the full buy, except for Lu and Yuna, just half shields. Not the best buys for Neons, but honestly, we've seen some insane thrifties.
Yeah, I gotta say what's good is that because of those 2 wins, now Coyote is a couple of points away from her ultimate, along with some of her teammates as well, and that could be really crucial. But they are not slowing down. In fact, they just want to make their way onto site, secure the spike plant, and then figure out a game plan from there. MLT, though, they're recognizing this, so their best bet right now is to set up for a retake, and that's why you're seeing movement across the map, going towards A main. If they can go for a split push, that could be good.
Elu, woo! She tried by Yoki
No.
and Felchai. They're ready. Get some insane upgrades there. Gonna rush forward. Second fight. Just get caught out here, and this is gonna rush out. Felchai doing so good. Already with the 29 HP left. She doesn't seem like she's gonna stop. Now, for MLT, what are you gonna do? Luna again, last person left alive. Gets caught out here by the person watching drop. And that's it. 3 rounds in a row. Gone. MLT don't have an answer yet.
Not quite yet, and with that, their momentum is lost, Tash. I mean, I can't believe it. We're seeing insane initiators right now. Felchai with those frags, and at the same time, yes, Coyote trying to do her same thing as well. Yoki was actually one of those players who fended off the A main flank, and with that, the rifle pickup, that was the big thing in the round for Neons. Let's see if they can carry this momentum forward and then start mounting a comeback.
Coyote doesn't seem to want to stop. She is just pressing that W key. Non-stop aggression. She knows her teammates are just close by to trade her if anything. But she's feeling comfortable. Luna just caught off just like that. Another satchel onto site. So much space taken and so many areas cleared.
Spike planted.
A lot of it blocked off too. MLT just not quite the best advantage right now. Trying to secure some sight lines, but it's not opened up for Neons. I mean MLT. Right underneath K's nose. But it's so tough for her to go and check that.
He's stunned. Felchai. Big pick onto Angus. No more smokes, no more mollies, but Samfire. Nice pick with that Sheriff.
Ooh.
Make it 2 actually, as Yoki will stop the rampage from Aphrodite. Lu, 20 HP, Yamroll makes it big. And she wants to bring back yesterday's game.
Alright, now we're looking at that 6-10 scoreline. Almost maybe a bit of a slight half-buy or thrifty win coming out from MLT with Sandfire and those Sheriff shots, but still, the guns from Neons and their positioning in this post plant, each covering a lot of angles, making sure that, you know, it's just so difficult for MLT to peek out. They tried to make it happen, but K ultimately was pinned down, and even with Samfire pushing out from spawn, everything just was not going their way. Now we're going to see the full buys. We're going to see Kaon and Odin, your favorite weapon, Tash, but also 3 ultimates from Neons.
Yeah, it's going to be massive. But let's see how it's gonna go. Here we go. A nice chain of ultimates to come through. Jumps up Coyote! What was that movement? As the other members of MLT does get those picks though. Luna spots 1. Can she go for 2? Not quite. Coyote still very much aggressive. Still very much on fire. She can't see anything on the site right now. She can't do anything. Gonna be stopped, and Odin watching her. Timmy the turret too, that's taken out of the way. And then with this concuss, what are you gonna do? They're just playing ring around the rosy with the spike. Goodbye and good night. MLT take the round.
Man, and that's 11-6. I was kind of hoping that it would be the Odin to like
Get
shred
the
her
kill.
up.
Yeah, that's always fun to watch.
But still,
that movement by I'm sorry, I am still freaking out about it because of what on earth? Onto that satchel, let her rip satchel out of the way, making sure that she survives that. Oh my god!
breakneck speeds right into the site. But then, I mean, still, MLT being able to hold it down was just so impressive. And partially, maybe in fact, due to the Odin, but just everyone's positioning as well, reading and knowing how to play off of it. Because although Coyote made it in, her teammates were a little bit slow in the follow-up. That said, now we're going into the next round. Because of the previous wins, Neon still gets to buy back up. We still have Yamroll on the orbital strike. Kit Kat is 1 point away from her lockdown. If they could maybe go somewhere close enough to pick up an alt orb or 2, you might see a bit of impact. But I think that's why you're seeing MLT play so far back towards defender spawn. They want to go in for that retake. They know that Neons are going to use their ultimates.
There we go, the ultimate's put down. They're just waiting. Immediately answered back. Broken. Just gonna immediately just aggress onto site, and that's exactly what they wanted. But Samfire is ready. Look at the sprays from the Odin, the displacement from the Rolling Thunder, and it's just a massacre on the site. Neons have no choice but to retreat.
And they're just holding up around tree right now, Tash. Okay, going through underpass. I kind of like that.
30 seconds
but still,
left.
Same positions from MLT. Samfire, in fact, watching the crossing, and K just slices someone in half.
With an Odin, that's what we wanted to see. Kit Kat What can you do here, right? Yamro is pretty close by. They do have an angle they can play with, but Aphrodite just spamming with that. You don't want to walk into that, honestly. Aphrodite goes down, but good enough.
It still is match point though, Tash, and at this point, MLT has doubled their scoreline on top of Neon's, and it's really just such an impressive weapon. Like sometimes, you know, we laugh at it and then we think that like it's maybe a bit cringe. But
I was
it's
going
just
to
so
say that.
Effective.
You know, it's kind of like we're watching Champions, and everyone was like, "Oh my god, you're playing the judge! Oh, it's so cringe." It works, bro.
Yeah, because like they knew it was gonna be the alt execute, so that's the right call. Even if Aphrodite was smoked off, just hiding around generator, defender spawn, just left click, bro.
Exactly.
Left click
And
and
it
hold.
really denies a lot of space too. It's so hard to push through until she runs off bullets, that is. But anyway, timeout is here from Neons. They want to stop whatever momentum they have and just hope that MLT gets stuck on match point. We've seen some teams actually go through that. But in this situation with MLT, 3 ultimates, gonna be a bit hard.
It is, but it's also nice that they're just like not giving up.
Yeah.
That said though, 12-6, it's not impossible to come back from again. We always have to say that, but it is MLT's map pick, so we kind of expect this performance coming out of them. And Neon's, given the fact that this is a best of 5, it's not over yet for them.
Still another 4
But
maps.
MLT is just looking so good right now.
MLT, as I told Raf yesterday, is the type of team that they are very thorough when it comes to the homework and the practice on a particular map that they are good at. And Fracture is definitely one of them. Because how many days in a row have we seen them have this almost perfect flawless run on maps like Fracture, Split?
Right?
But then their performance on Haven yesterday, you start to see that shake. And I'm wondering, if we do get next map, will we be seeing the same?
Could happen, could happen. But right now, they're just playing similar positions. A bit of that setup towards A main. The hit is going towards B. K is playing it safe. They're banking on their ultimates. If anything happens, Luna could always turn back around and use her Hunter's Fury to create a bit of chaos or maybe deny the spike plants. Coyote's aware of this though, so she pushes into defender spawn just to check and clear out Aphrodite.
She's playing in very deep, and that's what I really like about MLT. They're okay with giving out the site. They understand strength in numbers is what gives them the rounds. And what they're gonna do here is go for retakes. Perhaps a very aggressive retake is what they're looking for.
Waiting for those ultimates. It's gonna happen any second now, Tash.
Me too.
You just gotta push out the generator first.
For that, okay, Aphrodite will be the one leading the charge. She does have the lockdown available. Coyote, this corner. But she just missed! Got timing! But she does find a different target altogether. Envious goes down. And you know what? Make that a Lou as well. Aphrodite does find one. It really sprays through smoke. She gets 2 Kit Kat! Just spray and pray, baby! That's how you want to play with an Odin!
Still going in for it though. Sam holding the off angle, now pushing out Felchai. She's making her impact known, and with that, time enough saved. The spike will go off, and Neons gets to play for one more round.
Whew! They live
That
another
was, like,
day.
Yeah, we're just a little bit unlucky. Elu and then everyone like pushing out, and they just kind
Missed
of
each
narrowly
other.
missed. Yeah, Coyote as well.
I mean, Coyote did find a different target in the end, so that was alright. But I think for MLT, they don't want to give too many rounds to NE. And I think it's really important to think about that, because when some teams, they start to choke after a while. And I think MLT, given the fact that they didn't use their timeouts early just now, they want to make sure that they can fully use this before they end the game.
Yeah, but I will say that like it's a bit of a double-edged sword, perhaps, and it's one of those things where you only call it when it's really necessary. Because right now they're seeing that there is some kind of game plan, some sort of gap in their defenses, and that's why Neon is able to walk away with so many of these rounds, right? 4 in a row starting with the second half, and then 1 from before. In order to close this out right now, they need to right that ship, but at the same time, this timeout is one that Neons can use to talk to each other. So you've got some ultimates, let's make them work, but how will Neons kind of adjust around this as well?
Could be huge if Coyote could get perhaps an orb. Another pick. She's so close to Showstopper, and for these past few rounds, Coyote's Showstoppers have been massive. Either be a pick or even just to create space. It's just been huge. This time round, her momentum will be stopped by that aftershock. Sorry, fault line. But we'll take her time. Just really make her way out. Aphrodite will be the one to get these orbs. It's been massive for MLT. They've been farming quite a lot of orbs whenever they can.
Just trying to make sure that they can kind of try to play the long game a bit as well. But the main thing right now is that a single mistake in this map will be over. MLT, look at how they've switched things up. Player on top of Dish, Luna watching Sands. And it's just this fault line that can connect them to all of them. Kind of does.
Ooh. Huge start. Alu finds Coyote instead. But Kit Kat equalizing it. Nice two-piece. Melee just gonna back off, play with her teammates. Luna pushing out here. Perhaps a little bit too aggressive. Finds the corner. Good for one. Yamroll answers back. And now we're back. Even fields.
30
2-on-2.
seconds left.
Envious though, this angle.
Enemy remaining.
Oh no, Kit Kat finds her! First, Aphrodite with her Odin. She spots him out, playing it very, very slowly. Finds one, moves out of the way. Ah, if she's able to get this with the Odin, Quack might get his wish.
Spike planted.
Yeah, she does! With the Odin. It's gonna be clean fracture from MLT. And that's map 1 for the girls of MLT.
I got my wish. It ends with an Odin kill. Again, I mean, just as we start out the map, right? Clutch for Aphrodite, pistol round, you know, she's always there. And then she's there at the end as well, 1-on-2. Very nice, very clean. And that's a 13-7. It is MLT's map pick, so we kind of expect this performance from them, but we also see signs of life from Neon starting out in the second half. Those 4 rounds won in a row was pretty damn good.
It was. And we also know that some teams can be the teams that might set up or warm up a little bit later. Perhaps map 2 might be their jackpot map. Again, yesterday, Haven was not really the map that MLT was able to take. So let's see what our panel say. Mika, Raph, on to you.
I gotta say, I'm not too surprised that Neons was actually able to make, you know, that big of a comeback. But I think that, you know, I do think that MLT closing it out, this was revenge for them, especially since, you know, Neons, we know that they do that. When they're, you know, when they're trailing a bit behind, they do tend to have that comeback once the side switch, right? But MLT, good on them for keeping their composure and closing out this map.
Absolutely, and it took so long for Neons to identify this very phalanx style approach for MLT. They kind of basically gave up a lot of the early map control, but since they already had the round advantage, we saw Neons be very cautious. They invested a lot of utility just to make, again, those first 30 seconds of the map as safe as possible. But this was exactly what MLT wanted to happen. They were just holding down CT and keeping their rotations very, very easy. And as soon as that site hits, they're very confident in just kind of bulldozing Neons in a 5v5 situation. As our casters mentioned, we did see signs of life on Neon's side, but again, maybe perhaps it's just a slow day for Neons, but this is quite a long series, Mika. It's not a sprint, it's a marathon.
Yeah, I feel the same way, especially since Neons, you know, over the past few days, they are one of those teams that, you know, they might start out slow, but once they gain momentum, they, you know, they really, really get the ball rolling, right? Neons is the kind of squad wherein it's like, if they take a round, it's a warning shot. And if they take 2, start getting really worried, because if they take 3, they're probably taking 2 more, right? But on the side of MLT, though, I love that they close this out, you know, very, very calm, very composed, and Aphrodite really, really pulling in, you know, with those, with a few very, very important rounds for the squad. I do have to commend Coyote, though, with some of those moves on the Rays. You know, you could see Tash freaking out with with some of those. Definitely, I think she is one of the star players that we have on Neons. With Aphrodite, though, I don't know, my eyes were on her. She was just always at the right place at the right time.
right place at the right time. You could say that for Elu as well. Every time MLT would have a pick, they were ready to wedge and just kind of break the formation of Neons. And you kind of saw a little bit of panic on Neons. They were in a stance where they could punish, but MLT, I feel like they were the more daring team, and that's just the sign of confidence and how they prepared for this map. Again, Quack and Victoria and even Tash has mentioned that MLT, they operate on Fracture at the highest levels. They are such a dangerous team. And the way that they structured themselves around Luna's utility, that being their one clear advantage, their range over the Fade, was such a simple yet effective thing to do.
I think that, you know, also the Sova on Fracture is becoming very, very popular these days, isn't it? I think that, you know, once people saw how it actually works, like, you know, with the main leagues that we had, it's like it's so easy to pick up. And I feel like, you know, with these teams, Luna, for example, was exemplary on this, and I feel like she gave so much value, so much information to her team. I feel like now we are heading into Haven though, and there is potential for Neons to finally make that comeback that I feel like we've been waiting for, because this is a map that they are very comfortable on. They do have a lot of experience on it as well, more so than MLT, and I think that, you know, I think you're probably right, Raph. We could be in for a long series tonight, but we'll be continuing that right after this very quick break. We are heading into Haven right after, guys, so don't go away. Map 1 goes over to MLT eSports here at VCT Game Changers APAC LCQ, our final series of the day. Map number 2 though, Raph, I'm not quite sure given the history that Neons have on this map.
That is true. And talking about Haven in general, I think the biggest weakness that we've seen so far from MLT is that they're a little disjointed on their hits. Yes, the gun power is still very, very prevalent. The way that they try to command a strong point on the map as both the attacking team and the defending team is still very, very much clear-cut. However, I think their natural ability to playmake as individuals can get them in a lot of trouble. We saw that a lot with the Luwu, who tends to anchor with the operator in positions that can get flushed out. Proved to be a little problematic. Plus, you add in the proficiency of Neon, as you've mentioned, to the mix. It just does not bode well for MLT.
Yeah, and I'm also wondering what kind of compositions we're going to be seeing, right? I mean, like for these two teams in particular, I don't think we could potentially see a mirror matchup over here since both teams tend to run the same composition. I don't know if these two teams would be adventurous enough to switch something up. I am excited of the thought of, again, just seeing Jet one more time because I think this is the last tournament we actually get to see her in this full double updraft glory.
You know, I don't think I would say I'm a Jet main, but I can feel for all our Jet players out there. Oh my goodness, the pain. I feel like the dash is still very much like present in how she can entry, but I feel like the Cloudburst has just damaged her ability to dominate that space.
Nothing,
it's
right?
just like, aha, now you don't see. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm here without my team, guys. You know, it's okay.
Oh
Don't hurt me.
It's essentially like the Cloudburst and the updraft as well. You're losing so much vantage points already. There's so many spots that you will no longer be able to peek from, right? But for these two teams, I mean, I think that, you know, I think we're potentially seeing that mirror matchup once more. MLT eSports, though, for me, it's a big question mark this time. Yes, the momentum is in their favor, I would say, but Neons, I don't know. I just can't deny that history that we have here. MLT have only played Haven like 4 times throughout this whole throughout their history so far, and Neons have just had it this far more many times, and they have such a wide playbook at this already.
And you were absolutely correct. Everybody is just kind of going for the safe pick here, but as we've mentioned many times before, it's not necessarily the agents we're going to see, or rather, it's not going to affect how they're going to play. In fact, it's going to highlight the key differences in the approach of this map. Man, again, just talking about the last dance of Jet. This is maybe one of the few times we're going to see her and her 6-orb ultimate. Man, I feel like that's going to hurt a lot because Jet's knives, they're just so important for those eco rounds when you need just that extra push from your star player, especially in the form of Coyote and Aluwu. But history. Neons, I think step 1 for them right now, Mika, is to just not be affected from that very, very dominant performance from MLT eSports on Fracture. And I feel like it's still a little suspicious on the side of MLT eSports because they are one of those super pendulum-like teams. They'll be amazing on one map and then just kind of fizzle out on the next.
Yeah, and I think for Neons, their dynamic is more of like, you know, they're slow to start, but once they do, they can really like I was telling I believe I was telling Black and Blue the other day, she kind of like her agent namesake, which is pretty much like the overdrive. She can go really fast. She has so much momentum, but there is a timer. So they need to be able to make sure that they're able to close out the rounds, close out the map by the time that timer runs out, right? They can tend to run out of steam. So I feel like that's those are the 2 dynamics we're playing here. So it's going to be a huge question indeed as to who takes Haven. It's going to be a big indicator of who takes this series. So let's find out and throw it on over to our casters.
Thank you very much. And now we are going to be seeing MLT on their redemption round to see whether or not this time they can take Heaven. I still can't say Heaven properly. I'm stuck, man.
It took me a second to like register. It's just us like, yes, Tash, she's doing it. And then she says Heaven.
No,
like...
it didn't work out. No, it didn't work. But you know, hopefully, you know what's gonna work at this match? Map 2. Haven. Thank you very much. Yes. Haven. MLT Neons. Thank you so much. I'm so happy that this is happening. Now, MLT looks like they changed up a little bit how they want to play or how they want to approach this map. But for Neons, what are you expecting, Quack?
I'm expecting them to do really well because their track record on Haven is really good. Like a 71% win rate. And this is not just for LCQ, it's across, you know, the whole of Game Changers APAC 2023. They're very experienced on this map, right? 10 wins, 4 losses for exact numbers, and it's always this composition. So they're not really changing anything up, and you're expecting them to go in full force, full ham. Meanwhile, for MLT, right, it's just one of those things where we're mentioning how, you know, they've come together somewhat recently, and it's not always necessarily the best record so far. Raf had really good points about how MLT, you know, sometimes it's just individual firing power, and sometimes it gets a little bit disjointed. So unless they can come in together a lot more coordinated, we might see a, you know, less savory performance.
No, it's not savory. I'm being cyberbullied in the chat right now by Mika and Raf. That quick push onto the side is what we're going to be seeing by Coyote. She just walked through that recon. She does not care. I'm here. I don't care. Come and get me. Like, come through, but Coyote in this corner, nasty. Sunfire Luna, though, will answer back at the very least. Now, Sunfire all alone.
Ooh.
Can she get one more? One? Just one? 5 bullets in the back. Yamro so low! 2 HP is all she needs! And she takes the pistol.
What is happening? It's like similar clutches again and again and again. And it's just Yamroll 2 HP, a simple tap to the head. And that's what gives Neon the supposed pistol round. All basically robbed away from MLT. And it comes down to how MLT, yes, they initially had some great defensive positions on the A site, coming in, rotating fast enough. But down to it, Yamroll was a little bit more cold. And that means Neons gets to buy up. It's full Spectres. They're going full speed into the A site. Again, Luna might not know what's going to hit her. But it's gonna be the Sheriff that hits Neons instead.
Sheriff hits one, Spectre to hit the other. But I really gotta give it to Luna. Her standing there, that one pick, slowed down their momentum just a tiny bit. Sunfire could be playing together with Envious as possible, trying to catch if anyone were to push out. Not gonna be happening though. It's Neon's discipline incredibly high. They don't want to throw any round they can.
Gun here.
Trying to make it safe as well now. The fault line just to clear out the back, but K4Daddy sneaks up regardless with the Spectre.
How is this
letting
just
it rip. She
walking
sprays
up?
and bursts them down. A triple kill, Tash, for the thrifty win.
She just walks up. Hello. Is this your site? No, it's my site. Goodbye and good night. What a thrifty. Again, reminding you guys that this is one of the Game Changers tournaments I have seen this many round 2 thrifties.
I just can't believe
Look at that, just walks up. No one even noticed her. What on earth was that? Regardless, as we go into this map, 13-7 from just now, Neons wants to really show that they can make it big as well. This is their map pick.
It's just gonna keep on going. It's your map pick, so you want to secure the win, because if not, you're just gonna go into the next and never quite sure what's gonna happen, especially with the fact that this is now a qualifying match for Elite. Neons, they need as much as they can get. So going in for the spike plant now, but K4Daddy just watches the angle out by C-Link. KitKat, a bit of a delayed push, a bit of a lurk. She takes out Envious. Close range is going to be Coyote with the Frenzy and playing around the Cloudburst now. Baiting Sandfire into a bit of a peek, but still with the numbers. It's K4Daddy again, Tash. A quad kill with the Spectre.
She's doing hella damage with these Spectres. And again, just being able to just catch people off guard as she just walks up. Her teammates are just there to become the distraction, just allowing her for those nice backstabs. Oh, look at this. This corner she played in, she cleared that out. Yes, everyone's a little bit more distracted toward KitKat. Then, as Coyote does a lot of damage with that Frenzy, she just shoots up straight in her face, catches her in the middle of her casting that ultimate.
And again, like they kind of line up for K. It just keeps happening.
It's like
7 kills, 1 death.
The planets
in
are
round 4,
aligning
Tash.
for her, you know?
Yeah.
The Mercury retrograde.
Yo, what? Nice. And with that retrograde, I guess, K4Daddy now has her lockdown available, which is a huge thing in this round 4. She just might be able to seize that momentum away from Neons. Of course, they're all setting up for it, and K wants to try and get lucky again with the sprays. Not quite catching them this time, though.
Bomb grenade out.
Playing a little bit more back this time, MLT. They're understanding that having these rifles mean that they have no choice to gut that smoke, they have to push. So they can get a little bit more value from playing a little bit far more back. Regardless, nice little clear by KitKat. Just to make sure no one will be pushing out from mid. But for now, cut the noise. Let MLT be on their toes. See if they can force a rotation. Or perhaps a fake.
Make them sweat. Kind of buying out some of those dark covers from Envious, perhaps? Another one does get thrown out, and this one blocks off Garage, interestingly enough. So it leaves the mouth of C-Long open, and it comes down to the gunfights. K is prepared for this.
Oh, Envious and K4Daddy, look at how nasty and aggressive this firepowers were from 4 different angles, just coming straight to Long. A rough time for Neons, but I have to really give it to MLT. Whatever it is that they had trouble with, at least for now that I've seen, they had on Haven yesterday, they seem to have fixed it.
Almost, yeah, looks pretty good. I'm not gonna say they're completely out of the woods yet, though. It's still rather early.
That's why I said from as far as
But-
I've seen, so.
Right? It's
Yeah.
still so good. The way that they just kind of held against that full buy from Neons. So with that, now it's momentum on their side. Neons having a bit of a half buy, Sheriffs, Marshals, And keep in mind, MLT are building up on those ultimates now. They don't necessarily have to use them in this round. And that's going to be something that carries forward into, future buy rounds from Neon. Double swing, Envious, double kill.
4-2! But Coyote also says, look at me! A tap! Straight onto Alu. Luna? Contemplating this push. Perhaps not. Playing this corner just to catch them off guard if they decide to push into the area. That alarm bot will give a lot of value, especially with the vulnerable that it can give.
Does block off B, but right now push headed towards A, given how there was quite a bit of resistance towards C, and knowing that MLT are very likely to control Garage and B with bits of utility. So they're just going to try to kind of walk up A, checking out a lot of these corners, and it is indeed clear. They might be able to stick a free spike plant.
30 seconds.
Oh, thought too soon. That is a really good timing. They didn't even get to stick it, but the plan does come through. Slowly but surely, Luna is just playing these angles, clears out Graffiti, and the other members of MLT just rain havoc from the heavens. Oh my god, I hate those two words.
You're all right, Tej. You got it right. You got it right. But still, I mean, 4-1. It's just, clear, I guess, procedures coming out from MLT this time. But that said, it was a little bit expensive. It was the Rolling Thunder spent to kind of deny the spike plant for the time being. I like that Yoki sent out the fault line back just to kind of counter and buy a bit more time to stick the plant all the way through. So now they'll have a little bit more money in the next round. But it is still a 4-1. Neons needs this round.
MLT, you really gotta give it to them. They have really good moves, really good timing, and on top of that, really good op shots. Felchai, head popped. No Sova, it's gonna be a little bit harder to go in for that information. No recon, no shock dart, no Aldrone. Coyote, speed not able to be just used quite yet. We're just waiting for the other utility to come through, but the ultimate is there for the counter.
Too late.
Yeah, lockdown.
Spike planted.
And Neons needs to back up.
Worthless.
With that, they're trying to run away, but Sam is just right on their heels. Nips away at Yoki. 2 players left. Kit Kat trying to come back into the fray, but already blocked off by Elu, along with Caper Daddy watching the spike and the defuse. MLT are unstoppable right now, Tash.
Really good reads, really good timing. It's just almost impossible. You can see that they want to try and fight for control of A main. Why do we have an Opper like a Lu they're holding? It's gonna be a problem. Like it or not, Neons, in my opinion, they're gonna have to play a little bit more back. Flash, displace Elu. That perhaps they can get a little bit more advantage if they were going to try to take control of sewers or long.
Yeah, you're just going to need to assess your options and try something different, because currently, in that previous round at least, you know that they were trying to make something happen off of the ultimates that they had saved up, but all 5 members going down A long, just running past A short without much cover. It's a little bit expensive sometimes. You're thinking you might have to use your Cloudburst or not, but then Alu right around the corner with an op was really the last thing that they expected. And I think that's one of those things that kind of slowed down their pushes and also gave MLT a lot of information as to how to play around the sites. So again, it's MLT this time doing a much better job as compared to maybe the previous days of getting this early information, getting early map control and kind of contesting for it and slowly backing off. Neons, on the other hand, it's just tough for them to kind of break through this. Not unless they can, find some opening frags of their own.
They're still doing or hitting A. They realized that there was no op on A site, but look at that quick rotation from Elu. Already, she has the knives, she has the op, she can just quickly play the aggressive game at any moment. Coyote, let's get on site. Displace Elu now, no op out of the way, Hunter's Fury. Luna just buy some time, and she is taken out of the way by Felchai. The better Hunter wins, and it's gonna be her.
That completely turned things around, Tash. We're suddenly now in a 3-on-5, and MLT, unless they can find a couple more picks, this is going to be a really tough retake. Envious, Paranoia out. She tries to push them back. K will be able to secure a short, but at the same time, Sam drops.
All eyes are on K4Diety to make that last play. Unfortunately, Yamro, what a TP play! Just help us strain that corner, catches them off guard. K4Diety for 20.
Looks like I was.
Can't do more than that. And this time around, no clutch for Diety.
Win. Show me
Yeah,
where to go.
not too much. It was truly difficult because the entire site was basically surrounded. But that said, still, MLT just this time getting stopped in their tracks. It was that perfect ultimate counterplay coming out from Neons. And it's just so lovely to watch, right? Luna thinks like, okay, I probably have this one. I can deny the spike plant. And then suddenly a Hunter's Fury from Felchai gets thrown at her face. And Luna was trying to hop away from it, but she forgot that she was inside that Hunter Fury draw animation, which slows down your movement speed. So coming out to the next part now, it's going to be Coyote with a Blade Storm, but she's already spent quite a few knives. Left with one. MLT now putting up a roadblock, blocking them off from the A site. Luna.
Look at this, she's not scared, and she gets one! Thankfully, Coyote has that shorty. Doesn't really take her out of the way. K4Diety, good for one only, and suddenly Neons is on a steamroll. Perhaps that timeout was exactly what they needed to just take the momentum back into their side.
The angles I can't.
Just bringing things back, and now it's going to be a 3-on-5. Neons slowly working their way back in, regardless of whether or not the blades are there. The shorty is what makes the difference. The shorty is what gives them that upgrade, along with those ultimates again, of course, but still, it's up to MLT to how they can continue forward with their momentum, right? You don't want to let that slip. It's already starting to, let loose and go away.
I love shorty gaming. It's bringing K4Rex ideal here to Asia Pacific. Regardless, Coyote, she's been massive with this first context, and I don't think it's stopping anytime soon. Luna out of the way means that one of the top heavy hitters of MLT out of the way, alongside their information gatherer. And he, okay, this time around, gonna go for the rotation, but K4Diety, for two! Can't go more than that, but she does put a huge dent in their side.
Which is pretty good. We're back to a 3-on-3. Cat walking in. I think she wanted to call them to rotate over, or maybe to set up a bit of a flank, but that said, she got sussed out by Sam.
Envious.
And then you've got Envious. Perfect reads by MLT now with the information that they retrieved.
MLT has this really insane off angles that you wouldn't think to check. There was one in the mid rotation by K4Diety. Envious just a little bit, not in the very tuck corner of logs, but a little bit to the front, which means that as soon as you come inside, if you're not quick enough to look there, you're down and out. It's been massive for them, but I think this is a very good timeout.
Oh, okay. Timeout after a win.
Collect your thoughts.
I mean, again, it's their ultimates that they're holding on to and trying to figure out how to secure as big of a lead as possible. Because now if they win 3 more rounds, it would be a 9-3 for MLT. But also, I mean, just right now, you're talking about how they have positioned themselves on site sometimes with the off angles that perhaps like Envious is holding. But what's also really impressive is if you were put in their shoes right now and you're just thinking about how the rounds play out. If Neons comes in with a big execute, sometimes MLT struggle with the retake or denying the spike plant. But when you have players like K4Diety, sometimes just sneaking up out of nowhere, going in towards grass, and she picks off 2 players. That's why she's on top of the scoreboard right now with 16 kills and 4 deaths only, Tash. That's the key. She has a lockdown. She has so much to provide, and she's always so sneaky, coming up clutch in these crazy moments where you just don't expect it. So I'm excited to see what she can do right now. It's the same setup, blocking off Garage with her turret, and also just kind of controlling the mouth of B with an alarm bot. They're reading the situation right now and hovering around these sites while sending a Lu up. And that's Kit Kat gone. The IGL of Neon struck down.
Alongside Yamro. 2 for 1. Not even 2 for 1. It's a buy one, free one, rather. It's just a really good push, honestly. They knew that there was
contact happening on C. Immediately Alu walks up. It gives her a lot of value. Coyote coming up. Okay, Aphrodite. Not sure if she suspects something, but Luna will be there. Very sharp. Finds one. Will be answered back by Felchai. But Felchai gonna be displaced by that utility. Aphrodite can't do more than that. Felchai, now we're in a 1 versus 3. What's she gonna do? She hits it one more time. A 3. Goes for the reposition 4. Can she ace this is the question. And Luwu, final person standing from MLT. She has the blades. She can make something happen, but slowly she makes her way to the site just to make sure that she doesn't give herself away. Here comes the blades. Not sure if she saw that. Some hits, and she does save the day. Massive picks by Felchai, but Eluwu denies the win.
Dude, she didn't even like try to aim for that. She just went full in, like knowing that first of all you get a little bit more movement speed, right? You don't have to hold out your Vandal and run. You just have your Blade Storm, and it's full movement speed. You have your Tailwind, you have your Updraft. So she would be able to seize the initiative right on top of Felchai as soon as the spike goes down. I think having that recognition and then going in for it, just being that confident, wins MLT the round. But that said, what an incredible 4K coming out of Felchai.
Look at her, how she played that. She got picked, quickly pretended to leave, make it look like she was about to leave. Double dips again and catches them off guard. Huge in terms of movement, the micro adjustments, phenomenal.
Gonna need a lot of that still though. It is a 7-3 and Neons are struggling to find a lead. We haven't seen any round leads coming out of them yet so far today. They're just trying to crack across the site still, but it's Sheriffs this round, and MLT are just feeling confident, peeking out bit by bit, trying to find picks.
Those taps felt very personal, I'm not gonna lie.
Okay.
They're just so sharp, Luna! What is that?
You know what's personal is shooting at people's corpses.
We don't talk about that, you know. I'm still reeling after that, but yeah, we're walking up with the Marshall. That is personal. You can't tell me that isn't.
30 seconds left.
It just goes in and takes a head off. Now Luna coming back in, looking for another pick as well. It's down to a 3-on-3, but guess what? Envious all the way behind them. They will have no clue.
But look at this chain of ultimates. Luna!
Spike down,
Two with a Hunter's Fury alongside that Rolling Thunder. Just now Luna just waiting. Angles! Catches Yoki off guard. That's an ace! Oh my god! When I missed that, that's an ace!
Last round before the switch.
Oh my god!
Enemy down.
It is an ace. I mean, she did all these little peeks out and getting information off of her teammates' deaths. She comes in huge with it. And it secures them the 8th win in a round. Even if this doesn't end in a 9-3, she would at least secure her team an 8-4. And it's I mean, I don't know. I was kind of thinking like maybe it's a little bit overkill with 2 ultimates for an anti-eco round, but still, a win's a win, all right? A win's a win.
A win's a win, and a snowball is snowball. The most important thing in VALORANT is playing the mental game, and Envious plays these corners so perfectly. She manages 2, and so does her teammate Samfire. 9-3 half. Caster's Curse activate Quack question mark?
Okay. I mean, I am in question marks right now. You know who can answer our question marks? Is the panel. Mika and Raf. Caster's Curse question mark?
I'm actually okay with there not being a caster. Oh, what a way to distract me. Oh no, no. It's over. I forgot what I was saying. Oh no.
It's okay. She got very excited from the game, so she decided to drop by, and she basically noticed MLT basically undoing every mistake that they've done in the past few days, especially for Haven. There was definitely a lot of prep work happening, especially behind the scenes. If anything, Neon's looked really, really disjointed. They took a lot of those early fights trying to get control of the middle portion of the map. They tried to take garage control. It just looked so messy. And they were playing right into the trap of MLT. Isn't that right, Mochi?
Oh, see, I totally forgot what I was saying. That's literally the way to distract me. You bring out some kind of furry animal, and Auntie Mika is immediately distracted, which is totally fine because we are throwing it back to our casters and getting back into Haven. Haven, Tash, say it with me.
Tash.
Just kidding. Welcome back to Haven.
Yay!
I didn't really get a lot from that halftime other than Mochi.
Yeah,
I love Mochi.
honestly.
Yeah. But now it's a competition, you know? Fifi versus Mochi.
Dang. Okay.
It's rough.
But yeah, I mean, you know, it's we're all fawning over Mochi. Mika's fawning over Mochi. But we gotta get back to the game. Still 9-3 first half, and we're seeing a lot of that previous early round aggression from MLT. Now swapping sides, and they're going aggressive. Neon's trying to set up a bit of a flank. They pushed out of A long.
Elu backside already. Full clear of the area, and this time around it's Neon's left to play for the retake. They wait outside, and they know that the aggression will come through from MLT. They did not realize! Just like that. One, take it out of the way. Felchai clears out Cubby. Realizing that's 4 coming in from the flank. But they do have the utils to come through. Coyote caught just like that by Luna. Samfire.
Oh my god.
3 clean, flawless picks by Luna herself. And despite that 4-person flank, it didn't give them that value they wanted.
I think Neon's needs a mental reset. Just going into the second half, you could see that they tried to go for a different game plan, but it's one that plays to MLT's advantage because they just recognized that, first of all, the site might be clear. Everyone pushed up, and because it was clear, they were given so much freedom to set up post-plant positions. KitKat wasn't really able to do much, just hiding outside of C-Link. So 10-3 now, and we're going forward.
Some teams, you can really see how much they learn from their mistakes and their losses, and MLT is definitely one of them. They lost yesterday, I believe, 13-6, 13-7. Not as clean as what we saw on Fracture. And I questioned, like, is this one of those maps where they just don't do so well? Luna, opening pick, make it 2-4. Just clearing out the whole way. It seems like for Neons, they're just gonna have to wait for that rifle round, hopefully get the momentum back in the bag.
For a second, I thought you were gonna say 5.
I mean,
but it's Luna with, 4 kills again, Tash.
She's cursed. She's cursed. She got the ace, yeah, but like in most situations, she's cursed. There's always going to be a rare K4Deity or Eliwu there just to take the last one.
Past couple of days, the win is a win. And right now, it's the fact that with those kills, Luna.
What are you saying?
Okay, fine, but she's 1 point away from her Hunter's Fury.
You're right.
That's what stands out to me because she could use that, especially in this round. The bonus, as long as MLT wins this, it's effectively the game over, and Elu is already going crazy onto the site, dashing in.
That's right, Yamroll will be caught out by Envious. And more pressure, more firepower, just really thrown toward the side of CT. They can't do anything. Perhaps a push into Garage. You're gonna find K4Deity tucked into that corner. Gonna play off her utility, gets her information, but she hasn't reacted at all. She knows how to play the way of the ninja. Conceal, don't feel. And Coyote, she tries to do the most. But when other members of MLT knows where exactly to hold this very, I would say, unorthodox angles, it's just so hard.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean, Tash. I mean, one backside, just kind of some playing around Garage as well, peeking in and out, and Sam being sharp to go and burst them down. This is now match point. And Neon's does not have that much left in the bank. You're seeing KitKat with that glass cannon by. The rest of them barely able to scrounge up enough for utility, if not just some rifles and light shields. Match point for MLT. Backs against the wall for Neons. Can they bounce back right now?
We've seen moments where things are dire and they manage to come back. Not sure if Neons has an idea or an answer, but if anything, would love to see them. I can't even say excuse me, I can't really even say that Neons is playing anything wrong. It's more just MLT reading them right.
It really is. I mean, you're just seeing how aggressive they are with it sometimes, but also knowing how they might play defense on C site. And that's why Alu took that route back around to the spot. Okay. Kick it out.
Whoa. Heart attacks through and through. 4 HP. She has not moved at all, but Luna does find the other killjoy and give her died in 4 HP. She is just so good at conceal don't feel. Look at that, but will be shut down by Yamroll and is holding very cleanly. She lets out a few shots and plays still close to the corner, but will eventually be shut down.
Scanning ahead.
All right. The Brimstick's back for a second. Luna is low, so we're down to the 2-on-2. Aftershock to block off the mouth of Garage, which is pretty nice, but they still have the option to just kind of wrap back around. Spike is taken away, though, and Falshai has to make a move, but she's been stunned up. Yamroll online for the ace to shut out the map, but no, run out of time. That's gonna be MLT.
That's not happening. That's not happening.
The Spike going off, Tash, 13-3.
An ace. But yet, you lose the game. It's like a red pill, blue pill moment, no? The situation. You win the round. You get an ace. But you lose the game. And that's it. 2-0 score in MLT's favor. And after this, we go to another MLT map, Lotus. Whether or not Neons has an answer to that is the question we have. Because this is the final chance for Neons to take it home. To be the first team to make it into Elite. For now, going back to Mochi and Mika, Raph, you do not exist.
I thought Tash was just gonna say going back to Mochi, and that's it.
she's actually here on my my mouse pad right now. She loves.
Oh, she.
Yeah, so yeah. Anyway, guys, if you love your dogs, get an artisan mouse pad. They seem to really love sitting on it. And as you can see, Mochi is already clamoring back to go on it. So I'm just gonna put her right here, my little analyst. Say hello.
Aww. I know.
Say hello.
So cute.
Mwah.
Aww. Too adorable.
Seems... Okay.
Too adorable.
Okay. Stay on the...
Yeah.
Anyway.
I think Mochi is putting herself in a better position to check out or maybe analyze a little bit further what happened to Neons on that map, because I was expecting something just a little bit. I was expecting a little bit more pushback for this. Right, Mochi? I think that, I think she probably agrees. She probably wants to say something about that.
Oh, absolutely. And from what I've heard from Mochi, who's been diligently watching this game, is that, you know what, Quack and Tosh have talked about it. Maybe Neons just need a mental reset because this is supposedly one of their best maps, and suddenly they get strong-armed by MLT. I really appreciate the fact that MLT have been sticking with their guns. They're probably the most proficient force buy team we have in LCQ. Neon's got that pistol, if I remember correctly, and then they were like, hey guys, let's get Spectres. Let's not let this flourish into anything bigger. And again, there were a lot of exchanges when it comes to aces and a lot of flashy moments for both these teams. Still a lot of willpower being thrown to just compete. But at the same time, operating as a unit is MLT. Their trades were that much more cleaner. And it seemed like Neons were just looking for a way into the site, no matter how much it cost, whether it be player cost or utility cost. They just could not break through.
Yeah, and Aphrodite was, you know, Tash mentioned it, can still don't feel like it doesn't matter what you try to throw at her. She will try and, you know, at least get a trade. At the very least, expected to make a trade every single round, right? But Luna was somebody that I had my eyes on because she was just amazing. How many rounds did she get? Like 4K or 3K?
Oh, yeah.
She did so much for her team as well as her utility usage as well. And I guess I'm just like, I'm really surprised because again, highlighting earlier, this was a squad that's just weeks old, right? This this is a squad that is barely even an infant, so to say, in VCT terms, I guess. So this is so impressive for them to band together right when you need it the most.
They're basically a bunch of Terminators at this point. It's crazy because we were wondering, Mochi, maybe not my mouse. Anyway, we were wondering maybe there would be some sort of language barrier because this is considered a mixed team in terms of just kind of like, you know, communicating. But everybody has just been operating almost as if they're all one hive mind, right? Aphrodite just looked so incredibly crisp, especially in that first half. I believe there was a point in time where she was 10-1. And one thing that we have to highlight is how active she was as a sentinel defending. She always kept Neons guessing. They could not pivot off any strong side because virtually there was no weak side.
That's an excellent point to make. Also because Neons was just playing so passively, which is like they were basically just giving MLT like all this space, all, you know, every single, like almost rolling out the red carpet for them to work with, right? And, you know, you could really feel it, especially as the rounds went on and up until the very end, you could almost feel like a sense of desperation that they didn't know exactly where to go because MLT was closing in around them. And, you know, for MLT, again, you mentioned that the squad is like so diverse, so like the comms is usually always a factor, right? But Neons, I would expect the hive mind to come from them, considering that they're made up of all Thai players. So this is really confusing. I'm wondering if we're in for a potential, you know, 5 maps, as you mentioned. This is the moment for Neons to be able to do that, right? Otherwise, MLT, the series could be yours. We're gonna find out which outcome we'll be seeing right here on VCT Game Changers APAC LCQ right after this very quick break. Hey, Monty.
Deleted. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Welcome back from that very entertaining break. I hope it was as entertaining for you as it was for us behind the scenes.
Do you want to sing Wonderwall?
But for now,
No, I'm not
for now, we'd like to introduce Raph with his rendition of Wonderwall. No. Right now, though.
No, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna. By the way, guys, if you haven't noticed, because I've distracted all of you with Mochi, I actually changed shirts because Mika was telling me that does not look blue. So I have something that has a little bit of blue, a little bit of black, I think, and a lot more white. So now I completely match.
You are now a Oni Vandal cosplay, essentially. Yes, the porcelain version.
Yeah.
Not
Somebody
the,
pick me up on the floor.
Not the Arizona Tea version.
Yeah.
Hey, I love that.
Actually,
That's my skin. The only Arizona Tea version. But yes, looking at our map results right now, we are seeing that MLT Esports really are determined to get that final slot, or that first slot rather, into the finals, and to guarantee that guaranteed slot into Elite. We're seeing here a 2-0 so far in this best of 5. It's not looking good for Neons, and the question is really, Raph, if this is a slow start for them or if this is a downward spiral.
Oh my goodness, that is just so hard to identify, right? Considering Haven should have been the map where they springboarded their momentum, but MLT, they just looked that much more refined and that much more prepared. Neons, you would have expected them to have at least some sort of backup plan. Just maybe, again, have the mind to stop the bleeding, but they just kept, as you mentioned, spiraling. I hope that 2-0 start was the slow start for Neons, because me personally, I thought Neons was going to be the tournament favorites, but my, MLT have been quite a surprise. Although Lotus, incredibly fickle as a map, you can start 11-0 and end on 13-11. So with that being said, I am hoping that both these teams can get can hold it down to either close it or to come back.
Oh, well, it is a best of 5. Maybe they extended the slow start, so to say. I mean,
just maybe.
I'm not sure. Maybe. Maybe it is going to be indeed, something to say, because I think that Neons right now in Lotus, they actually do play something rather interesting. They do tend to bring out the Gecko, which is something that, as we saw in earlier series, when you bring out a composition that, utilizes something that is a little out of the box, sometimes teams don't exactly know how to deal with it. And we actually did see the Gecko, in previous series again, have some moderate success just because teams didn't exactly know how to handle all of these creatures being thrown in their faces. So that is, I could think, potentially a wild card that Neons could bring into this map.
I mean, that's also very telling of what happened to you earlier when I showed Mochi on the camera. You just seemed very stunned, but
exactly,
I think concussed. The Gecko pick, I think, would probably help the isolation a little bit better on the side of Neons. But the problem is, every time you have a Gecko on the board, there's just that much more investment to keep the Neon safe. And again, just from the first 2 maps, MLT have been keeping their main initiator, which is Luna, so safe, and allowing her to go absolutely crazy. So we're probably gonna have a bit of a duel here with either the Tasmanian Tiger, the Guiding Light, or everything in Gecko's arsenal.
Probably. It's gonna be a bit of a
trainer battle.
Comp. Yeah. Pokemon battle here. I think, my eyes are gonna be on Luna, absolutely, and Kphrodite here, especially since she's now switching from the Killjoy over to the Viper, and we have seen her play that lurking role extremely well in previous series and stuff. So I'm excited to see her back on this Viper. I'm excited to see Samfire as well take on the Sentinel role too. This role swap is actually could also throw a wrench into whatever Neons is expecting here and what they're expecting to throw back to MLT. So, I don't know, a bit of a talk of small changes coming in here for both teams, but they could be very important ones.
That is true. You talked about the roaming and the potential lurk threat that Kphrodite can pretty much threaten Neons with, but KitKat is on the prowl with that Cypher, who is incredible for that type of application. Hopefully we're gonna see a little bit more of a duel between these two and a little bit more fight out of Neons. But Mika, you talked about the zoo, all the animals. of course, our tandem for tonight is still going to be Quack Bunny. So take it away, guys.
Quack,
Yeah,
quack, quack.
That was pretty amazing, Raph. It's a great segue. We are animals. Quack Bunny.
Wait. How does a bunny sound?
What? Huh?
How does a bunny sound?
They bee-hop. I don't know what sound they make.
Let us know in the chat what sounds your bunny pets do. But anyways, we won't listen to Quack on how a bunny sounds. That is wrong. Anyways, going into Lotus, my favorite map coming into this game, and it is the greatest map of all time. We have rituals on that map. We have, I don't know if we have Victoria's favorite segment on that map, wine session. Hopefully, don't think the observers for this one do spot the tacti bear though. But MLT eSports versus Neons. This is MLT's chance to secure a 3-0 and qualify straight to Elite. Or will we be seeing Neons take it back and bring us to a 3-1? Sorry, 2-1, excuse me.
Heck yeah. I mean, that's why you're seeing, you know, the player cams and Neons, like, they're trying to cheer each other out. They're trying to keep that dream alive. And it's definitely on this map where they stand a pretty good chance, because kind of like our panel is talking about, it's a little bit interesting with the agent compositions, but also definitely this Gecko being pulled out, right? Neons have had a flawless 100% win rate so far throughout the group stage that every time they played on Lotus. So this does inspire some confidence, despite this being MLT Esports' map pick.
Speaking of time, I was quite surprised. I wasn't asking you earlier. Never mind, hold that thought. First trades happen. Yoki and Lu, 1 each. Make it 2. Felchai finds a pick right as the door slammed closed. And now, with this man advantage, will this stop the speed coming in from MLT? No, it won't. Luna spots like Yamro immediately just runs straight onto the B side.
Yeah, it's B completely opened up now. But then again, MLT has to watch out for door. Felchai's pushing through it.
One enemy remaining. That camera placement before does give them value. 1 more to go, and it's a very pretty clean round by Neons to start off. And again, coming back to my question, I did ask you, while Neons had one of the cleanest runs on this map, why did MLT choose this?
Yeah, I'm really not too sure. I mean, it's one of those things where you have to think about the fact that this is a best of 5, and you're just gonna have to play through whichever map you can get. And sometimes, you know, I think there are more preferred maps were perhaps banned. So that leaves us with, you know, Lotus and everything else. And between Lotus and Ascent, you know, perhaps against Thai teams who are really, really strong at Ascent, Lotus might be the safer pick, and that's why they've gone for it. And MLT, they also have a bit of a track record on Lotus, not the cleanest, but still somewhat good enough, especially when you have the Lulu on the Jet. But right now, she's not being allowed to go in with that space creation because they're getting shut down by these little movements coming out of Felchai and the rest of Neons.
Those movements are just so clean. A Lulu, I want to see her pop some heads, but will be spotted out by the Roomba. Coyote clears it out with the help of her utility. Clean, flawless round. Quack buddy flawless, if you may.
Okay. Right, but I mean, it comes back down to it, and you watch the replays. Look at how Felchai peeks out. Look at Coyote kind of buying them into this. The guiding light, the paint shells, and everything just explodes in front of MLT. A very different start to what we've been seeing from the past 2 maps, but a welcome one for Neons.
This might put the right mentality, right mindset, momentum especially, into their hands. Coming to this map, a nice one way, just to really help her through. And Yamro, not gonna stay around after she saw that cloud burst. Immediately just gonna let her teammates know that there might be a C hit. More shadows just put down, buys more space and time. Paranoia as well just to really aid her, and Luwu has no choice but to give up that space. Envious while she does find Yoki. Coyote also has something to say.
Yeah, the timing on that door opened as well. A revolving door just shows and reveals quite a bit, enough for Coyote to walk away with a kill. So back towards even odds. Slightly, okay, I wouldn't say it's a bigger loss because they still have Aphrodite on that Viper. But you're going to have to rethink your options right now. And Neon's, with this Cypher play, again, it's just so much value that she can provide with the tripwires that could counter Lulu and the cams as well. So interestingly enough, MLT, although they push past Pillar, they go through the door again and they're trying to make it fast in towards C. Guiding Light connects and Elu able to find a couple more kills. Luna going in now.
Oh, but with that Spectre, while the first hit looked very sharp by KitKat, can't do more damage than that. Only losing 2 rifles in that round. I pretty much have to say that MLT, perhaps this might be the moment that it might just swing back in their favor. Again, questioning why they chose this map. As you said, might not have maps, but I really want to see what MLT has in terms of preparation and how they want to approach this map.
And again, sometimes it just comes down to their, firepower and adaptations coming through. It's not the most, I want to say, common move to like rush through the revolving door because it just makes so much sound, right? But if they are fast enough and they're able to catch Yamro off guard that way with just a guiding light, it works. And now they're trying to do something similar, going back into exploring. K a bit of a lurk behind pillars, and now KitKat's being forced away. Despite being the Cypher, despite some traps across, she cannot really stay on the site because it would be kind of risky alone.
Planted, open, Aphrodite doing what she does best, lurking. Playing these corners, she hears the sound. Will she be able to get the timing? She does get one. No, she does not actually. Envious trades back here. Coyote, will she get another? Plays it very well. Luna plays her teammate and lets the Seekers just run out. Samfire playing this bed very well. Yoki stops her, but will eventually be blinded, deafened by the cabbages. Envious and Aluwu bringing another round to the team. Ties up the score.
Lulu, but also Luna. I mean, these girls, they have been popping off. And once more, I mean, you're talking about those cabbages, Tash. They definitely made their impact in this round because just as soon as Neon tries to fight back, almost giving even numbers, they got blinded. And that just made that final fight all that much more difficult. With that, it's now MLT with the momentum, given how Neon just doesn't quite have the bank to buy up guns in this round.
Here. Very aware. The Marshal is one of the areas not deterred at all by this one-way dash through by Aluwu. You know that she's very, very decisive when she wants to get onto the site. Will be coming through. She challenges the Marshal and nearly takes KitKat down. In fact, she just goes further, takes up so much space. Samfire just pushes up, does get one. Coyote gets the point with the showstopper. She cleans out Aphrodite as well. The numbers not in MLT's favor as Aluwu looks to equalize that, finds KitKat all the way in the back of sight.
Okay, Yoki sends out some cabbages of her own as well. Thrash, unfortunately, not quite able to find too much either, but the mosh pit will be sent out just to clear out the site. So Luna's forced into an open position, and this gives Neon's a little bit more breathing room. I say that, and then you got Elu and Envious just holding from waterfall and on top of site. MLT, again, sharp shooting prevails.
Indeed, that was indeed sharp shooting. It looked so bad in the beginning for MLT. Look at that round where you saw Coyote was able to get right that one time, that point for that ultimate. She gets 2. And then you start seeing Aluwu playing so proactively, taking up space in the back of sight. Immediately you knew everyone will be coming in from main. Immediately reconvened together and all eyes were trained onto main. And that was the perfect tie-up for the round.
And that's the thing about MLT. Last time they played this, they've had Elu on this map before, but she was on a raise. And then that time, maybe it wasn't the best performance that they had hoped for. But then she swapped over onto Jet, and suddenly she's top fragging 28 kills. Now this map now, she's getting a little bit more freedom, getting a little bit more courageous with it as well. Creating a bit of space on C, but ultimately blocked off, and the attacking lockdown nullified. K is making use of this time and space to creep up in towards A. You got the From the Shadows from Envious as well now, so 2 controllers across the A site.
Ooh,
Oh,
Chai. Very nasty in how she navigates these corners. Tiny little micro adjustments, if you may. Spike dropped. Going to be a tall mountain to climb just to get onto the site. They have to break this first, and they do. They're just gonna clear out the corners with those swarm grenades. Immediately Luna just follows through, plays these corners. Flash out doesn't matter. She plays it nice. Micro adjustments, but Chai gets a nice little skewer, as Victoria says yesterday. With an extra one, a cherry on top, if you may.
I don't know if I want to eat skewers with cherries on top of them.
Okay, what about like an onion?
Cherry tomato, maybe. I don't know.
Cherry tomato?
Kebabs. But still. Okay, now I'm hungry. There was an incredible quadra kill coming up from Chai, and you're talking about her movement, and it really just is that good. Because, again, thinking about how the map is laid out, sometimes she positions herself so well across sites. On A, maybe around stairs, but that time it was through drop, and just a tiny bit of a jiggle peek, she finds the first frag and then creates more space off of it. This is what you need. This is how Neons can come back into the game.
The wallbang that. Very thorough on how exactly MLT takes these sites. No corner left unchecked. Yam role-playing this corner. She is just so good for it. She is fighting for her life defending this bed. You shall not pass.
Snakebite, though. She definitely is defending this site with her life. You also have Coyote just hovering around with paint shells at the ready if they do sense the push coming through. But instead, it's just going to be the jiggle peek that bites her in the back. Luna, a little bit quicker on that trigger. K spotting the top of Yamroll's head. Yoki tries to watch the angle, but ultimately gets just dropped instead as well. Tash, this is not looking good for Neons all of a sudden.
It really isn't. And all those angles that you saw, those off angles if you play, just micro little angles that you can see. Tiny little pop of the head, perhaps. Gonna send out Dizzy. Millie, you do know there's one in that corner. Gonna send out little bro, but Luna swings out with her teammates. And this is what makes MLT so good. You just have this explosive play that you just don't expect. No one is showing where they are, and then suddenly the initiation happens with the first utility, perhaps by Chai. And then suddenly all of them are just swinging out from so many different places. It's almost like a whack-a-mole.
A little bit, yeah. And also Neon's starting to feel the heat again. I mean, you know, I was talking about that mental reset from before, and Raph was reinforcing on that idea as well. But you could see that in some moments, despite Yamroll getting the initial frag, for some reason, once they start to feel that, okay, this could be a hit, they start to back off, and that's when they start exposing their backs to MLT, and then a couple more kills go their way. You can't really have that happening, but MLT still just ever so brimming full of confidence. W key into the A site. Felchai tries to fight back, wanting to retrieve a weapon, but gets shut down by Envious. A site is now open.
Buying time. Straight onto site. Samfire just catching them in the mid-rotate. Unfortunately, she whiffs that. Yoki will be the one to walk away unscathed. Regardless, they have all the information they need. They know where exactly they're going to be hitting from. Coyote gonna retrieve the weapon at the very least, gives them a little bit of an edge. But do they know that Luna is here? They didn't check. Rumble and surprise, surprise. 1, 2. Can she go? Yes, she does. 3, in fact, for her. Just because they did not send the Trailblazer to check that side.
Kind of looked like it was just a tiny bit of a whiff for a second, and then she just connects all of them on the line.
Look at that. She's just so patient.
And the movement as well, just jiggling back and forth. So even if Yamro tried to recenter aim back towards it, it's completely thrown off. And that's just smart positioning once again. MLT eSports having that awareness to just hide in these spots at times. Neons is not fully aware.
Would you say that this map is attacker-sided, Quack?
It depends on, you know, the teams and stuff, but I think it definitely could be. Right now, it's just proving to be attacker side for MLT at least.
Well, at least for this speed, they're just playing so separated. They don't have time to really reconvene. And if they're played too slow,
MLT just prepared with that post plant. Too fast, they don't have the numbers advantage. And Luwu, look at her, she just runs up, breaks Dizzy, and then plays through door. This time around, KitKat not winning the door fight. The door this time belongs to MLT. And Luwu will control the backside as well. Gonna be able to catch this mid rotation. Where are you looking? Still wins it in the end. The little tiny movements just throws off the crosshair placements. Working out so well on MLT's favor.
Kind of a bit of a distraction as well, though. I mean, Luwu just going that further in. Now they've created so much space. They're holding up so much space, especially around this breakable door right now.
Choke, if you may, just spray through, and Samfire Luna walk up. No fear, knowing that if one teammate goes down, potential trade is gonna happen. And that's exactly what makes it so good for MLT. You're always seeing this buddy system going around. The only person I see walking up with no teammate is Luwu.
Because she's, you know, Jet and she can tailwind, but also just so strong on her own. And that's another thing about MLT too. But I mean, they're just so smart at how they're playing this game. They're dictating the pace, Tash. Because while most teams might go for, you know, like standard site hits and you're just hitting it into A, MLT made the adaptation to use Luwu to kind of draw them away, keep them at bay on the A site, checking out Heaven, clearing out defender spawn, and then someone does push into Luwu. Meanwhile, the whole team rotates through breakable door into B, and that's where they stake their claim. That's why they plant the spike. Neons were pinned down and trapped on A, even if just for an extra second. And that's the thing that gives MLT these big leads. They continue to innovate. They continue to throw multiple things at Neons, forcing them to always adjust. And it just makes them feel so uncomfortable, Tash. And hence the timeout was called. I don't know what they could have adjusted. Maybe if they made a call to push out at some point, given that they have Thresh right now. Maybe not the best guns, maybe in a future round. But it's something that Neons really needs to consider. They need to change something up because it's a 3-6 right now. And what potentially could be the last map of the series. Pushing out into A main though. They're going to try to fight, but Luwu still connects their shots. Envious comes back as well.
Kyoki forced to break the door, flash out just for some information. But regardless of losing A main, this is what we want to see, that change in pace. More confidence from Neons. Luwu made so low. Not fully unscathed, but that tap just takes out Envious. And she's gonna go one more time. Bro does find one, but Aphrodite inside of the pit, making it her home. Gets out alive! Surprised how she's able to play around that. And she gets away with it. Luna as well finds KitKat Aphrodite on one side. They don't know where she is. A flash to come through, and it is just so oppressing when they just go right at you in your face.
And again, it's just a little bit unfortunate. It's a little bit painful to watch for Neon fans out there right now. They were so good. Look at this tap from Felchai. And then Yoki gets another one off cam as well. But then Aphrodite with that sense to push out. That's a strong Viper. That's someone with the clutch gene to know that, you know, I don't have to be afraid. I don't have to just hide inside of this thing. Slipping in and out keeps my opponent on their toes. And with that, MLT, they continue to string these wins. It's 7-3 right now. And we might end the first half again with another crazy lead for MLT.
Maybe once again, making sure to just clear out Rumble gives her so much space. Playing by door, not sure if they actually want to break that, but it's been very good for them. If A doesn't work out immediately, they just break door, just rotate onto B. Yoki finds Luna and will be playing by door here. Very sharp, tries to go for the head tap. Yes, she does. Yoki and Felchai make it work. And this area, Felchai and Yoki have been really sharp while playing the area, and KitKat finally come online, and they take another round, just slowly but surely adding more rounds to their belt.
Yeah, so a little bit more cognizant, a little bit more steadfast in their aim, especially with Felchai right now, who is the sharpest shooter on this Neon squad, playing around tree, around the revolving door. With that, it's a 4-7, and we might see a glimpse of hope of Neon's making a comeback in the second half. Even if it is a 4-8, you know, I would not count them out. And right now, Thresh has been spent. You've got Coyote, who's building up on the showstopper. Kit Kat, impact not the greatest yet, but you know, it's a strong anchor potential, and now with the neuro threat that she could use. So I could see Neons maybe wanting to go aggressive on another aiming push, perhaps, and then maybe using the neuro theft to kind of play with MLT for a second. MLT at the same time, though, they could be working towards some ultimates of their own.
You don't want to give this momentum to Neons. 4-7. Neons is a team that give them an inch, they take a mile. Try to figure out what exactly went wrong in that round. And honestly, that door play seems to have been where exactly everything seems to have fallen down. Regardless, there might be a different way for MLT to play attack. But we all know that MLT, they want to just quickly secure it and just take it home at this point.
That might be the case, but Tash.
Yes, what am I looking at?
Look at Kit Kat.
Where's Kit Kat?
She's got an Odin.
Oh my god! The best gun in the game. Perhaps what we want to see. Oh, she hears that roar of the gun and Kit Kat saying, "This door belongs to me," but she can't do more than that! And Alua will take it away from her! What can you do?
Spike planted.
Pushed back by the Trailblazer, forced into an uncomfortable position, and then players rushing out of door. Now it's going to be time for Felchai to shine, but then the Dizzy gets shut down. Envious taking her out. It's a 2-on-3 Tash. This might be a 4-8.
Boy, it's not the worst in the world. Envious does get the information that everyone will be playing through door. The smokes are out, and Yoki pushes out. The snake bite gives all that value. 4-8 is exactly what we're getting right now as we hit the halftime. So for now, gonna break it down with Mika and Mochi.
Yeah, I mean, she's gone, and I think she's eating outside. I just gave her food. But anyway,
I don't know where Mochi
we
went.
Yeah, she got hungry, so I had to feed her, and Manju was already awake, so they had to do their own little thing. And talking about doing their own thing, I feel like no matter what kind of variety Neons would throw at MLT, they just had an answer. They took a page from the SMG book, go for that 2-1-2 skirmish where both sides would push, try to encompass the opposing team, but then they would lose out on the aim duels. They try to go for a bit of a gamble stack on, I believe, one of the sides. I can't remember which, but again, no matter what they did, MLT just had enough awareness to just say, hey guys, let's kind of reel it back a little bit, reassess the situation. There's still a lot of round to play, and we have a lot of tools at our disposal.
This is incredibly frustrating for Neons, right? Especially since you mentioned it, Raph. There are so many rounds that they were so close to winning. And now with an 8-4 scoreline in favor of MLT, this is looking like it's really positive for MLT. I can almost feel the excitement for these ladies. For Neons, though, there's still a big question mark. Can they make this comeback work? We're gonna find out as we step into the second half of Lotus with our casters.
Quite like the rotating doors of Lotus, the second halves can rotate too. I'm just saying.
I mean, we certainly have to hope for that for the Neons fans out there. Otherwise, this would be a 3-0 upper bracket final. I mean, and that just sends MLT straight into Game Changers APAC Elite. And that's what this is all about. Both teams with such huge lineages throughout Game Changers APAC, even before it was called Game Changers APAC. Exactly. They've been playing in this scene, and now back together, some on opposite teams, Yoki, Envious, and Kferdite. They're all fighting for that one chance. Only one of them can make it forward. Neons, do they have it in them to turn things around, Tash?
You know the song. Legends never die. Yeah, it's playing in my head right now. Yeah, it's pretty good.
The music company, right? Riot something?
Yeah. From the MOBA game, League of Legends.
We don't play with MOBAs here. Anyways, Aphrodite gets tagged just now. Quite a lot of HP, but Lumu will be the one with that first contact. Followed by Coyote. Honestly, does she know there's someone right behind her? Oh, she did not notice Envious from the shadows coming through. She is quite literally Omen.
Blocks him out the duck cover as well. I mean, so quick, knowing that that's where they might play post plant, but Felchai! What a swing, what a peek! And it's down to Yoki now. She has to keep it alive, but Samfire is still aware of it, and that is just that lingering effect of Envious's post-mortem dark cover. She put it up there, she might have died, but the effect is still there.
Now we go 4-9. If Neons can win this Thrifty, which they have a few times, perhaps it's what exactly they needed. It's just really snowball it back in their favor. Because while it looks like a very big lead, it's only a 5-point deficit.
Not too bad, but still wanting to secure as much as possible. Kay, once more, saving up on the Ghost while her teammates go off for Bulldogs and Spectres. They are on defense after all. Oh, and it's big contact with Paranoia. But the Dizzy sets out as well. Felchai trying to keep them alive.
This is very aggressive, but it's not stopping. And they punish MLT for pushing out that far. But Envious is there. She tries to make it equalize. Will be taken down on his own. 2 versus 3. Samfire playing inside the shadows, waiting for the right time to just swing out. Playing off sound cues. Aphrodite. All she has in her hands are just that Ghost. Yes, she can tap hits, but she has to make sure that she can isolate these fights to give her a better chance of survival.
Trying to coordinate with Samfire as well. Now peeking together. But now that the side has been cleared, surely they eliminate some of these options. Oh no! Checking the wrong side. Yemro will be able to strike back onto Samfire. And then it's K in a 1-on-3. Only with a Ghost. I don't know if you can activate the Clutch Genes this way. Yemro says no. And it's going to be Neons turning things around with a thrifty win.
Tash, prediction on point. But as we go into round number 3, this will be the deficit round for MLT. We did see Envious thinking about getting that Marshall there. Probably changed her mind, opting to save up for rifles instead. But let's see if Luna can tap hits. We are seeing 4 sheriffs on the board with Aphrodite running that shield.
Trying to play off of it as well. I mean, that's because she saved up from the previous round. But now, Neon's having the buy, having a little bit more confidence, going straight into the C site.
Unfortunately,
alright, there we go.
Not happening here, but Ben, full control by Coyote. They got the plant. Thank you, little bro, for your service. As KitKat, fully aware flank is coming through. Slowly coming out here, tries to shoot out Dizzy. Thankfully does not get shot in the face, but KitKat and Felchai will be defending the area with their lives. Only 2 areas to hold, and now we are down and finally on a full buy for both sides.
Surely enough. But still, I mean, just to highlight again, you have to credit Felchai with how she plays with these. Yes, Coyote was the one with the entry frag, but that Gecko pick is really, really fun to watch, especially now that she has a Thrasher online. You got little bro, Wingman, going in for the spike plants. Dizzy at times, so effective in just blinding her opponents, giving Coyote that extra cover. 6-9 could potentially turn into a 7-9, and maybe even more if they play their cards right.
Coyote has been really huge with the first contact this past few rounds. Thresh, online, will they find Envious is the question. She's running for her life, gets away, but going to at least be tagged by the Trailblazer. Luna is there just to provide some cover. Not happening quite yet, no pushes. And that smoke will at least give them a little bit more space, just wriggle onto the site. Felchai, huge, finds Luna. And now Yoki, she wants to swing through.
And just the off angle though. Go up front, the barrel spotted, but still turning around just in time with a bit of a wallbang headshot onto Envious. 2-on-5 retake, Tash. I do not think we go for this.
You can already see the spam come through by Samfire. The spy dart is not doing her any favors. slowly she'll make our way. And I don't think Aphrodite can do much in that little corner. Another round in the bag, and Neon slowly claw their way back up. 7-9.
Clean with it. 9, yeah. Slowly making their way back into the game, and it's a very welcome sight. 3 rounds in a row now, maybe even more, considering the fact that MLT will not be able to buy up in this round. We're building up towards more ultimates for Neons, and that's what I'm keeping my eyes on. Yes, Coyote has a showstopper this round, but next round, and maybe even more, you might see Kit Kat with a Neuro Theft, Yoki with the Seekers again, which is just such a useful tool for initiating fights on attack.
I really want to be able to know where exactly to go, because you want to find those weaker sides. And Luwu with that orb gives her the blades. Doesn't spot anyone on B main. It looks like it's going to be a door play once again. Neons has been really good with those door plays, and that's exactly how they play. They know how to exactly navigate these very tight corners. Yoki will find another as well. And now MLT left with only 2 players standing. Yamroll not allowing anyone to pass, and Aphrodite's position will be compromised. Tagged up by the camera, by the trip. What is she going to be doing here? Again, round 2. Those are annoying.
I think she's going to go back towards the door, or if not, I mean, just to try and find exit frags as much as possible, but the door got opened on her instead. And that's something that can happen. Neons, they managed to turn things back even closer now. It's 8-9. And what did I say from before about those ultimates, Tash? Yeah, they're online.
They're online. But you know what's not online? That timeout. 4 rounds in a row already. I'm still waiting for the timeout call. They don't seem to have answers yet for this aggressive style play coming in from Neons. They're just so good at isolating fights and not allowing MLT to play together. And you know that MLT relies on their set plays. Coyote once again will be blinded, not able to push forward, and will be hit by little bro. Lu will take advantage of that, but Luna and her will push out.
Contesting for A again, but right around Rubble, so many bodies dropping thanks to Kit Kat as well as Felchai. Now talking about that Gecko impact once more. They're pushing off of it. Yamroll now trading in, and it's gonna be Sandbar tries to hold that down, and she does with just a Vandal and a Dream. She turns things around. It's 8-10. MLT strike back.
That's exactly what the doctor ordered. 3 ultimates online, around to bring momentum back in their hands. Bahai's not the cleanest though. Envious with only a Bulldog and Luna with that Guardian, but we've seen Luna do wonder plays on that gun.
It just keeps on going. It's the gift that keeps on giving. Ultimate's still online for both sides though, and this is where things could get very, very hectic. Neon's having built up quite a bit of bank. They'll be continuing forward with this, but also looking to secure and hold on to that momentum. Taking things a little bit slow, especially around A main, A Rubble. A lot of teams love to fight for that. And that's why they're just kind of hovering around this that spot for a second. MLT, though, with their positioning is really interesting because they're not really on A site at all. I guess they're actually, in fact, baiting out those ultimates. They want Neons to spend utility just to clear and then cover around the site for a retake setup.
No reaction at all from Neons, but here comes the ultimates chaining one by one. Coyote will pull out the showstopper, and MLT this time opting to play a little bit more back. Let them have the site. Let's play for retakes instead. Felchai going for that plant. Thankfully, Luna didn't walk into the showstopper. The site releases the cabbages just to give them a little bit of space and some info. Here comes the Cloudburst as well, just to give them a little bit of free side. But Felchai will be the one to have an advantage in that corner.
And that happened again because of that Dizzy. You hear it in the air. She's chirping away. And now it's going to be MLT struggling to catch up to this because the spike is still kicking off. Felchai, yet another frag. Aphrodite coming in with the trades now. Samfire pushing down from drop, but it's just being blocked up by Coyote. The angle's being held. Aphrodite trying to fight back, but 5 HP running out of time. Yamroll will swing to shoot her down with a final bullet. Neon's back on board with a 9-10.
Ooh, Neon's showing us why they were undefeated on Lotus during their Swiss stage run. Was on the attacker's side that they showed their prowess. 3 ultimates on the board from MLT. Could be huge. Nice little lockdown to get some space. Aphrodite for that post plant. With the Viper's Pit perhaps. But in this situation, when you are at a deficit, do you want to utilize those ultimates, or will you wait during a rifle buy?
You really have to think about it, and they might just save it for a rainy day because scoreline being this close right now, and with the current guns that they have, unless there's a clear advantage that will secure them the win, there's no real reason to commit ultimates just yet. And just getting pinged up though, has to try to make it away, but just the wall bangs makes her uncomfortable.
Camera, just to give a little bit of info. Luna walks up, gets the head, and immediately walks back out. Mission accomplished. Do not have to lose her life with that. We're starting to see this thrifty rounds play out. More aggressive than ever.
Still though, Neon's making their way into C now. And that's a free spike plant. Not the best weapons to retake with, but clearly they want to retrieve some of them, just not quite able to find safe timing just yet. Also still considering that, going through the door, you've got Kit Kat hiding up around Mound. Just have to be quick with the reactions.
Oh, this time around, she opens the door, but she moves back. She is not going to challenge that area at all. Coyote trying to make sure that no one's actually pushing in from CT. But Coyote will be the one to take a full advantage of that corner. But this time around, Aphrodite wins the door battle. But there is the war. Coyote gets one more, and so does Yamro. And finally, the score equalizes, tied up 10-10.
It's just incredibly smart plays from Neons again, of course, using their advantage with the firepower and walking into a free and open C site. MLT though, now they get to buy up. Now they want to make this round count, because if they can start to cement their momentum again, that's where things would turn around for them. They've got those 3 ultimates. They've been waiting to make use of them. On the other side though, again, Kit Kat's looking good with her ultimate now pretty soon. Felchai as well, and she has still been popping off.
They haven't really found a clean answer yet for how exactly Neons take sight. If they played too passive, Neons just doesn't give them an area or an inch to even get onto the site to play retake without them getting smashed one by one. They play aggressively, they get punished. So what exactly can they do here? I'm really hoping that their coach, or at least their teammates, are able to find the answer.
I could see another A-Rail Bowl play.
The area bowl play has been pretty good, honestly. Just having Elu go aggressive there with some support fire from Long sounds like something that's quite viable.
Oh, it's just gonna be a bloodbath.
Honestly, yeah, I can see the pings on A side.
Shadows traveling.
Paranoia, and MLT takes quick control over it. It's been smoked off as well, so that discourages Neons from pushing through. They're just gonna wait for it to dissipate.
Can't take the time by Luwu already establishing full control of rubble area. Her teammates are there to provide cover fire. Another smoke used. And with C completely smoked out by the pit, that leaves the B site.
Crash is ready.
Leaves B.
Change their
There
minds.
is a turret, but again, impressive map control by MLT right now. A is still being controlled. Elu perched on top. They will have to spend a bit of utility and time to clear that out. Meanwhile, the Viper's Pit on C, right?
Oh yeah.
I might actually prefer if the Thrash went towards C, but they decided to hit on towards A. And Elu is just ignoring this Thrash. She's waiting for the right time to peek out and shoot, but Yamro takes her down instead.
That flash just completely disables her. Her teammates weren't able to help her at all because of those smokes. Nice little one-way on door. This time around, they can't be playing this area. But nice rotation now. Making sure the strong side will be the A. just leaving Aphrodite to our own devices on C, just in case anyone were to rotate through. Luna playing this off angle. Just turns away from that flash. Nice little cross. She spots the gun barrels and immediately she and her teammates just clean house 2 out of the way. And now the numbers game in their hands. Yamroll finds Luna. Yamroll finds one more. And Yamroll has been playing it big. Can she do it again? It's a question. Aphrodite all alone. This corner. She clears. 1 versus 2. We've seen Aphrodite win these. But with no information, they know exactly where she is. Wall dropped. And KitKat just finding the right way, the right angle. Little bit of an angle. Relayed the information to her teammate, giving Yamroll a 4 pick for this particular round. And Neons take the lead.
Yeah, an incredible round 1 by Yamroll. I mean, look at how she leapfrogs and plays off of her teammates. Yes, Coyote might have been the first one to go in through Rubble, but Yamroll looking upwards to eliminate Aluu and then following up in towards Tree, playing around the site, eliminating, you know, so many of these players that we've previously seen pop off before, but now they're a little bit more quiet in the second half. 11 to 10. Neons might just be able to keep their dream alive, considering the fact that MLT, they don't have much in the bank for this round.
Coyote will be moving through with the utility. You have the Trailblazer and Dizzy at the same time, just to fully make sure they can take control of this entire area of rubble. Now, still another tall hill to climb is whether or not they want to cross this boundary toward A site. No movement yet from MLT this time. Still on a gun deficit. They do get that orb, gives her that showstopper. We have seen some insane movement from her when it comes to using that ultimate.
There it is. There's one of them. Neon's just kind of respecting it, making an adaptation towards the B site. Instead, Dizzy goes into clear, and Coyote pulls out the showstopper. MLT has no choice but to respect it and hang back for a second. Showstopper's gonna expire soon though, and that's where they will strike. Oh, Coyote lets it rip.
So unfortunate that smoke just went down. Samfire, beautiful head tap onto Coyote, but can she do more is the question. Last person left alive with only a sheriff in hand. We've seen some miracle plays here, but you start to think, don't have any information, have no clue where to look. Crossfire set up for her. Gets tagged up from the camera, that's exactly what they need. And she gets taken out, and that is match point for Neons.
Here it is. One more round. It's overtime or bust for MLT, but one more round, and Neons pushes us into map 4. Keeping that dream alive. They've been doing such a good job, and this truly is such a good map for them. Look at their record in the second half. 4 rounds in a row, twice. And MLT is still just struggling to try to find a semblance of control for defense. They kind of almost had it when they had the Viper's Pit up on C and everything else, but now slowly losing grip again. Back towards C, and we only have Sapphire here. The rest of them just allowed to walk in, and here goes little bro, go for that spike plant.
Yeah, he's been doing stellar job this round. Coyote, again, Bend is her playground. It's been a hella tough run just trying to clear her out of the corner. Sapphire, just waiting patiently for her teammates, will have to wait behind. Dizzy tags her. Sapphire does still make it work. Yamroll will be the one taken down, but Yoki and Coyote will answer back. They're getting picks on picks here. Envious, can she clutch this? A little bit too hard. She gets one already in the back. Hides, just waiting for that recovery of that flash. Quick cross coming in from 2 different sides. She gets one more. Can she get one? KitKat playing so far behind. She's so low. She gets it. No time. Didn't teleport on top. And she is over for her. We are gonna be going to a map 4.
Such an incredible win. Look at the Neon Slayers kind of almost heaving a sigh of relief. Envious with those kills. But then the final Shrouded Step just a little bit shy of the ledge. Unlucky, but still good kills nonetheless.
It really was. Brings me back to map 2, where it was the other team that got the ace, but didn't get the win. But now with a 1 point in the bag, could this be the reverse sweep that Neons has been looking for? Neons just showing us that they do not want to back down without a fight. They too deserve to have that spot into Elite. But for now, we're gonna let Mika and Mochi do the breakdown. Sorry, I love you, Raph. On to you guys.
I'm expecting
don't
to
have
see
to lie.
Mochi here.
You know?
And she's not here. She's not here. I guess she decided to, she decided to walk out after that TP. How frustrating was that? I could almost hear the comms in that moment. That after the TP, no, and then try and TP again. But yes, it appears as though Neons. We were talking about that slow start that they usually have. Could this be it? Could they have just extended that just because this is a best of 5? Potentially, because now in Neons, this is the Neons that we were looking for at the end, or at maybe during map 2, or even at the end of map 1.
Again, there was just so many ways where MLT could have closed this out, but that was always the question, right? This is not a sprint. Yes, you've already gotten the 2-0, but that is still not the finish line. Neons, I'm so happy that they're keeping their composure and they're really keeping themselves together here. Even saw a little bit of their body language just right after that map when they're like, okay guys, we still have 2 more wins to go. Let's keep it calm, let's keep it going. But I would like to point out what happened in round 21. I really love the patience. And as soon as they saw that second Omen smoke, I feel like that was just a bit of an oh no moment for MLT because, again, I said this before, it just seemed like MLT did not want to guess anymore. You saw Elu kinda try to be proactive and cut off the proverbial head of the snake, but after that, they just kind of suffered a low buy and everything kind of snowballed. If Neons keep this utility pressure up, then maybe, just maybe, MLT is going to be put in a position where, again, it might be difficult to come back.
There were so many moments where an MLT almost, had it. In terms of, I guess, the conversion where they do have the numbers disadvantage, but they are able to pull in, a higher chance of winning the rounds. I would give that to MLT. However, Neons here, I think the Gecko was indeed that X factor we were looking for. It was... it was frustrating to say the least, especially since, on the side of MLT, after a while they started losing steam, and when Neon saw that they were able to push back, they didn't let that go. They just decided, you know what, okay, we're gonna keep on pushing, and that momentum that we were talking about, that momentum that I was expecting, that was it. That was that, steamrolly kind of style that they do.
Oh yeah, and again, I'm glad that they stayed true to their guns, but there were definitely some moments where it was a nail-biter, especially that last exchange. You talked about it, double teleport. It's just like, oh, okay, it's all good, guys. We're fine. But another thing just to put, and I guess make people aware that playing ahead is also a very, very invaluable skill. I think we kind of forget that MLT is super new as a roster in their infancy, and they're already doing so much damage to a bunch of veterans like Neons. But also the thing that I will say is they also kind of have to keep it together. Again, they only need 1 map, and I hope that they don't put that type of extra pressure on themselves. Just like, guys, we're about to win. Just don't rush things, keep calm, and just let the series kind of pan out.
Yeah, I think both of these squads need to keep calm, right? Because especially since we have this is gonna be very, very important. The winner of the series does indeed go to Raph, whipped out his wingman, so I'm gonna whip mine out also to hear little bro, who did so well, by the way, in that series, doing all this spike plants. The winner of this series does have that guaranteed slot to Elite. So there's a lot on the line. We can already feel the nerves and the adrenaline coming from both of these teams as the rounds go closer and closer and closer. So I think that, that energy that we're looking for Neons, it's definitely here. And that pushback for MLT is also here. So you do not want to miss this next pack coming, because we're going to Ascent here, and both teams have a 100% win percentage on the Ascent so far. So we know that they are definitely going to be on top of everything. So I want to see both teams at their prime. We're going to see that right after this very quick break.
wanna get it crunk in the club with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. We wanna get it crunk in the club with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype.
It is map number 4 now as Neons decides to extend their life just a little bit more here in the upper bracket. It's getting pretty dicey, especially as we're seeing these teams really they are bringing out this. Yes. What is it?
You left your wingman on my side of the world.
Give me.
Yep,
Give me.
Yep. There it is.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Hey.
I thought it was gonna go around the world, you know, since you're from the opposite corner, but here we are.
I was not. Nobody saw that. Nobody saw that happen.
Saw it.
We actually passed it to each other. Believe it. Believe in the magic. Believe in the magic that this little bro can do, because he certainly did that on Lotus for the side of Neons. Especially since, we did see the Gecko. Oh, go ahead. Take it. I don't know if I passed it properly.
I saw you pass it back.
You're making me doubt myself. I was just carrying him around.
No, I mean, like, I didn't make you doubt themselves, but certainly MLT might just be feeling a little bit of that, considering that strong return and reply from Neons. And you talked about it, right? Again, MLT, incredibly powerful, incredibly quick, but Neons, very sturdy and very just... I guess, like, the endurance for this is insane. We are gonna go for another map that will probably test the patience of not only the players here, but the patience of our desk. And I can already tell what potential comp Ascent is gonna bring. But another thing to take note is that MLT's Ascent has been incredibly explosive.
Yeah, I'm guessing we're going to see the typical comp that we're seeing here on Ascent, but my eyes are actually on, the veterans here, Yoki and K4Dite, especially since we're in a best of 5. That ability to really sustain the team, to make sure that they are consistent, especially as we're entering a map 4. These teams are used to playing best of 3s here. We need that sort of experience and that tenure, so to say, to really push these teams to do their very, very best all the way up to a potential map 5 here. And I can already feel that map 4 is probably going to be a long one, given how close Lotus was, right? We nearly got an overtime, very nearly. It was down to seconds, and I think that Ascent will probably be the same unless one of these teams loses that endurance.
I mean, this is definitely the statement map for both these teams, right? Obviously, if MLT take it, it's theirs, it's their spot at Elite, and a claim that they will probably forever remember. Whereas on the side of Neons, if they take this map, that is what's gonna supercharge their willingness to compete and to keep it going, to really go the full distance. And what do you know? This comp again, of course.
I'm so surprised, Raph. I didn't see this coming.
It is what it is.
What more can we expect here on Ascent?
That's true. I mean, we saw a little bit of Astra on Ascent. At the same time, yes, we're going to have a mirror comp. Yes, this is probably the most tried and tested, the most stable comp we're going to have. But it really will expose how different the approach is for these teams. And I feel like Neons has been leaning towards that utility shuffle to kind of win the fight before it even starts, especially in the latter rounds of Lotus. If they do that and maybe potentially push MLT to impatience, maybe MLT is going to be in trouble.
It's that teamwork, right? For these two teams that are relatively new, that are, haven't exactly played the entire year together, it's going to test how well they can band together at this last moment, right? This isn't exactly do or die because this is the upper bracket, but this is so important because you have that guaranteed slot into Elite already. So, let's find out who takes Ascent. Throw it on over to our casters.
Wonderwall?
Yeah, sure.
No, you don't remember Wonderwall. We remember Ascent.
Oh, okay, that's where she was going with that.
How many Ascents are we gonna be seeing? But perhaps this Ascent might change the course of time. Again, stakes super high for both these teams, but not the end of the road for the winner.
Yeah, I mean, that's the main thing. It's like kind of what Raph was talking about. I mean, yes, we see this map really often, especially in Game Changers APAC, but also with the fact that how these teams are just so familiar with it. This is that optimal composition. And if you actually take a look at both teams' match histories, it's 100% win rate for both teams. They both played it 4 times in their careers, both won all 4 times. One slight difference is that maybe Neon's has that 100% attacking round win rate so far. That might change after today. We don't know. Like what Raph was saying, it comes down to that it's a lot of mind games, Tash. And if MLT gets a little bit impatient, they start pushing out on defense or something, or something goes wrong somewhere, and you start communicating a little bit less. That's where we might see the slip up, and that's where we might see a map 5.
100% on attack side. That is interesting, given the fact at how defense-sided this map can be. Now, reminding everyone that each part of this map is a puzzle piece. It's all about getting control of an area to allow you access into the site. If Eluwu can go aggressive, you know what? That's not gonna happen right now, as the aggression is coming over from Neon's beautiful setup coming through the even clear line. Eluwu coming on the site does sustain a bit of damage from the util. Unfortunately, will be flashed out, and Coyote not stopping quite yet alongside Yamroll. And Yam is definitely on a roll with her teammates.
Dude, Neons are like just laughing right now. They're like, this is our map. They're just strolling in, taking the site, kicking butt, taking names. Kipradaddy, it's a 1-on-4. We've seen her clutch before, but this is a whole different beast. And now with her turret down, slightly further back, she can't really redeploy it. So has to rely on nothing but her skills right now.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard. Look at 4 people watching her way. Elchai clears it. Nice uppercut. Raph, I'm sure he loves this game.
I hate to say it, but
Yeah, little nice little like short you can. But yeah, I mean, I gotta explain a little bit. Yes, this was an incredible pistol round coming out from Neons, and we saw Felchai, and we've seen how incredible she can be. Having that same impact again, Coyote of course entering. The reason why they have 100% win rate on attack is because they have such a strong defensive side as well. They often end first halves in 8-4, 7-5s, occasionally a 10-2. And then from there, they just close out the attacking side without dropping a single round. That's how good Neons are on Ascent.
The shorty activated. Can't play off that turret, but Yamroll does spot a K490 almost immediately. He's sustaining a little bit of damage from Boathouse here. Luna wants to have some hits. Yes, she does. One more. Can she go for it? One bullet in the barrel. Gonna be a little bit hard. Gonna have to reposition. Not quite gonna get that time. With 1 HP left, it's going to be very hard. A lot of damage put onto the other members of MLT. And once again, we're in the situation where it's a 1 versus the world. Samfire with only a sheriff.
We kind of whiz this past her too. They know that she's hiding in there because it's not pinging anyone on the other side, so they just spray through, and Kit Kat manages to find her. 2-0. And that's going to be a little bit painful, but Kate does buy up an Odin for the next round. Of course, you are doing that on the defensive side. But that's it. I mean, really a lot more confident is what you're seeing from Neons.
Look good after that comeback round. The momentum that they got over on Lotus, perhaps still riding that wave. It's up to MLT to figure out how exactly to break that confidence. But perhaps they'll be able to do that. Maybe with the Odin. Let's see how this plays out. And this time around, they're opting to come through Catwalk and straight to 3. But they do have 2 people holding on the fragment just to buy some time.
Just thinking about dashing past it. Flashes through now. And that's just Samfire trying to keep Neons at bay. She uses her Cloudburst to kind of stick around the site, but here comes MLT, Eluwu, from the site, able to shoot them down with her rifles, and that's all they were waiting for. A bit more firepower, a little bit more comfortable with it, and they will gun down Neons as they try to push in.
That means the 100% win rate on attack has been dwindled down?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yes, it has.
I'm a little bit sad, not gonna lie, but all good things come to an end, no? Still haven't seen that Odin on Kefradite action come through. But again, we were talking about getting the momentum back into MLT's hands. Perhaps this can be it. Now both teams on even ground. Look at that lineup coming in from Samfire. Perhaps it will get the value that they need. Smoked off, Catwalk, a knife gets destroyed. Precious info gonna be taken, and immediately Coyote again W key straight into market. No resistance found there.
But the noise was heard, and that's why you see Samfire kind of rotating around now. This creates a little bit of a gap because it pulls people away towards market, towards mid, and hence Neons has a bit more space to actually sneak through a short right now. That was the whole game plan. That's why they made that noise. If they can push past this, it could be good, but they have to do it quick because otherwise Samfire runs back towards short to watch it. However,
what's going to be?
Just making a little bit more noise, buying more time. They're going towards B Tash, you're right.
But look at Kefradite. Prep done, ready. Just to really send out a hail of bullets. Also, Coyote did not get spotted out by that knife. And Kefradite ready. Pre-fire, pre-aim coming through here. Flash to come out. Coyote will quickly notice one Sova going down, coming in from both sides here. Kefradite does get the Wonder Wall bang through that. Zenvious waiting for the right moment with Aluwu. Reconvening. Nice little blind out to help her teammate Yoki on one end. And will smoke out KitKat, 10 HP. Will go for that backstab. Yes, she does. Coyote finds 1 and 2, cleans the round.
Incredible. And it just starts with the way that they even pushed in. Like you were talking about it, we're lauding Kefradite and her Odin from the previous map. But right here, starting things off with Coyote's dash, the recon that was sent out by Luna from before, it didn't really catch on to anyone. And that's just Neons really knowing how to play around this map. They're so experienced on it that they completely evade some of these counter utilities that were deployed to catch Neons as they pushed in. So this really turns things around, and now they have that momentum. They're just gonna rush into A.
Again, WK Gaming is the name of the game here, but NLT will be flashed out. Aluwu has no choice but to back out of the way, but Envious was there just to send the taps. Regardless, big pick, Coyote. Now, the other members of Neons not able to excite Aluwu a little bit low here, but it doesn't deter her from crossing and gets herself a nice little upgrade, and immediately they beeline for the B site. Get it? Beeline for B site?
Wow, nice. That's actually really nice. Still though, Bs can only bust for so long. Without their stingers, Envious is just not going to be that effective. Neons with the firepower will continue to power through. They're looking for some heads. They've spotted out Kefradite, and there she is. Back into the A site we go.
Just so good. Like, Neons are just so flexible with where exactly they want to hit a site. Luna, a nice head tap will be answered back by KitKat. Now, Samfire will be playing for Haven. That knife is enough to get the info, but not enough for those kills. Aluwu does have a gun, 1 HP. Can she sell the dream? Is the question. Bring it on Rosie. And in this situation, no, she can't.
Yeah, they already knew where she was approaching from, so it's easy for KitKat to just peek out and get that final shot as well. So with that, I mean, 4 rounds won now, but also the fact that Neons is working up those ultimates. They're keeping up onto 4 of them. Meanwhile, MLT's defensive side, you know, we always talk about this, right? It's supposed to be a defense-sided map. We've tried the Odin. We're back on an Ares now. We've got Aluwu on an Operator. Can MLT come back into the game?
Still waiting for that to happen. Neons now with so many ultimates in their arsenal, they can chain this up and make it a flawless round. And in fact, even without ultimates, they've been having some really clean rounds, really good use of the ultimates. And in fact, they're just so quick on their toes. They hit the site running, and they don't leave a single moment for MLT to even recollect their thoughts. Now, Catwalk fully smoked out, but Aluwu was playing in this corner, and Pizza catches them off guard. Can she do it again? Is the question. Surprise, surprise! No, she can't. A spray through smokes keeps her alive a little bit longer. Onto the side, and the Aries is what comes out from the backside.
Wow, look at that teamwork. Kay just bailing out her teammate now. Neon's knows we can't really go through mid any longer. 50 seconds left, and they make a quick move towards A, but now it's being smoked off by Envious. Great map control from MLT. Let's see if Neons can push through.
Yes, with the right chance to set it up for her teammates. Thankfully, no. Take that back.
30 seconds
Fights her
left.
as she's about to
Spike
just
down A.
peek out
Last
once again.
player
We
standing.
will try and go for that plant. Luna does fight Kit Kat. Tears her out here. Little try. Can you go for this? Gets one. A jump down. She tries for two. A lot of damage though, but enough for MLT to take it back.
I kind of like it still. Good headshots all across. But that said, I mean, this round was just an incredibly well put up map-controlled defense coming out from MLT. And I was talking about it. It's that operator from Elulu. Tailwinds away. K4ID helping her out with an Aries of all things. And then onto site. You know, they were already aware that that Neons were about to hit the site, and they just completely blocked it off. So moving into the next round now, well, you might think that that is a great play. You've got 5 ultimates still online for a Neons. And it's something that MLT really has to consider. How do they work around it? If it's a lockdown, a Hunter Fury from Luna might come out, but everyone else, it's a little bit tricky. And this operator, it's gonna have to sing.
It's huge. It does sing, but not the right target that she wants to take out. The cat does go for the revive back in for Diana. Look at the firepower coming in from CT. So oppressive. No answer of ultimates quite yet from
Scanning
MLT.
ahead.
Yeah, they haven't really been able to use him. I mean, there was that null command. Coyote, I think, used her Blade Storm as well. But everything else was stopped in their tracks because of these 2 most expensive guns in MLT's arsenal. They still have their own ultimates as well, though. K490 can save this lockdown for a retake scenario if necessary, but right now it's just dependent on what Neons wants to pull off. And because there isn't any information towards mid, Envious is calling that the hit is definitely going in towards B. Elwood checks towards logs, nobody's there, so they might consider the fact that they've pushed in towards site, hence the front shadow from Envious. They want to sandwich them in.
Oh, the off comes through. K490 with the Qualifier. Kit Kat tries to save the day. But we all know Samfire can be good here. Seemingly, just got on site. Easily done. They go for the defuse. Guns too, actually.
Yeah, turn things around. Still holding on to the operator and the Odin. 2 weapons which are found to be really effective, especially since MLT are using it to block off the B site. And that's the best thing about the operator on this map, especially when you put it on a jet like Elulu. She can play so many different positions. Right now she's on B. Previously she was mid. She could even switch things up and go over onto A short now. And they're starting to find a little bit of that momentum. Neons, they're gonna have to figure out a game plan to kind of disable this operator before really committing to a site, or just completely evade it and go to the other part of the map.
You know what's really shocking? The way that Neons actually committed 3 ultimates that round to secure it, and that round where they used the ultimates was the round that they dropped. Honestly, I would say commendable, because they just waited for them to get onto site, and then they fully committed that that lockdown. But then you see that, I would say, that speed coming through from MLT that we saw on the previous first and second map, and then it's like, okay, that speed is exactly what we need to see on MLT.
Yeah, I mean, it's those guns, right? Odin operator, 2 Odins.
Flashy,
Pretty nice.
expensive, and deadly.
Here it is.
Just like Quack.
Oh, no. All right, Neons, they've got a Hunter's Fury right now. I think they're going to save it for K4Daddy's lockdown. But, yeah, again, it comes back to the main thing, is that how do you work around Elulu and her operator? So they might try to suss out information first. Interesting. Really deep dark cover in towards mark it.
Oh
my God.
How does she get away with that straight up murder? Whew, these two Jets have been, honestly, these two duelists has just been blowing my mind the last few games.
Dude, if you're a Coyote right now, like the round just started, you're just about to make a move, and suddenly you're dead. I'm just like, what the heck, man?
I'm going to bed, guys.
3-4. Slowly pushing up A main now. Odin's right here.
Something they needed, actually. Flash at a full commit. Recon immediately taken out of the way. The knife doesn't get to go through. Presence detected and immediately came for Drydy. Just let her rip. So much control of that space. No utility use. Don't worry. I got you. I got the Odin. Yoki already on site. But it's going to Felchai. Yoki, wow! They just take out the entirety of the team that's holding down the site. And now, full control of the area. Elwu playing retake with an op. Mission impossible, honestly.
I might even save. I hate to say it, but that play was a mistake from MLT. They overcooked the defense.
Scanning ahead. Just
for a second, because Elu is still kind of held up around heaven. I think she's just looking for some exits right now. Neons were just incredibly smart with it, because they knew, first of all, tossing the fragment to check out Wine. Nobody was there, but it was a signal to MLT that, hey, I am here at A main. You want to block me off. And that's exactly what MLT did. You've got Envious with her dark cover. Kay was already tossing out nano swarms, and then Envious even sent out a paranoia. It kept Neons at A main for a second longer, but Kay started firing off with that Odin and tossing even more nano swarms. Because of all of that firepower being thrown down this one choke point, it takes them a second to reload. It takes them a second to recover and reposition themselves to get ready for the next hit. And through that tiny little gap, Neons rolled in like a death squad, instantly figuring out where Kay was hiding, where Envious was hiding. One by one, they dropped, and that's how Neons captured the A site away from MLT.
Honestly, that one moment of opportunity was just so good. Aphrodite is still gonna be running that Odin. She doesn't want to let it go, but we haven't seen Elu or Aphrodite actually use those utilities for a retake. A retake might be the answer, perhaps, because we're seeing MLT go more toward denying the site altogether, but before anything, they would have already been done and out of sight.
Yeah, it's a little bit difficult because you can't really retake with an operator as well, but then also if you go too aggressive, you're gonna lose players in the process, and that's why anchoring down the site is an art that MLT really needs to master right now. They're trying to do that though, so I like how Elu is kind of stationed up towards B. She's getting information that, well, B is relatively clear. You guys want to prepare closer towards A. And you can see that Luna's kind of thinking about it. Samfire as well. But K is the only one here for the time being. They swapped up positions though, and I like that Envious is holding the off angle towards door.
Yeah, and this time around, they're not playing a little bit too aggressive. You notice that Wine was clearing with knife instead, and because of the lack of info. Oh, running straight toward mid side.
Wait, she canceled it.
What is going on? Well, anyways, you can see Envious already good for 2, will be taken out, but it is enough damage already. And Elu, understanding that, immediately rushes forward. Kit Kat here for the answer. Tries to go for one more. Kit Kat does get one. Gonna get stopped by Samfire with only 3 seconds to go. They are running out of time. And now the idea for Yamroll is perhaps a save might be key. Because financial-wise, they're not gonna have a gun in the next round. Excuse me.
Did she hit the wrong button? I'm not sure. It really looked like they were about to rotate over onto B, right? And they actually did, but then the spike just wasn't quite delivered over. So with that, MLT manages to steal a round away. Sometimes this happens, Tash, because you know how players tilt their keyboards at an angle just to save desk space? I've heard before that like they might accidentally hit the alt button when they mean to, like, you know, they're resting their thumb on the space bar.
Oh, I press the Windows key all the time.
Oh. It's definitely a little bit confusing in that moment, but whatever it is, I'm sure Neons can recover just as quick. They've managed to build up quite a bit of bank, so they're going to be able to buy up again. But once more, MLT, just this crazy map control. Elu not using the operator this time around, so she's going for blades. And this could be a tiny bit of a gap for Neons to push through.
Nice one way though. Just enough for them to play off this, wait it out. And we know that Neons is kind of similar to MLT, where they're okay with just wasting some time, taking time to just fully take out the utility, but both teams are committing to some utility, at least for this tree area. The one to take this site will be Neons, and Coyote, no fear! And Aphrodite just swings out, takes her out, and Lu does go down, but Envious is there for the double frag, gets in before the door closes, and they do have full control of Spike.
Kit Kat. Big flank. Might be able to sneak up behind them, but can you truly land shots on all of them before they suss out your position?
Imagine if
this is a Metal Gear Solid moment right now.
Oh, no. Not against Aphrodite and her Wonderwall banging Odin.
Remember, your weapon.
Imagine if the Odin made a song. Anyways, here's Wonderwall. Every time you shoot it.
One enemy remaining.
What?
It's been a long day, Quack.
All right, 5-5. With that win, MLT has crumpled Neons' economy, and now we see the operator back on Elu, putting up that strong defense again. We're standing at an even scoreline, and whoever breaks that mold, whoever comes up huge on this, might just be able to turn things around. But it also could be a 6-6. Let's see what happens.
6-6 might just be the key here, but Samfire looks so strong, but unfortunately Lua will whip that. Samfire is there for the cover fire at the very least. Now, Samfire on site will be using the knife just to really get the suppression. Not allowing them to use their util might be key here. Luna getting these angles very carefully, letting them walk into her crosshair.
Wow.
Well, Luna goes down. Samfire ends the round with a 3.
Last round before
Still,
the switch.
these weapons, Tash, double O's, Odin Operator, they're still online, and they have been for the longest time. We've got Neons now back alive with the full buys. They've got some ultimates to work with now, and let's see how they make it work. I mean, despite that loss, you still gotta keep admiring how sharp Felchai is at times. 13 kills and 6 stats as an initiator right now. Meanwhile, for MLT, it's a lot more teamwork based.
Yeah, they rely on set plays, they rely on teamwork, and Envious will be the one to paranoia out. Beautifully set up for Elu to just take Coyote out of the way. Yes, it is. And on top of that, her teammate does get picked off there by the recon. And they just like that, they said, okay, I think we should go rotate.
Yeah, you have to rotate, but guess what? You rotate to the other side of B. K is waiting there with a second operator. Are you kidding me?
No way. This is painful. You're expecting to see an Odin and you just get one shot. You're like, wait, that is not an Odin. Now, I think they are suspecting that they are here. Timing is out. All drone first. They do hear the roar of that Odin. Now hesitation sets in. They are going to try disabling with that null command. Comes through Yamrul. Finds Sapphire. Perfectly done. But Aphrodite is not done cooking. She is spraying so hard. And no one can fight her. She even tanks the utility.
And she gets the final kill as well, Tash. You see how she sprays with that thing, swinging her mouse from left to right.
Oh my god! If that is not a ballsy play, I don't know what to say, because if it were me and I see that utility, I would stop shooting, but she didn't. There was just full trust in knowing that she can take the round.
And that's just how this ends in a 7-5 first half. Mika and Raf, I just can't believe that this happens with these two guns. What say you guys?
You know what? In my life, I hope to be as brave one day as Aphrodite, tanking the damage from the swamp grenades, holding down an Odin. I mean, I don't think I'll ever be that brave, Raph.
I like how it's very D&D the way Quack passes. What say you in this matter, fine bard and fine sorceress of the land? But anyway, guys, to kind of refocus our lens here, all those rounds that MLT lost is honestly super opposite of what we saw on Fracture, where they were ready to fight as a five-person unit and just to be ready to take the brunt when they hit the site. You saw a lot of hesitation and just kind of avoid the fight with the spam and all, but again, they're recovering very well, and they're recovering in a very, very, I guess, aggressive manner.
It's still neck and neck, right? It could be anybody's game at this point. So let's pass it on back to our casters. Here's Wonderwall.
So after all, ticket, Quack.
I don't know the song.
Quack doesn't know Wonderwall?
As in, I've heard the song, I just don't know the lyrics. I've been exposed. I'm getting canceled now. I know the so maybe part of the maybe, that's about it.
Anyway.
I'm getting roasted already.
Getting into the second half, round 13, MLT probably with a better mental in this particular round after they took quite a lot of rounds away from Neons, and MLT this time around showing us how they decide to play WP Gaming. Actually threw a Luwu, no fear, no pain, even sending a little bit of a spray just to mark her territory.
Spike planted.
Just making sure that they'll secure the site properly. Neons though setting up for the retake. Look at the shock darts coming through.
Man, it does displace Keferdite, and Velchai will be there for the opener, fighting the Lulu Luna as well. But these trades are just all over the place. And now we're down to a 1 versus 2 Yam roll. Can you make something happen here? She tries to go for the tap. No reaction quite yet. Envious from behind! But no Tondo today.
Yeah, we're holding on to classics. It's just good positioning again from MLT, I suppose. I mean, you could see how Neon's set up for some of these retake maneuvers, but then neglecting to check the other side of Hell. I guess that's where Envious was hiding. You could think of these shock darts and like fragments as, quite literally like grenades, offensive pieces of utility, and they're using that to clear out certain spots on the site. But MLT weren't even hiding in those common positions, and that's why they were able to sneak up behind.
Perhaps another thrifty or round 2 is what we might see. But this time around, a little bit more back they're holding. Does spot out one. Ooh, aggression comes through, finds Kit Kat. Thank you very much. You are now out of the way. Felchai not moving at all, but because of that, I think it does displace her positioning. And now both teams already losing 1 on each side will decide to just cut the noise.
MLT is kind of thinking if anyone does continue to push out, they'll be able to shoot them down. But apart from that, I mean, the spike was already being delivered over onto the A site, so they will be able to get the spike plant for free. And actually, there's a lot of time for them to go even further and play a lot differently as well. I mean, K is already setting up nano swarms on towards Heaven, maybe one on the spike. And it's just making sure that Neons doesn't make their way onto site safely. They're going to have to take a little bit more time to set up before going in for a retake.
These lineups, in hell, they just try to waterfall down, but they waterfall straight into their crosshairs. What a heartbreaker.
Yeah,
regardless,
falling into their demise. Damn.
Yeah, a waterfall of death.
And that's MLT getting that forward momentum now. Tash, it's 9-5. And although, it's the full buy this time for Neon, and that's where we might start to see things turn around, you gotta admit that the duel between the Sovas right now, Luna's starting to pop off as well.
It's honestly so fun when you see not duelist duels, but
There's something against duelists?
We'll talk about us off stream, Quack. Meet me in front of your local 7-Eleven. But anyways, coming to this game, no a W key this time as the smokes come through. Recon not catching out anyone quite yet. Nice little outburst just to give her a little bit of a reposition. Aluwu Looking to see if anyone might reaggressor. Not happening quite yet, but Felchai this time, you know that she has been coming up very, very strong as an anchor. Not saying the word sentinel here, but she does get smoked off. Does she push forward is the question. Aphrodite just trying to see if she can catch anyone in that mid-rotate. Felchai makes her way straight to market. Good for two, finds the spike, but envious, and Aphrodite tries to make it work. But the gun deficit, a little bit too much here. Aluwu does have a little bit of an upgrade to that Phantom, but not quite finding the rest of Neons.
Yeah, the spike is down, and Neons are just planning to play together as a duo. As soon as they hear a tap, as soon as the spike goes down, that's when they start to make their move. Aluwu does not have that much else to work with. It's just pure guns and maybe one updraft. That's it.
Plenty of time to go for that plant, but not everyone knows where he is. A nice little flash upwards. Aluwu undeterred. Takes her time, runs back toward, but now with one area covered, she does not have a lot of room to reposition. And the Neons will take the round, and I have to say, they did lose quite a fair number of rifles.
Still a nice try by Aluwu though. And also, yes, you're right. 3 players gone means that the next round is going to be a little bit tougher for Neons to come back from, but still a good win nonetheless. I mean, they actually read the situation so well. And again, once more, it's Felchai who seizes the initiative. She heard them and she knew that they were coming out from market, so she pushed up to the same spot and took those close range duels with her Phantom. And that really turned things around for a second. MLT, you know, they were starting to lose numbers because of that. And ultimately, that's why they lost a round. But yeah, it's the buys this time. It's not so great. 2 Guardians. Still could be effective, though.
Felchai.
Scanning ahead.
For timing. Scan catches out everyone. Unfortunately, the wall bangs does not translate to a kill, but enough to put in that damage. Aluwu already on the site. Immediately comes down and finds Felchai. Oh, she lays still alive, but her teammate is there to go for the Hunter's Fury pick. He can't for 2. In fact, even a pick with the Nanoswarm.
Still though, Yoki watching that from defender spawn, Tash, and that's such a great position to hold. The 2 of the MLT players now are just trapped in sight, and they have no choice to fight their way out.
They're taking a lot of damage, 11 HP coming in. This firepower from 2 different areas, but you really gotta give it to them. Yeah, Coyote just moving backwards, and then giving them a little bit of a top, down, high, low. Sorry, excuse me. Sort of hold in terms of angles. Gives them a lot of space to work with.
There's so much that you need to watch out for. And despite, you know, a pretty good idea in wanting to push out like this, just in the overall gunfights at the end as well, it's not as if Neons had a clear numbers advantage. It was a 3-on-2. But when it came down to it, just a little bit of pressure and an MLT starting to fall apart in terms of the game plan. Pushing in, Aluwu kind of dropped. Luna with the Hunter's Fury finding a couple of frags, but that was all that they could get. So it's a little bit hectic and chaotic. They gotta, I mean, be a little bit more controlled with it. But that is why Ascent is so defender-sided. Neons, this is why they had that 100% win rate on attack. Because their defensive side is that strong.
Coyote playing here. Does get tapped, not quite land his shots, but does not get to move out of the way despite the dash. Luna doing very good. Aluwu, free entry onto the site. Yamroll playing into it mid-site, making sure no one is just lurking in this area. That comes out here, and Yamroll just gonna be spamming the door just to break it.
Okay, we definitely need a secondary point of entry. The rest of them moving up towards heaven though, but if you look at the mini-map, Tash, K is here.
Ooh, very nice angle. She has surprise, surprise! Aphrodite comes for the prize. Not enough though, as Yamroll takes her out. But Luna on the bottom side, nice tap with Stampfire. This is teamwork. Nice one-way as well as Felchai tries to just clear out the area with the Hunter's Fury, gets the tag, and 1, 2, 3. Can't do more than that.
Not too much else. MLT coming back into it. Just sending K on a bit of a flank really turned things around because it bought a little bit more extra time. and also with the way that they just, you know, took control over the site. With those post-plant positions, hiding from hell, Luna taking some heads-up duels with those taps. Once more, Neon's, you know, it's not the best guns that they wanted, and now because of that loss, they're gonna have to go in for another bit of an extra half buy now. This time, really much so a half buy with the sheriffs and the judges coming out.
Interesting. They do have the judge. I'm wondering what Yamroll has in mind with that particular buy. I'm guessing maybe a smoke sort of play. If anyone were to push through, she was gonna looking to punish it. That's exactly it. She's playing so very close, gonna throw out the paranoia. No answer quite yet. Even then on the site, didn't quite get the information that they needed. Elu already rushing onto the site. Yoki playing so very close, does not get the shots, but Yamroll is here with the judge. Who not sneaky enough. As the plant comes through, immediately you see Luna pretty much primed and ready. Finds one, has to reload, swaps out, but Aphrodite is there to help her sis out. I nearly said bro.
You could call your, you know, other friends bros.
Yeah.
But main thing is the fact that MLT now has a really decisive A site hit. Back a couple rounds, B was a little bit more hectic and chaotic. Always, you know, people dashing towards the door button and lane and stairs, and a lot of teams have figured out how to counter that. Now, though, on A site, which is relatively smaller, MLT, with their decisiveness, Elu is isolating single angles and going out towards a single part of the site. They've managed to break their way through, set up those post plants, and Neon's just having a tough time. Suddenly we're going backwards B though, and Neon's is putting up a bit of a fight.
Yeah, she moved in with the shock dart. Honestly, it did catch them off guard, but only good for one. But it put a lot of damage onto Aphrodite and Elu. They do have the lockdown, they do have the blades, if they do want to play aggressive, but I guess that they're sort of suspecting that B side is the strong side, and this side, perhaps we shouldn't be aggressing here.
Yeah, just reconsidering. Still gonna check with an Aerodrone, Neons. And they're just calling it clear. The MLT hit away from that. Now they'll re-aggress in towards B.
Oh, I think they may have got the bait. They caught the bait, and immediately Luo finds Valkyrie in the middle of the rotation. Nice little lockdown just to really set the pace here. Gives them a lot of space, and Neons have no choice but to respect this ultimate.
So that's gonna be Spike Plant.
Spike
Yoki
planted.
and Null Command though. 3-on-4 retake, not impossible, considering the fact that Elu and Aphrodite are pretty low.
Coyote walking up. Does she know there's one playing on main? I think they may have an idea, but Yoki spots two offers. Luna with the spray for 3! Oh, just like that. They take it out of the way, and now it is match point for MLT.
Such an incredible post-plant setup, Tash, on B. Because of that lockdown, they got the spike plant and they left Luna behind on B main. That's the play. That's when they peek out of the smoke. They tossed in that fragment thinking that it would be safe enough for them to cross through. But guess what? It wasn't. And unfortunately, they're gonna have to pay the price now, staring at match point. This could be the thing that pushes MLT over the edge to qualify for Game Changers APAC Elite.
The legends coming back on stage. It's what a lot of enthusiasts here, Southeast Asia, Asia Pacific, have been waiting for. But Neons want to stop that dream. Cloudburst, has some of that time. Fragment as well already used. Alu sustaining a little bit of damage. But no movement quite yet. But more people into A.
Jump peeked and got that info. But not much else left in the tank. Not a lot of utility to work off of. It's going to come down to heroics right now, and MLT trying to make sure that they go in with a flawless execution.
Here comes the sprays. Yoki coming forward. Yoki just making a lot of value with the knives. Coyote showing us how to play with those blades. And this does stop the rampage. But Neon's looking to be the man advantage. Can Aphrodite bring back the title of Clutch Aphrodite? This is the moment she wants to shine on this match point. But it's definitely a very tall mountain to climb. Quietly, she's trying to make her way up to heaven.
As soon as she breaks that glass, everyone will know exactly where she is. Not good for one at all. Felchai instantly reacts.
Just well played. Strong defense from Neons. And like I said, right, it came down to heroics and gunplay, and they made it happen. Slightly good reads and just adaptations as to how MLT executes onto A. They knew where the Tillen was coming from. They knew where Aluwu would path towards. And that's how Coyote lands that perfect Blade Storm on towards Aluwu's head. Following that, some slight whiffs coming up from some of the MLT players allows for players like Yoki to land a couple more shots. And when it came down to it, K always on that lurk, always on that flank. They knew where she would appear from, hence Felchai watching that final angle. 12-8, Tash. We've seen this in the past few days. You know, MLT, they do great, but then they kind of get stuck at this point for a while. So, of course, they're calling the timeout. They want to ensure that they will be able to turn things around. They are sitting on 3 ultimates, Tash.
They need to make this count. This is a very good timeout. I have to say that MLT's timeouts have been very, very, I would say, impactful. Don't know whether it's for strats, don't know whether it's to let they get out, or don't know whether it's just really to collect their thoughts. But these two teams, even though it's just the upper bracket, it feels just like a grand finals as these two duke it out. Again, it should feel that way because the winner of this round goes straight to Elite.
Yeah, and if Neons doesn't, you know, find 4 more rounds to push us into overtime, that's it. You know, they're gonna have to play for the other match, and never quite sure how that's gonna go. MLT, they're not backing down. They have a clear game plan in mind, and they're going straight in for that B-split push, making it like a banana. The split doesn't quite happen the way they want to make it, so Samfire drops, and Elu is thinking, checking to make sure that it's clear, picks up her fallen teammate back to 100 HP, but Neons are on their heels as well. Flash sent out, and Coyote's looking for an angle. Spots out Luna, that's the spike dropped. And Alu is all on her shoulders, 23 HP, and she's just watching the angle. Suddenly swings out though, and I think they've hurt her. And they are just stacked up on top of each other. Tough targets to crack, and it's going to be Neons keeping themselves alive for another round.
Let's win and get out of here.
Clawing their way to the top. Neons slowly taking it back. MLT, despite the timeout, did not get the value, but they do still have 2 more ultimates. Now, 2 of the players do not have those heavy shields, so it's going to be a little bit of a deficit buy, but it looks like Aluwu is opting just straight up run the blades to buy Samfire a gun. Actually, they're all buying a gun.
Okay. Nothing too crazy. But, again, it just comes down to Neon's defense, and so far so good, and they've started to crack how MLT executes onto sites now. MLT are going to try it for a different approach, and that's just to go through short instead. A bit of a delayed response coming out from Envious, and that just keeps Neon staggered. Yoki though landing the shot, but then ultimately traded by Aluwu. 2-on-3 retake, Tash.
Best situation, but Luna is very low. KitKat coming in from heaven. Slowly, just gonna go for that plant. Aluwu has the blades. She is very much healthy and happy, but KitKat will be running that ultimate over on the top side. It's gonna be a little bit more complicated just to play up here, but the recon spots out KitKat, takes her out. No respect given to the ultimate. They're okay to play aggressively. Aluwu finds the gun, just freeze! A 4K in the bag, and also 4 points in the pocket. Sorry, 3 points, 3-1 in the pocket for MLT, and they are going to be the first team to make it to Elite.
Just such an incredible play. Slight adaptations, everyone always trying to catch up to each other. And you can see that Neon's definitely put in that effort. They are still a strong team. But down to it, they were not expecting that A-short push coming out. Alu getting the first hit as well. And then down to the final moment, Luna getting the wallbang from right underneath Hell. That is a wonder wallbanging moment right there. Also, Aluwu mid-air headshot. It's just icing on the cake, Tash. That's a way to close things out.
Lou just showing us what a sharpshooter she is on the Jet. Also breaking the 100% streak on Ascent for Neons. But for now, who better to break it down for us than our wonderful singers of Wonderwall? Here's Raph and Mika.
I see what you did there. I see what you did there. I kind of expected it. I was looking into the faces of Tash and Quack, and I was like, oh, they're gonna do something. They're up to no good.
It's like, and after all, well, here's... I don't want to keep this going, but again, MLT, Mika, they are all the way to Elite. That is the first out of, well, again, 2 slots, and what an interesting series, too. It really did look like Neons was about to make that comeback and just kind of, once again, claim their stake at the top and represent all of us on the global stage.
Exactly.
But I really love the confidence of MLT. Despite everything that's happened, they realized, wait a minute, this isn't how we usually play. We gotta, again, we talked about this on the very first day. The best thing about MLT is that they can simplify the game, and they do it very, very well.
That timeout was so crucial, right? They had the timeout. They didn't get the round after, but at least it was, it was there to have them like recollect their thoughts, regroup, and keep their calm, especially as Neons was, drawing closer and closer to making it into a tie. And I feel like, Neons, this could have very potentially have gone their way. There were so many rounds that went so well for them, and they were gaining some kind of momentum as well, and approaching really, really close to something that could snowball into a win on Ascent for them, right? But MLT looks like they just kept calm and just decided, just one round at a time, and that's what I like from them. They really did keep their composure, and a large portion of that, we have to give it to Aphrodite. I mean, she is that anchor for the whole team, but players like Luna as well, especially in those last few rounds, that recon that was so crucial for that final round as well. I mean, she's such an important player, and her ability to just get the most out of her utility as well as get the most out of every single round is so important to the team.
Again, just more Oasis references, I guess. If Aphrodite was the Wonderwall, we have our very own Luna Supernova that basically caught.
You were waiting for that. You held that in for the whole map.
Yes. And they could not hold that landslide, Mika. They really could not hold that landslide, as they were looking for the snowball, but MLT, they were just a little too sturdy and too confident, too sharp today. Just a lethal combination, really. Now, I feel like, we've seen so much of MLT really shining, but I hope everybody gives their flowers to Neons as well. They've had such a great run up until this point, and they really went down swinging. Everything they did, it really inspired quite a bit of confidence, no matter how big the round deficit was. But just again, to put the spotlight back to our ladies on MLT Esports, Luna, you said it was an absolute complete player today. Was it utility that was really the shining point? Was it her gunfighting? Was it her just ability to reel back the team and be that center point for MLT? The answer is yes. All of those things are absolutely true.
It was so well played from Neons, though. Like I said, this could have easily have been their map as well. And I feel like, they were so ready to actually, go the distance. It is not over for them yet, though. Of course, they will drop into our lower final, so they do have another chance to be able to seal it out and potentially make it to Elite. Congratulations, though, to MLT Esports, our first to make it out of the LCQ grind and secure their slots all the way over to Elite. It's not over for them yet, though. They still have to make sure that whoever is taking that second slot with them is worthy for being of that second slot, right? So I feel like, MLT Esports, they have a long way to go. This isn't even their final form yet. This is a roster that is, as we mentioned, weeks old, right? And I'm still so dumbfounded by that fact, because from what we saw today, this did not look like a roster that was just weeks old, right? The ability for them to be able to pull in all of that teamwork at the very last second is still something that I really, really admire. It's so inspiring.
Excellent point. And you talked about LCQ being truly the trenches. It is such a grueling test of endurance and just grit, and we saw so much of that. We're gonna see more of that too. And, you know, the way that you mentioned how MLT, they operated in such a refined manner today. They were never too far for a rotation. They were never too far away from a trade. And just, again, a solid foundation that we were really waiting for to come out because, again, at day one and everything that we've seen from them so far was super, super hot or just kind of not there in the server. But today was just the absolute evolution, the completeness. That is MLT.
We can actually find out for ourselves just how much this roster has evolved because we do have Kphrodite on the line for a very quick interview. So let's pull her up to your screens right now for a really, really quick interview. Kphrodite, are you there? Can you hear us? Hopefully you can.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Hi Kphrodite. Hello. Congratulations to you guys, to MLT eSports for qualifying to Elite. Can you talk us through those last moments during that series? What was the immediate reaction during that last round, knowing that you guys just qualified for Elite?
I think to begin with, we expected it because the moment when we formed our team, we only had one goal, which is to qualify for Elite. So in the beginning, during the group stage, we fumbled a lot because we were very new. We never played with any girls team before, and then we lost a lot of post-plan due to our communication and our chemistry. But within a week, we managed to fix almost all the mistakes that we made prior to that, and this is we are just elated. And somebody in my team also commented she can sleep with a teeth out when she go to bed tonight.
I think like all of you guys can sleep well tonight, right? That is amazing to know that within just 1 week, you guys were able to pull it together. Raph, you have a question for Kphrodite?
I mean, before I ask anything, I really like that thought process. You know, oh yeah, we were expecting to win everything. Nobody here can hold a candle to it. But anyway, like jokes aside, that's crazy, right? Like one day you just decide to be the super team of LCQ and you fix all your mistakes within 1 week. It really just sounds like a dream. But my question for you guys is, which team are you excited to play against when you get into Elite?
I think we never thought of this question because, like I said, our angle is this competition. But in terms of excitement, I think SMG. Definitely, we are aiming to try to play the best, even though the chances are very, very slight. But we're still aiming to do our best to the end.
I mean, don't say that now. You just won a slot in Elite. You can't say that now. You gotta keep it going. You know, SMG, we're coming for you, and we're coming in this one hot. And again, I just really like the confidence. And you hear that, Mika, you know, despite expecting so much, they're just so focused on LCQ, which is already such a great quality.
Okay, Kphrodite, I have to agree with Raph. You have to come into Elite saying, okay, we're the top dog here. We're now gonna win Elite. But now I do have to ask you guys. I'm so interested in that you mentioned that, you know, within 1 week you guys were able to pull together. Can you let us know? Were there any preparations for this series? Because you guys look, I think, completely different from within like the previous 2 days. Was there anything that you guys changed?
Previous 2 days, I think what changes the most is we build up our confidence. In the beginning, we were quite scared of all the fights, but subsequently we managed to not fumble, and like players like Luna, you can see she just W in all the way as a Sova. So that's what we changed, our mindset, our mentality, and also together with the goal to win.
That is awesome. Kphrodite, congratulations to you and the rest of MLT eSports. You guys can all sleep very, very well tonight indeed, and you guys deserve it. I'm sure you guys are exhausted, so we're gonna let you go. Congratulations once again for making it to Elite.
Thank you so much.
So cute. Thank you. I love that mentality, right? She just mentioned that the only thing that changed for them was the confidence, and it means so, so much. You saw them on those first 2 maps, right? You saw that waver just a little bit on Lotus, and you saw it almost give way in a sense, but they were able to pull it through, Raph.
Well, again, it's the focus, it's the confidence, that's the making of a great competitor, a great team, and you know, just to see them power through everything and just to go over every single hurdle that they had. And, you know, just a quick review of what they had to go through. none of these teams were an easy task, and they've definitely helped each other get better at the end of the day.
That's right. And now, of course, as we wait for the final verdict, so to say, I do believe we do have a series indeed for the lower final, right? It's going to be very exciting to see who's going to make it alongside MLT Esports for that second slot into Elite. And I think that, Raph, this whole journey so far for all of these teams has been really, really enlightening. You never saw the same team that, you know, played on the first day emerge out of the end of their journey.
It really is such a treat for everybody, right? But that really is the question. Who has the mettle to, again, just kind of get that extra slot here and compete alongside MLT and potentially against MLT in the future? As we look at the schedule, I'm sorry, Mika, I got a little distracted when I saw the Nyx Kyosei logo again.
I don't
We're all
blame you.
here for Fifi, you know?
I don't blame you. I don't blame you at all. Of course not. We just saw, we were in theme, by the way, earlier with the Assistance Emoji, right? But we are going to see the Hero KDA up against Nyx Kyosei, followed by, who knows, the winner of that up against...
Mystery.
A mystery.
Who
a
is-
total mystery indeed.
Who is this TBD team? Why are they in every single tournament I see, you know?
Who
Who
knows?
are these people?
Who knows, right? I think that, you know, it's going to be so exciting for all of these teams, especially the energy tomorrow is going to be completely different, right? So we hope that you guys will stay tuned for that as we conclude our journey with LCQ tomorrow and find out which two teams will be making it over to Elite. We already have MLT Esports, who is going to be by their side to represent the winners of LCQ, right? Over on to Elite. So Raph, any final words for tonight's games?
I mean, as always, it's been wonderful, you know, watching and, again, listening to all our friends cast and kill the games and watching all the competitors just rise up. You know, I am just a huge fan of every single player getting better and just really, really, you know, again, just supercharge themselves into, you know, maybe the higher echelons. And, of course, it's been a wonderful time working with the Mika Fabs, the strongest data the Philippines has ever produced.
Where is this coming from? I have no idea. I have no idea where this is coming from, but thank you, Raph. It has been an honor as well. We will see you guys tomorrow for the rest of LCQ and the conclusion of this leg of VCT Game Changers APAC. See you guys.